B&B 2020. Are you ready? B&B 2020. Are you ready?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. And on what's a very busy day for Alpha Live up north, of course, it's the British 24 Hours on 4 wheels. We move down to very south in Kent on 2, and the second round of the championship in beautiful weather. At the moment, you can see on the track, we've got the Pit Bike Stock 140 Group 1 qualifying session just drawing to a close. Last few minutes to go for that, and we'll be underway with the racing very soon. But after what was a great start to the series over in Suffolk at Ella Park, we move to this spectacular Lydd circuit, very much on the south coast. We're basically in France, really, and it's that close. Lovely hot weather for spectating. It could be difficult for the riders with very hot track temperatures. My name is Chris Czora, and I'll be taking you through the afternoon's race action. Full group of racing coming up very shortly. There were 1 or 2 short delays this morning, hence why the qualifying is just drawing to a close at the moment. And before the racing gets underway, it just gives us the chance to have a look at this circuit. Very much improved over the last 10 years under the current owners, and much like Ella Park, where we visited for the first round of the championship, it's a very impressive circuit. I'm told, the only desert in the UK. You'll see those electricity pylons in the background, roughly in that sort of way towards the power station. It's just a vast expanse of desert. We are very, very close to the Kent coast on the south of England. Been a lovely warm morning. Some of the campers in the campsite next door checking out the action as well. And as you can see on the track, we've still got a little bit of qualifying going on. This is the Pit Bike Stock 140 qualifying. At the moment, some familiar names at the top, of course. Ben Lord with a 42.406 leading the way. Ryan Tyres from Jim Lovell in third. Mick Lord in fourth. Dominic Herbertson, who's just crossed the line on the 84. He's currently in fifth place, 44.078. His best time, so he moves up to fifth place. These riders will be out a little bit later on this afternoon. First race today is coming up very shortly. And just to explain this Lydd circuit, it's just over 1 kilometre long and billed as the fastest karting track in the UK. It's a very fast flowing track. There's a lot of long sweeping corners, 1 or 2 straights, and a couple of tight hairpins thrown into the mix. The interesting part of the track, actually, when the racing gets underway, is this final corner, quite a long straight leading up towards the finish line, and the riders go into a long 180-degree right-hander back towards the finish line. And I think as the day goes on, there may well be some last-ditch overtaking attempts going into that corner, and of course very important not to outbrake yourself as well. We'll be starting things off very shortly with the JSM 90 riders. They'll be on the way for race number 1. 2 groups of pit bikes Spare Stock 160 Group B and Group A are second and third races respectively. The Ugly & Co MGP Junior SM 140 and the 50 machines, that'll be race number 4. Veterans race number 5. And the new group this year, the Ovali 110 Cup for the young riders. And that really went down a storm at the previous round at Ella Park. That will be race number 6. We've got the RAP Super Minis. And then the MotoGP 190 70s and Pit Bike Stock 140 machines. The staple bike, might say, the British mini bikes. They'll be out a bit later on today, 140 Group B and Group A. As you can see from the footage, the track conditions, it's every bit as hot as it looks. There is a little bit of a breeze on track side, so to spectate, it's not actually as warm as it looks necessarily. It is very warm, but there is still a breeze coming through, so comfortable for those people in the paddock who are watching the racing. But those of you, of course, who follow racing will know that these sort of hot weather conditions can be difficult for a competitor, especially with the on the two wheels as well. It's very warm down on the track itself, and talking to some of the riders, we're looking more towards using harder tyre compounds. The track will get greasy as the day goes on. So it certainly is lovely weather, but with it in itself, of course, brings potentially its own problems. The track pace at the moment, though, is looking good. Just looking at these riders on the track at the moment, this is the big names in British mini bikes, the pit bike stock 140, and Ben Lord with the number 1 plate, fastest qualifier at the moment with a 42.406. So it is a bit greasy out there, but nonetheless, some of the top names really are recording some quick lap times out there. 42.4, half a second ahead of Ryan Tyres. Just goes to show that Ben Lord is doing well out on the track at the moment. That is quite, by mini bike standards at least, quite a big gap between the first and second place qualifiers. Ryan Tyres then in second place, Jim Lovell, Dominic Herbertson and Mick Lord rounding out the top 5. Here we see the first corner just past the gantry. Very short start straight into this right-left dogleg style chicane. So very important to get off the start line quickly and into that first corner. So it is tight, and then we move our way around towards the back of the circuit. This is one of the slower parts of the track from the start. It gradually gets quicker and quicker as the lap goes on. And this very much well, not too far from the sea actually. It's very low lying, very flat. Zandvoort Dutch style almost, when you look at the dunes surrounding the circuit. Of course, this is one of the favourite tracks of many riders. It certainly suits some of the quicker bikes as well. The Super Minis really get going around here as well. This, of course, is round number 2 of the British mini bikes. We started a couple of weeks ago at Ella Park for round number 1. It's the first time in many, many years there's been a bike meeting at that circuit, and really did go down well. All the way down here in the south for Lydd for round number 2, and this fantastic weather to greet us as well. Looks set to be a hot and exciting afternoon's racing. Later in the month, round number 3 taking place at Wilton Mill, and of course Alpha Live will be there covering all the action as well. Last few moments of the pit bike stock 140 qualifying, still out on track at the moment. The riders just out of shot are gathering ready for the first race of the day. That's the MGP JSM 90 class, and they are, as I'm sure you can see actually, just to the left of your screen, just gathering in the waiting zone. The riders making final preparations. They'll be out on track very shortly because the pit bike stock 140 coming up to its final few moments. No one really bettering the lap time of Ben Lord out on track at the moment with a 42.406. So the riders now heading towards their final few laps, and 42.4 still that time. Nobody really bettering that time. Actually, Ben Lord has just gone round with a 42.5, and heading, of course, into the heat of midday. Maybe the case that as the session goes on, going to be possibly more difficult to set a faster lap time. Already quite a blue groove on most of the corners. Plenty of rubber down on the track. As we were saying, of course, hard compound tyres, the order of the day today, because the track surface is so hot. Who knows, possible issues with blistering to contend with as well. They are relatively short races, of course, but nonetheless, when you're racing in this sort of hot weather, it can be difficult for man and machine. So coming up in just a few moments, we will be taking out onto the track for the first race of the day. MGP JSM 90 underway in just a few moments. So as the riders make their final preparations in the waiting zone, let's have a look at the starting grid for the SM90 Mini GP machines. Arnie Carr was the fastest rider this morning with a 47.66. What a jump from him to second place. Daniel Stevenson, 48.39. Luca Wilkinson qualified in third from Jack Newton. Hudson Cooper in fifth. Brooke Champion rounding out the top six. Billy Carter with a 55.41, seventh from Finley Hanna. Owen Tempest in ninth, Charlie Ward, and just under 1 minute lap time for Callum Maxwell on the 1:11 machine, rounding out the rest of the field. And actually Callum Maxwell with the novice bib on at the back of the field, so a newcomer to the class, and he'll be looking to get round, stay out of trouble and get some vital race experience. This, of course, this paddock in the British mini bikes really is suited well for some of the youth riders, the novices coming through. Gives them the chance to learn their racecraft, get more race experience. And these guys starting towards the back of the field very quickly seem to pick things up and start moving their way. And already in the last few years, we've had some of the youth stars in BMB making their way through to the adult ranks, possibly onto other forms of motorcycle racing as well. Pit bike stock 140s. The qualifying session has drawn to a close. The checkered flag is now out, and these riders, of course, we'll be seeing a bit later on today. Ben Lord with that 42.406 was the fastest qualifier from Ryan Tyres, Jim Lovell, Dominic Herbertson in fourth, and Mick Lord rounding out the top five. So the track is now clear. Final preparations taking place out on the track. Medics and marshals, everyone all in place, and all the action down just to the left of your screen in the waiting zone. Most riders are ready. And if we look at the marshal, you'll see on the very left-hand side of the track, we've got the gate. Track is currently closed, but I would say these junior supermoto machines will be out on track in just a few moments' time. And this, of course, nervous moments for the competitors in the waiting zone. Machines all fired up. I think there is an issue, though. I think there is one bike just in a bit of trouble, just out of shot, just making sure that machine's ready, and hopefully we'll be underway in just a few moments. Riders, of course, assembled in the waiting zone. They'll line up in their qualifying order in just a few moments' time. Two races for all of the race classes this afternoon. Alpha Live covering all of the action all the way through the afternoon. And whether you're joining us purely for the two-wheeled action on the British mini bikes, or you're coming across from the sister broadcast of the British 24-hour karting race at Teesside, we hope you enjoy the afternoon's action here at Lydd in this wonderful summer's weather. Of course, with the BMB, it's being run at the moment under very strict guidelines in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic. Much like Ella Park, there is requirement of no spectators. Of course, we do understand that some of you watching today would like to have been here in person, and on behalf of the British Mini Bikes organisers, a big thank you for, sounds a bit inverted really, but thank you for staying away, you might say, and not coming along, helping this meeting to go ahead. We hope you enjoy the afternoon's action, and we hope you enjoy following your riders on the live internet broadcast. Once again, of course, there's the guidance for hand sanitizer and the PPE and so forth. Everyone watching trackside will be wearing the face masks as well. We're just waiting for the first race of the day to get out on track. Riders are in the waiting zone. I think there was a brief delay in the waiting zone, and just making sure that the timing and transponding system, sure it's all ready to go. Mini GP, Junior Supermoto, 90 riders currently in the waiting zone. And this shot really to just show you what an impressive track this Lydd circuit is. Much like Ella Park, it's very well turned out, very presented, easy to get to, good parking, good facilities on site. We've got this wonderful clubhouse that you can see in the shot here, and that's been doing a good trade with the hot and cold food throughout the day as well. Lovely panoramic view from that clubhouse of the circuit as well. It's a very low-lying track. It's a very flat area of the country, and seems to be popular as well. A lot of people camping down here as well. So qualifying has all been completed. We are ready for racing to get underway in just a few moments' time. And there was an issue with one of the bikes in the waiting zone a few moments ago, just making sure that the machine fires up. And we're back underway. So round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship getting underway in just a few moments' time. Just to recap, this is the second round of the championship of 6 throughout the year. We started at Ella Park a couple of weeks ago. This round down in the south at Lydd, round number 2. A little bit later in the month, we looked forward to one of the staple circuits of British Mini Bikes, round number 3, 29th and 30th of August. Deepest Northamptonshire for the round at Wilton Mill. Very popular circuit with the riders, and that'll be at the end of the month. And we go up north to Wigan and Three Sisters on the 19th and 20th of September, returning back to Wilton Mill on the 17th and 18th of October. And round number 6 back at Teesside, 1st of November. Got a big event on there today, of course, but Teesside holding the final round of the British Mini Bikes on the 1st of November. But we go down to concentrate on round 2 as the riders make their way out onto the track for their formation lap. Just one last look at the track. And it was pretty warm this morning. It's baking hot now for these riders compared to the qualifying. So just gives them the chance as well just to have a look at the track before they make their way onto the grid. Very fast circuit, very hot weather today for the riders as well. So, as we mentioned a few moments ago, tyre choice very important. The riders mostly, I should say, be looking for a harder compound tyre because it's very hot on the track today as well. Quite pleasant for the people in the paddock spectating on this one, but certainly could be tough for the riders, who are now lining up on the start grid now for race number 1, Junior Supermoto 90. Mini GP 90 race number 1 about to get underway. Riders on the start line, as we saw a few moments ago. The start straight here from the grid to the first corner. It's quite a short run up into that first corner, so a good getaway off the grid is vitally important because it'd be very easy for somebody further down to jump ahead into that first chicane. Sharp dogleg to the right after this start area. There's one rider just in a bit of trouble on the start line there. The pickup marshal's just moving to one side, and in order just to be to the centre of the track. I think the riders are ready. The green flag goes up, and round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Series gets underway. Daniel Stevenson gets away well as they go into the first corner, and everyone through nice and gently through that first corner, staying out of trouble, and away they go. There's Callum Maxwell, we just saw him a few moments ago at the back, as Daniel Stevenson gets the jump on the field from Luca Wilkinson, and Brook champion Billy Carter in there as well. Stevenson get away from him, already starts to pull away, but Brook champion getting away well also, and there's number 83 machine just in there as well. Daniel Stevenson, number 11, your race leader, as they make their way down towards the final corner for that first time. And you can see quite a long straight into the final corner, this long sweeping right-hander that takes us back towards the finish line. So Daniel Stevenson goes through. Arnie Carr is second on the track, although for some reason not picking up on the transponders at the moment. He's showing towards the back of the field. It's Luca Wilkinson, Brook champion Billy Carter in there as well, as the 83 of Arnie Carr really putting Stevenson under pressure as they make their way towards the top of the track. Things start to speed up now down the back straight as Carr has a look, but Daniel Stevenson's got this one into the corner, but no, down the inside, Arnie Carr, great little move there into that long sweeping corner, and Arnie Carr, fastest qualifier earlier on, is back into the lead down the straight towards the finish line once again into the long right-hander. And Arnie Carr's got that line covered. Stevenson just behind in second place. Goes for the wider exit, tries to get the speed into the chicane, but at the moment, Arnie Carr, 83, fastest lap of the race, 47.77. Further back, Luca Wilkinson, from the 464 of Brook Champion. Jack Newton on the move, incidentally. The 135, which you'll see moving up fourth, it would be fifth in the race itself, because Arnie Carr, for some reason, showing us a lap down at the moment. But as you can see for yourself, leading the race and guarding that inside line, you can see now that Daniel Stevenson on the number 11, really trying to find an opening, but at the moment, Carr riding defensively, pulls out a small gap into the back corner, this final corner, the long right-hander towards the finish line. But Arnie Carr's got a nice sweep out of the corner. Daniel Wilkinson just behind in second place, 9 laps to go. There we see, that looks very much like Luca Wilkinson, and a bit of action further down the field as they make their way in towards the final corner. This is some of the midfield runners making their way through now. Jack Newton still on the move, moving up to fourth place. Brook Champion, Hudson Cooper, Billy Carter in there as well. There's the 85 actually of Billy Carter, 217. Fluorescent yellow and black machine there, that is Hudson Cooper. Close midfield battle at the moment as he makes his way through the hairpin. This is one of the more technical parts of the track. It all gets very quick from here towards the top of the circuit. This is the furthest away from the start where we are now, and the 217 Hudson Cooper chasing Brook Champion down the back straight into the long sweeping S's style of corners. It just goes right, left, right, real sweeper through here. Good line choice, very important for the riders as well as they get chucked back onto the straight in towards the final corner. Still Arnie Carr leading from Daniel Stevenson. And this battle, Jack Newton, Brook Champion and Hudson Cooper charging away just behind. Should be the 85 of Billy Carter. Yes, it is, just going through the shot now into the first corner. Owen Tempest a little bit further behind, coming through now. Here is Owen Tempest on the 63, closely followed by Finley Hanna. Callum Maxwell, one of the newcomers, currently in 10th place from Charlie Ward, rounding up the field. And this is the two leaders coming through now, and it's getting close because look at number 11, Daniel Stevenson, starting now to put a bit of pressure on the race leader, Arnie Carr. Of course, they are racing in two different race categories, but out on track, battling for the lead. And Carr bravely taking the outside sweep into the top corner. Stevenson starting to put the pressure on now. Sometimes this does happen in a race where the leader takes the lead early on. That second place rider just using the advantage to have a look at where the lines they're using and where they can perhaps get a bit more speed around the track. It does seem to be happening at the moment because Arnie Carr got into the lead early on but hasn't really pulled away. Looked quick on the first lap, but Daniel Stevenson, the number 11, early race leader in second place, is sticking with the leader at the moment. So it looks like Stevenson certainly running well in that second place, riding smart as well, just looking at the lines that Arnie Carr is using at the moment. Now they are starting to close up on some of the tail enders. That may be Charlie Ward in front possibly, but 83. Arnie Carr, very distinctive looking machine there, still leading the way, one of the new Ovali machines. Daniel Stevenson riding the more conventional pit bike machine in second place around the final corner, threading their way through some of the slower traffic. I think just sandwiching the leaders there for number 63, currently in 8th place, Owen Tempest. But of course Tempest knows the leaders are coming through, moved to one side at the top of the circuit, gave the racing line away to Stevenson. And Daniel Stevenson in second place, just losing a little bit of time in pursuit of the race leader. There he is, Stevenson. Arnie Carr still in front, but Stevenson showing us leader on here at the moment though in the Junior Supermoto. Looking strong as the two leaders making their way towards the final corner to complete another lap. So Arnie Carr goes through. I think maybe Billy Carter in front. And Stevenson on the number 11 looking strong. And Stevenson makes his way up towards the top of the circuit through the hairpin. One of the slower parts of the track there. We see just in front is the 85 of Billy Carter going a lap down. Around the back of the circuit they go, and Stevenson just taking his time out of the corner, not making any mistakes, and picking his way past the 85 of Carter, still showing in 6th place. A little bit further down, Owen Tempest in 8th place, Finley Hanna in 9th. Charlie Ward just crossing the line now from Callum Maxwell, 10 and 11. They are about to be lapped by the race leaders. Things start to draw towards the closing few laps. Arnie Carr making his way through, Daniel Stevenson just crossing the line. 3 laps to go in this first race of the afternoon. And at the moment, fastest lap of the race is that 47.67 from Arnie Carr. Lap times are dropping though slightly as the race goes on. There we see the 1:11 of Callum Maxwell. The novice viewer indicating it's a rookie rider, so this is just to indicate to some of the more experienced riders that it is a new rider. Perhaps just be a little bit courteous when they go through, make sure they don't crowd the slower rider. But he's getting around there all right, actually. He's fastest lap time actually for Callum Maxwell, just getting under the 1 minute mark of 59.29, so good day so far for him. Although he is at the back of the field, he's still nonetheless getting around there and putting some decent lap times in. The 2:17 of Hudson Cooper, about to be lapped by Daniel Stevenson. Cooper currently in 5th place. There we see, right at the front of the field, Arnie Carr. Just ahead of the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson. Wilkinson also in there as well. And they are well and truly amongst some of the slower riders. There we see, still in 5th place, is the 2:17 of Hudson Cooper. And right behind him, about to lap him, is the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson. And Stevenson not doing anything silly there, just taking his time, tracking the rear wheel of Hudson Cooper, getting a better drive down the back straight, and laps the slower rider as he goes into the final corner. Hudson Cooper, though, still running strong in that 5th place. Luca Wilkinson and Jack Newton running strongly as you head towards the last lap of the race. Back with Hudson Cooper, 1 lap down, but currently in 5th place. There we see Arnie Carr. For whatever reason, showing a little bit further down on the lap scores. He did seem to get away with the leaders though, so Arnie Carr showing us 4th on our timing screens, but ahead of the leader Daniel Stevenson. And Arnie Carr withholding a lot of pressure from Daniel Stevenson earlier in the race, but he's doing very well and pulls away as we head towards the final corner. Arnie Carr goes round the last corner and punches the air as he takes the checkered flag. Winner of race number 1 is the 83 of Arnie Carr. Running up a good fight, but couldn't quite bring it home. Daniel Stevenson, 2nd on the track, as 1 lap down goes the machine of Hudson Cooper. Brook Champion, 6th. For a good start for the number 11 and the 83. Arnie Carr, of course, the rider who crossed the line in 1st. Came under a lot of pressure from Stevenson. Luca Wilkinson should be coming through any moment now. The 2 leaders really pulling away from the rest of the field as Callum Maxwell goes through to finish his race in 11th from Charlie Ward. Owen Tempest in 8th place, Finley Hanna in 9th, and the last 2 riders on the lead lap should be coming through in a moment to round out the rest of the field. Jack Newton, the last rider home on the track, finishing in 4th place on the 135. So it was Arnie Carr, Daniel Stevenson, Luca Wilkinson, 4th place for the 135 of Jack Newton. Hudson Cooper in 5th, Brook Champion, Billy Carter 7th, Owen Tempest in 8th, Finley Hanna 9th, Charlie Ward and Callum Maxwell rounding up the field for race number 1. Round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Lydd in Kent, and we're going to go through to our 2nd race of the day, Pit Bike Stock 160. This is Group B, and the fastest qualifier this morning was Ryan Tyers with a 43.027, just ahead of Jim Lovell in 2nd. James Mostica in 3rd, 43.658. Dominic Herbertson, Ben Klukas and Jamie Callan in 6th place. 7th was Jake Whittaker from Edfeed, Phil Dickens in 9th, Ryan Clark in 10th, Ben Ray 11th, Kai Jones qualifying 12th. 13th position for Chris Edwards from Mike Smallbones. Chris Hymer's in 15th. Matt Lockyer, Adam Jamieson and Dervin Elaine in 18th position. Dean Quincy 19th, Gav Tapperton 20th, Nathan Smith, Reese Peacock, Simon James Dean and Sebastian Barron in 24th position. Taylor Garner-Cook 25th from Fahad Ladder, Dean Widowson, Dean Rowland, Tommy Champion, Kira Williamson in 30th. So that was the 30 qualifiers this morning. We'll pick up the group in a few moments. These bikes split into two, Group A and Group B, because there was quite a difference between some of the slower and faster riders in the qualifying this morning. These are the Group B riders. We'll pick up the race order in a few moments when they line up. So down onto the line, the first of our mini bike events. This race brought to you in association with Pit Bike Spares, one of the many valued sponsors of the British Mini Bikes Championship. So thanks of course to Pit Bike Spares and to Rich Energy for all their support in 2020. Now this is quite a busy race, so the start, as always in bike racing, very important indeed. Especially so here because it is one of the shorter start straights on the calendar, I would say. We're straight into that right-hander. Very slow start, but things certainly pick up as the lap goes on. This Lydd kart circuit, the fastest in the country. It's a very fast-flowing track. One or two technical bits, but on the whole it is quite fast and flowing, so line choice very important on a day like today with it being so hot as well. Grip is at a premium as well, so the machine's just lining up now. Race number 2 about to get underway. This is the Pit Bike Spares stock group 160 Group B about to go underway. Stock based machines, green flag goes up and we wait to get underway. Here we go, good start from the inside from the 189. Dervin Elaine getting away well, the fastest of the Group B qualifiers. So we saw the 30 rider qualifying list and Dervin Elaine leading the Group B riders just ahead of Gav Tapperton and Dean Quincy as we head towards the top corner. Looks like Dervin Elaine still leading actually, and that's Tapperton in second place. Now, if you watch round number 1, we saw Dervin Elaine, the race leader at the moment, had quite a busy day. 189 on the bike there. He took a nasty tumble in the first race, which was stopped because of that, and walked away in quite some discomfort. It wasn't a very nice sight, but good to see actually Dervin came into the commentary box in race number 2. He was okay, a bit of walking wounded, you might say, and was telling us about his day so far, and went out and completed the other races that he was entered in as well. So a bit of a mixed day for him at Ella Park, but qualifying in Group B this time, it gets away well and leads the race with a 48.965. So Dervin Elaine, the race leader, Gav Tapperton in second place, just a little bit further behind. There we see Tapperton. Third place is the 287 of Dean Quincy, who ran pretty well at times at Ella Park as well. Simon James Dean on the treble 6 in fourth place, moving up a couple of places. Reese Peacock, Taylor Garner-Cook in 6th. There we see the 287. Quincy now starting to put the pressure on Gav Tapperton as they make their way up towards the final corner. Dervin Elaine just a little bit ahead. There he is, but certainly can't afford to relax. Oh, a little bit squirrely out of the final corner there, which might allow Tapperton to close up. The rest of the field goes through. We got the 29 of Reese Peacock, Taylor Garner-Cook goes through, Sebastian Barron, Nathan Smith, Hugh Jones, Ben Johnson rounding out the top 10. Fahad Ladder in 11th place, Dean Rowland. And then a bit further back, the rest of the field making their way through. Tommy Champion, Dean Widowson and Kira Williamson. But it's all action at the front as Gav Tapperton starts to put the pressure on Dervin Elaine. We'll have a look down the back straight in a moment because it is getting close at the front. The rest of the field making their way into the top corner. And here's the race leader, 189, Dervin Elaine. But you can see for yourself just how close, 13 on the bike, but that's the 43 of Gav Tapperton. Having a look down the inside into the final corner. Oh, but Elaine shuts the door on him, gets a nice exit, and Tapperton losing a bit of ground there, which might allow Dean Quincy to close up in third place. So Dervin Elaine leads the way, Tapperton second, Dean Quincy in third, Reese Peacock fourth. And there's Elaine, that's Hurricane Hannah style Yamaha graphics on the machine, very distinctive, certainly looks the part. and leads the way. Tappenden keeping that pressure on though in second place. You can see actually coming into these corners just how much the bikes are looking a bit squirrely and moving around under braking. Now there's a machine stationary on the side of the track. That may possibly be Dean Widowson. Rider okay. Back at the front though, Dervin and Lane trying to pull away, setting his fastest lap of the race, 46.375. But the man to watch at the moment is in third place, the 29 of Reece Peacock. Fastest lap of the race with a 46.270 last time round. And Peacock will be hoping that Elaine and Tappenden first and second place will start to do battle here, because he's certainly close enough to get involved in this one. There he is. He's clear now of Dean Quincy on the 287, who drops to fourth. Just behind is Simon James Dean on the treble six. So here we are, 29, Reece Peacock in third place, fastest rider on the track at the moment. Still Dervin Lane that leads the way though, as they make their way through to complete another lap. Tappenden just behind in second place. There's Peacock closing all the time in third. And actually Peacock again setting the fastest lap of the race, so he really is hooking up well around this Lydd circuit, getting some good lap times and really finding the track to his liking here. Now, as they say in racing, of course, though, catching up is one thing, getting past can be another. So already Tappenden, the number 13 in second place, is starting to look vulnerable here as Reece Peacock begins to close up. Now he is getting right on the rear wheel. Tappenden knows he's there. Now as a glance over the shoulder, Peacock can have a look into the final corner. Now will this allow Elaine to try and pull away here? Second and third battling as Peacock all the time trying to find that second place, but he's going to struggle into the chicane. And actually Reece Peacock, the 29, again fastest lap of the race, 45.935 for the number 29, who we see in shot here in third place. And just looking to find a line here. Tappenden riding very well here, covering all the lines in and out of the corners, preventing Peacock from getting through. So he's going to have to work hard here to try and find an opening. Dervin Lane's picked up the pace actually. He pulls away slightly at the front. Still Dean Quincy in fourth, but he's losing a bit of ground on this battle for the lead. Here we just saw Quincy going through in fourth place. Dean in fifth on the treble six, and Sebastian Barron 189 a little bit further behind. So Dervin and Lane leading the way at the moment. Tappenden and Peacock still battling for second. And actually this battle of a second is allowing Dervin and Lane to pull away, ekes out just a few tenths of a second as one rider further down. I think that might be Hugh Jones going a little bit wide on the final corner. Battling with Taylor Garner-Cook for 8th position. 9th is the machine of Nathan Smith, Ben Johnson, and the 38 of Fahad Ladder going through from Tommy Champion just across the line. But further up the field, all the action is with Reece Peacock trying desperately to find a way through. They are closing up again though on Dervin Elaine, the race leader, as they make their way up towards the final corner. Elaine shuts the door. Tappenden closing in second, but the threatening man in third, Reece Peacock, can't find a way through these two leaders at the moment. And this is turning back into a three-way tussle for the lead here. Elaine down the back straight. Tappenden knows he's closing on the lead to get that psychological boost when you see yourself closing up. So I don't know what happened to Elaine there, because he was pulling away at one stage, only by a few tenths, but it's that close in this race. It's a small mistake, and it could throw things back open again. Tappenden, again, over his shoulder. He knows that Reece Peacock's there, guarding that inside line, down the inside. Perhaps not the best racing line, but certainly a good defensive line to throw Reece Peacock off a little bit here. Peacock not giving up though in third place. Looks down the inside into the final corner. Oh, is he going to make that one stick? That was a good move down the inside by Reece Peacock, but it doesn't come off. And Dervin Elaine pulls away slightly. 3 laps to go. Any one of these three riders could win this race. Very closely fought at the moment. Dean Quincy, spectator really, in fourth place, but looking for a solid fourth on the 287. Simon James Dean in fifth. Sebastian Barron in sixth. Hugh Jones goes through on the number 4 in seventh. Ben Johnson moving up from Nathan Smith. But again, Reece Peacock, very quick, fastest rider on the track, but hasn't been able to get through past Gav Tappenden. This, of course, is the old saying, catching up is one thing, getting past is another. and Reece Peacock can't find a way through past Gav Tappenden, who's been putting that bike in all the right places, coming in and out of the corners. 2 laps to go, and Dervin Allain making the advantage count here. Fastest lap of the race for the 89, 45.821. Oh, and look at that, down the inside from the 29, Reece Peacock. Out of nowhere into the hairpin. Having tried so hard to get past Gav Tappenden, he just found that one out of nowhere, really. So 29 up to second place. Allain on the 89, 189 on the bike, still leading the way. 1.5 laps to go. And let's have a look at the 29 of Reece Peacock here as he tries to close up. They are starting to close up on some of the tail enders. We've got Kieran Williamson and Dean Widowson just ahead with 1 lap to go. And they're having their own battle at the back of the field. Last lap of the race now. Dervin Allain leads 1.2 seconds from Reece Peacock. As we've seen though in British mini bikes, 1.2 seconds can easily be lost in the final lap. And of course they are closing up on some of the tail enders and they are having their own battle at the back here. This looks like Dean Rowland and Dean Widowson rounding out the field at the moment. There's the 461 of Rowland. They're having their own battle here. So Allain, race leader 189, have to be careful here. He has got the second place man closing all the time, and Reece Peacock really is closing as they make their way up towards the final corner. I think Allain may have done enough here. Around the last corner they go. Checkered flag is about to go out. And Dervin Allain takes the checkered flag. Reece Peacock in second, fastest lap of the race, but it wasn't enough. Gav Tappenden, after such a strong fight, settles for third place. Dean Quinsey fourth, and Simon James Dean in fifth, just ahead of the improving Sebastian Barron, who really picked his way up the field as the race went on. For that sixth place, Hugh Jones in seventh. Battle for eighth with Ben Johnson, Nathan Smith and Taylor Garner-Cook going through, but great race at the front there. Dervin Allain and Reece Peacock. Allain gives the thumbs up. He knows he had a tough race there. Certainly a better day for him so far than he had at Ella Park, and an entertaining race there as he brings it home in first place. The Group A riders will be in the waiting zone getting underway in just a few moments' time. So as the Group B riders make their way back to the paddock, we'll see them later on this afternoon. The Group A on the line at the moment. Ryan Tyers, Jim Lovell in second, James Motzgear third. Dominic Herbertson was fourth, Ben Klukas and Jamie Callan lining up in sixth place. Jake Whittaker seventh, Ed Peed in eighth, Phil Dickens ninth, Ryan Clark, Ben Ray and Kai Jones in 12th. Chris Edwards in 13th from Mike Smallbones, Chris Heimers, Matt Lockyer and Adam Jameson, I believe in 17th, will be the last of the Group A riders. Everyone else was out just a few moments ago in Group B. It was touch or go whether this race would be combined, Group B and Group A, but speaking to the organisers earlier, it was felt there was a bit of a difference between the faster and the very slowest riders. There was quite a big chunk of lap time there, so just in the interest of safety of this race, running as a Group A and Group B to keep some of the faster and slow riders apart. So pit bike stock 160 making its way down to the line for the first race of the day. As the name suggests, of course, pit bike stock 160, very much a stock-based class. It's more along the lines, you would say, of keeping the bikes as competitive as possible. Any standard Supermoto or Mini GP style pit bike, maximum seat height of 84 centimetres, and this for any rider from the age of 14 years and upwards. And it's very limited in terms of no engine modifications whatsoever for these bikes. That includes any sort of polishing and porting of the cylinders as well. And it is very regulated as to what can and can't be done with these machines. It's very much a stock-based class. What that does mean, of course, is for anybody who's a newcomer, it's easy to get a machine and be competitive straight away. It's all down to the riders in this one. Check out the British Mini Bikes website for more details. If you want to get involved in the series. There, I think later in the year, there will be the possibility of a arrive and ride style event. And of course, with the COVID, of course, we want to look out for. We'll let you know about that as the year goes on. In the meantime, though, Group A for the Stock 160s gets underway. Oh, and it's a really good start into the first corner. Look at that. 97, Jim Lovell, getting the jump down the inside of Ryan Tyres. And there's a bit of bar banging at the back there, but they all seem to get through safely. Great start there, though, for Ryan Tyres. James Mostica in third position. Dominic Herbertson. Quite a sweeping first half lap, and it just helps the riders to get settled into position as Jim Lovell goes back into the lead. 1-2-1, Jake Whittaker, Phil Dickens, Ed Feed, Ryan Clark, Ben Ray, Kai Jones, all in the midfield making their way through, but at the front it's turning into a duel between Ryan Tyres and Jim Lovell into the final corner. So Tyres leads, and the man on the move now is the 27 of James Mostica in second. Lovell third, Herbertson fourth, Ben Klukas fifth, Jake Whittaker a bit further down, but still a long race to go. Very hot day, of course, and this could make things, we've seen some of the bikes, of course, getting a bit squirrely under the braking into the corners. And I'm sure you can get an idea here from some of the camera angles of just how quick this circuit is. It's the known as the fastest kart track in the UK, and it's a very fast flowing track. There aren't that many slow sections. This is about the slowest part of the track, just going into the final corner. Dog leg chicane. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, though. It's a very flowing track, a lot of corners on here as well that are quite fast, so the good line choice is important as the race leader Ryan Tyres got that great start. Fastest lap of the race with a 43.413 and is starting to pull away. Big battle now for second place. James Mostica on the 27 from Jim Lovell, Dominic Herbertson. There we saw the 1-2-1 of Jake Whittaker, now starting to close on Ben Klukas. So there we see the 55 of Ryan Tyres, the race leader. Mostica second, Lovell third, Ben Klukas and Jake Whittaker very close indeed as they all cross the line. Phil Dickens in 9th, but Ed Peters moved into 10th place from Ben Ray. All the way through the field, actually, very competitive at the moment. We've got Rhys Stevenson, 12th place, Kai Jones, Adam Jameson, Chris Heimers. A bit further down, Matt Lockyer and Chris Edwards running up the field, but everyone, touch wood so far, staying out of trouble. No incidents on the first couple of laps. What that means is everyone has got away quickly, gone away well, maintaining a good pace. And for these race leaders, it means they've got a lot more time with a clear track in front. It's going to be a push, really, if any of the slow riders get lapped in this one, because they all really are running a very fast pace at the moment. Ryan Tyres leads the way, 1.7 seconds last time round, 8 laps to go. James Mostica still in second. Here we see the 84 of Ben Klukas with Jake Whittaker just behind him. Battle at the moment for 5th position. Further behind, number 14 of Jamie Callan. As we see a bit further up there, that looked to me like Jim Lovell getting down the inside of Mostica. Yes, he does. So up to second place now goes the 97 of Jim Lovell. There he is, 97. Down the final straight into the hairpin. And at the moment, looks like he's got the line into that corner. Mostica unable to outbrake down the inside. Ryan Tyres, meanwhile, fastest lap of the race with a 43.025. So there goes Lovell, trying to pull away from Mostica. A great battle for second place, and let's see what Lovell can do, number 97. At the moment, the gap is 2.4 seconds. But quite similar to Ryan Tyres on pace. So 1:10 on the bike. Number 11 on your timing charts is the machine of Dominic Herbertson. Just behind Mostica, who's having a look down the inside into the final corner. Great move there from Mostica now. Can he make that move stick? We'll find out in a moment as they cross the line. Still Ryan Tyres leading the way. And up to second place now goes James Mostica. Great move on the final corner. Ryan Tyres easily identified there with the green helmet, Union flag on the top. but starting to come under pressure now from Dominic Herbertson. 1:10 on the bike, 11 on your timing charts. They seem in the green leathers just behind Mostica. And Lovell, there he is. And he's looking quick at the moment. His fastest lap of the race, 43.634. And hasn't really dropped off the pace. He is starting to close up on Lovell and Mostica, the riders battling for third and second place. Ryan Tyres, meanwhile, the 55, is really checking out with this one. The gap has gone up to 3.02 to be precise. So Ryan Tyres looking good at the front. Here's the man in third, Jim Lovell, trying to live with Mostica. He was second for quite a while early on in the race, but James Mostica with a good out-braking move into the final corner. He's got back into second. Just a bit further behind, Herbertson, Klukas and Whittaker all battling. And Tyres looking menacing into the final corner, but he knows that Herbertson's there in fourth place as they make their way around the final corner back to the finish line. Ryan Tyres going through to complete another lap, and things are very close on the edge of the top 10 as well. Here we see the likes of Ryan Clark, Jamie Callan, Rhys Stevenson in there as well, all battling into the final corner. Ben Rain there as well. And there's the 51 of Phil Dickens. This battle just on the edge of the top 10. 147 Ed Peed currently in 11th position from Dickens. Looking down the track, these riders have got their own track there. The leaders, I think, will struggle to catch up with these with 4 laps to go, but they are having a fierce battle here at the back of the field. Kai Jones in there as well on the 108. 151 is Chris Heimers. There he is, number 151, Chris Heimers. Kai Jones, 108 in there as well, all trading positions with 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. It's been, touch wood I will say with these sort of things, it's been an incident-free race so far. Some very close battles throughout the field, but they are maintaining a very fast pace, so I don't think that lap traffic will be an issue for the leaders here, because these guys here towards the back of the field actually, but as you can see for yourself, they really are charging around this Lydd circuit. And we see the 51 of Phil Dickens cross the line in 12th place, but a very close battle with Kai Jones and Chris Heimers in there as well. Ryan Tyres, incidentally, has just crossed the line with 2 laps to go. Fastest lap of the race with a 42.854. And as we see the 108, Kai Jones currently in 13th place. And the final corner they go, 2 laps to go. It's a great battle towards the edge of the end of the field. Nobody changing positions this lap though. It's still Ben Rain, 10th place, Peter 11th, Dickens in 12th, Jones 13th, Chris Heimers, Matt Lockyer, Chris Edwards, and the 59 of Adam Jamieson rounding out the field in these closing stages. I believe Chris Edwards going through as Ryan Tyres takes the last lap board. Into the final corner now comes this battle on the edge of the top 10. The gap at the front has gone up to 4.7 seconds. But here we see the man of the race, 55, Ryan Tyres, a little glance as he goes through the top corner just to see where his rivals are. He knows he's got the track to himself. That battle we were looking at a few moments, well down the track. He's not going to catch up with those riders. So Ryan Tyres, 55, with the circuit all to himself as he comes into the final corner. Just got to take it smoothly around the last corner as the checkered flag goes out, and a race win for 55 Ryan Tyres in a very competitive race. Drag race to the line for second and third as James Mostica just ahead of Jim Lovell. Width of a tyre between those 2 riders. Dominic Herbertson in 4th place, Rhys Stevenson in 5th. Rest of the top 10 very, very close indeed. Ben Klukas in 6th place, Jake Whittaker, Ryan Clark, Jamie Callan, and then this great battle on the edge of the top 10. Ben Ray goes through in 10th place, Ed Peed, Kai Jones, Phil Dickens, Chris Heimers. It's as close as that down to 14th place as they go through. And it looks like Matt Lockyer, Chris Edwards and Adam Jamieson will round out the field for this pit bike spares 160 Group 1A. Fantastic first race for those. We'll look forward to the second race a bit later on. So after that thrilling race, lining up now, we have the next race of the day is the Ovali Co Mini GP Junior Supermoto 140/50 Mini GP machines. Ruben Bray with a narrow pole position, 43.733 from Peter Willis. Daniel Goodman third. Warwick Brady in fourth. Zach Weston and Lewis Mullen in sixth position. Ty Butler was seventh from Harvey Lathrop. Mason Greasley, Tao Collymore in 10th. Luke Hutchison and James Cleary in 12th. Nathan Ellis Ward was 13th from Matthew Wood. Philip Suriak qualifying in 15th from Bobby King. Ozian Thomas and Joe Mosey Mostica in 18th place. Jack Knights in 19th. Kelsey Carter 20th. Brooke Champion in 21st. Josh Bannister and George Bartle not posting a time, so they will start at the back. So potentially quite slippery, tough conditions for the bikes in this warm weather, but great conditions for the spectators, and we've seen some great racing so far in these opening races. This, of course, another one of the youth classes. There's a whole manner of machines, including the junior supermoto machines and the mini bikes permitted to race in this one. Mixture of 4 strokes and the occasional 2-stroke in there as well. And once again, much like the pit bike class we just saw a moment ago, it's very much geared towards minimal modification to the bikes, keeping things as competitive as possible. And this, of course, really is the way to help get newer riders into the sport as well. It's possible with a modest outlay to get a competitive race bike, and as you see on the track, it certainly does equate to some very close, exciting racing, as there isn't that much between the bikes out on the grid. So this is Junior Supermoto 140 Mini GP machines. Last couple of riders just making their way around the final corner and lining up nothing much at all between the top 2 riders. Very, very close indeed as the bikes line up. Just waiting, there's a stalled machine possibly at the back. The front runners all seem ready to go, as there was a rider just at the back, just with a bit of mechanical issues, and 1 or 2 others. I think the marshals are pointing out they're in the wrong positions on the grid here, so I'll get that sorted out. The mechanical issue with the rider further back all sorted out, and it looks like we are about ready to go. Riders making their final preparations. The grid marshal is happy that everyone's ready. Green flag goes up, and we are about to get underway. Go into the first corner. Great jump there from Daniel Goodman. Getting a couple of places there. Peter Willis gets away strongly, and they all make their way through that first corner safely into the top corner. So a steady getaway there from Peter Willis, holding on to the lead. But Daniel Goodman will charge away from the line there. He's up there as well. Zach Weston, Warwick Brady, and Lewis Mullen in there as well. Ty Butler just a bit further behind for another clean, fast start as the 2:22 Harvey Lathrop having a look down the inside of Mason Greasley, and Ty Butler just ahead. Everyone through those first few corners safely, and them already making their way around towards the final corner. The leaders charging past the line, and at the moment it's Willis 151 leading the way from Daniel Goodman. Warwick Brady in third. Very fast and competitive first race of the day for these riders. Warwick Brady, Lewis Mullen, Zach Weston, Ty Butler, Harvey Lathrop, all very close. Absolutely no margin for error here at all, because that first lap very, very fast indeed. And 151, Peter Willis still leads the way, but the fast starting Daniel Goodman having a look down the inside. Ruben Bray is still in there though as well in third. Down towards the final corner they go, and certainly the top 10 in this race. Very, very close indeed. We'll have a look at the times when they come through to see how close they are. Certainly Ruben Bray, third place fastest rider, with a 44.052 last time round. And only really a couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds maybe, separating the top 10. So it's all very, very close at the start of this race. Let's have a look at Ruben Bray in third. You can't really miss him with the Dayglow overalls there on the Ovali machine in third. A little bit further behind, Warwick Brady in fourth. Lewis Mullen goes through as Ruben Bray starts to put the pressure on Daniel Goodman here for second place. They make their way down towards the final corner. Bray having a peek down the inside, but that wasn't really going to go for a pass. Top three crossing the line. Fourth place, Warwick Brady, Lewis Mullen, Zach Weston, Ty Butler all going through as the 12 of Ruben Bray starts to put the pressure on Daniel Goodman into the top corner. Peter Willis, 151 through the chicane, running his own race at the front. Not too concerned about the riders behind him at the moment, just running his own lines. Keeping out of trouble. Daniel Goodman, though, still got visions of taking the lead, I think, so they are pretty close still. Goodman coming under some pressure from Bray in third. But Peter Willis, the 151, leads the way down towards the final corner they go. Now there is a slower rider in front who I think will be aware the leaders are coming through. Oh, but the leader's coming through towards that slow rider at the worst possible time into the chicane. That's just bad luck, really. All squeezing through. Not sure if that may have been the 464 Brook champion, possibly. That was just a bit of bad luck there for those leaders, just getting behind the slow rider into the slow chicane. So they all filter their way through. Good riding there, not doing anything too rash. But this top three breaking away now. Peter Willis, 151, the race leader. There he is from Daniel Goodman. Ruben Bray still third. And on the edge of the top 10, just making their way through past the line here. This battle towards the back of the field, we had Joe Mosey Mostica going through in 17th, George Bartle, Bobby King. And the leaders now are starting to close up on some of the back markers, a bit further down, just outside of the top 20. So this, with 7 laps to go, could throw a curveball into things. Peter Willis gone away well at the start and has led pretty much the entire race, but the battle on for second now. Ruben Bray starting to look at Goodman as they close up on the 100 of Kelsey Carter. The novice bibs there, and Carter just holding the line there. These slow riders making the faster riders go around them. That was Jack Knight, I think, in there as well, currently running in 20th place. Knight's just holding the line as the faster riders make their way through, and Peter Willis taking advantage of that traffic to pull away slightly. Warwick Brady closing up on the tail enders as well, but Peter Willis pulling away slightly there. There he is, 151. Made good use of the slower traffic, but he's encountering some riders on the edge of the top 20 here now. I think that's Bobby King and George Bartle about to be lapped. There's the 21 of George Bartle, currently in 17th place, about to be lapped by the leader. Oh, red flag is up though, there's been an incident. The race has been stopped. We're just looking out to see, I think, judging by the reaction of the crowd, I think it is down by the people in the paddock. I think it's down by the final corner, something's gone wrong. There is a red flag situation. 6 laps to go, so I would envisage this race will continue as soon as it's safe to do so. But we'll have a listen out from race control about that one. So race it was building up to quite a good race, that one, but unfortunately the red flag is out. I think it's down by the final corner. I can see the medical car is currently on the exit of the final corner on the lead to the start-finish line. A rider's gone off into the wall, into the tie barriers, and is receiving some medical attention. I can't tell you who it is, unfortunately. No way of identifying the machine from here, but medic crews are on the site on that final corner at the moment just to make sure that rider's okay. And as soon as we get the all clear, we'll get things back underway. But yeah, there is an incident just on the final corner. Red flag is out for the Junior Supermoto 140, Mini GP 140/50. Hold things at the moment then, so the race has been stopped. We'll come back to you in a few moments' time.
B&B 2020, are you ready?
Welcome back to Lydd and round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. At the moment we have the Junior Supermoto 140 Mini GP 140 machines out on the track, but as I'm sure you saw, there is a red flag situation at the moment. The action has been paused due to an accident on the final corner. Unfortunately, I can't tell you who the riders involved in the incident were. 2 riders colliding on the final corner, but the initial reports I've been told is that there's no serious injuries, so the medics are still on the track at the moment. Riders currently making their way off the track, as I'm sure you can see, and we're just going to have a look. I believe they may well go back to the waiting zone and recap this race. We still had 6 laps to go when the red flag came out, and it was turning into quite a close race. Peter Willis on the 151 was leading the way, with a very close battle between him, Daniel Goodman and Ruben Brady. We'll just try and get an update as to what will happen with that race. There was still 6 laps to go, so whether that will continue, I don't know at the moment. Just waiting for some news to come up here to the commentary point. As I said, it was a good race for this second round. My name is Chris Czora, incidentally, and we'll bring you the action from the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes round number 2 here at Lydd. If you're just joining us, we hope you enjoy the afternoon's activities here from Lydd on this very hot summer's afternoon here on the south coast. This Lydd track, to be flippant, is pretty much in France. It's that far down in Kent. It's right at the end. You just go down the M20 towards Dover, you turn off past Ashford and just go south and keep on going and going and going until you get to the end of the road, and here's the track. It's pretty, I've been told it's in the only registered as the only desert, official desert in the UK. It's very open here, very sandy as well. A lot of campsites and a few of the lakes around here as well. It's very popular with people enjoying the sunshine, and with this very warm weather, it is extremely warm down here in the south. So good weather for spectating, definitely. We've got some limited amount of people, of course, in the paddock watching the action, but no spectators again here for round number 2 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we thank anybody who was intending to come along today but who can't. Thank you for staying at home and helping the organisers to get this event underway. We hope you enjoyed the coverage here on Alpha Live. Just keeping an eye out for the red flag is still out. There's a rider still receiving some medical treatment out on the track. So we are just waiting. Riders just staying out of the sun at the moment because it is very hot down their trackside. There is the dummy grid area just underneath the race control that you can see in your camera shot at the moment. This is where the riders will line up before their race. It just allows them the chance to stay in the cool as well. Just waiting for the update as to what will happen with the race we had, the Junior Supermoto 140 and Mini GP 140 50 classes. Race was stopped with 6 laps to go. It halted a very good battle between Peter Willis, who led the entire race, Daniel Goodman and Ruben Bray, who were looking threatening in 2nd and 3rd place. Warwick Brady and Lewis Mullen were just a little bit further behind, heading towards the final part of the race, but it has been brought to a close. As we say, no update in who the riders involved in the incident were. I wouldn't like to guess, of course. We're always aware that people who may know competitors in this race may be watching, so certainly wouldn't want to guess as to who. There were 2 riders involved on the final corner. One of them went into the tyre barrier. Medics are still on the track. Early reports, I was told, is that there were no serious injuries. I think it was just a case of making sure the riders are okay, and we'll attempt to try and find out what's going on in a few moments. Just a few moments before things get back underway. Medics are moving away from the crash site now, and there's no riders there, so it looks like everyone has moved away. Here we see in shot, this is where the incident happened, where you see the medical car on that final corner. Just 2 riders colliding towards the back of the field as they made their way around that final corner. I believe both going for the same bit of track, where only one was going to make it out, I think. Everything seems okay. We're just going to get an update as to what will happen in a few moments with that race. It was stopped with 6 laps remaining. The next race scheduled is the Veterans, Moto sponsored Veterans machines, due to be out next, but Whether that will happen or whether we'll resume the last few laps of this junior race, we'll find out in a few moments' time. At the moment the track is clear and it looks like we're almost ready to get things back underway. Most of the riders currently sheltering, I would say, in the dummy grid just underneath the race control building. It's very hot down there trackside. Track is quite greasy, and as we were saying before, it's maybe the case that we're looking towards harder tyre compounds today that will last with the hotter track temperatures. Extremely warm down here in Kent today, and as we said earlier, it is a slight breeze trackside, so certainly for those people marshalling or watching from the pits, it's not too bad for them. But certainly on the track itself, some very hot track temperatures out there as well. And as I'm sure you can see, a lot of the riders doing the sensible thing and just hiding under the shelter by the dummy grid there, just to keep as cool as possible. You see some of the pit bike bet machines and the riders just waiting for their race to get. They are scheduled to be out next, and so we're just waiting for things to be cleared out on the circuit, and we'll get an update as soon as we can as to what will happen with that junior Supermoto 140. I don't know if that will be declared or if it will be rerun possibly. As soon as I find out, of course, I will let you know. At the moment, though, we've got the pit bike bets currently waiting in the dummy grid area just underneath race control. Most of them, I think, just taking advantage of the shelters providing, and it is quite an open area here. There's not much opportunity to keep cool, I would say, so whilst they're waiting, just staying cool as much as they can. Now, it looks to me, just looking out of the window, I'm sure you can see on your screens as well, there are some bikes moving, and those machines, I can tell you, going to the waiting zone now are the Junior SM 140 machines and Mini GP 140/50. So it looks like the race will be resumed as soon as possible. We still had 6 laps to go when the red flag came out. So as you have a look on the left-hand side of your screen here, you'll see that the junior riders are back in the waiting zone, and as I speak, are back out onto the track for a formation lap. They'll get back into position now. Presume it'll be a case of starting the race in the positions they were when the red flag came out. We'll have a dash to the checkered flag here. And it was turning into quite a close battle actually between Peter Willis, Daniel Goodman and Ruben Bray for the top 3 when that red flag came out. So we are under wave yellows here. Riders will make their way in a controlled fashion back towards the start line. And what looks set to be a 6-lap dash to the flag. Nothing at all between the top 3, and this is effectively, you would say, a reset button almost for these riders as they go down towards the final few corners. Some of the midfield runners making their way through here. We've got Bobby King, Jack Knight's in there, Philip Surowiak on the 75 was a little bit further ahead. He was running in 15th place when the flag came out. Ozzy and Thomas just behind in 16th place on the number 10. Riders just halted just out of shot. Here we see them now actually. They're all just gathered on the approach to the final hairpin, and our grid marshal will make sure that they're all in the right order before racing gets back underway. Just looking out on track, I think it is all clean and ready to go. There certainly doesn't appear to be any fluids or oil left on the track. Well, if there was any, it certainly looks like it's been cleaned up. So the track and everyone is ready to go. And as you can see, we've just got a case, the organiser, I think Alan Lord's down there from British Mini Bikes as well, with our grid marshals just making sure everyone goes to the grid in the correct order. And this looks like the riders will be sent back to the line, as we said a moment ago, in the order they were when the red flag came out. Just to recap how things were when the race was stopped, Peter Willis was the race leader. Not by very much though, 0.3 of a second. There's the 151 of Peter Willis, the leader at the time. Daniel Goodman on the 57 in second. You can see just by the outside there. Third was the number 12 of Ruben Bray. And with the fluorescent wheels, you can't miss that bike in fourth. That's the 99 of Warwick Brady. Now, Warwick Brady, of course, lost a bit of time to, not literally speaking, but compared to the leaders, he did drop a few seconds. So this might be a chance for Warwick Brady to get back in there. He was in 4th place, lost track of the leaders. So effectively things being reset here. He might have a chance to battle with the leaders over these last few laps. The 1:11 of Lewis Mullen will be in 5th place, Zach Weston 6th, Harvey Lathrope on the treble 2 was in 7th, Ty Butler in 8th, Mason Greasley 9th, Tyo Collymore in 10th, Luke Hutchinson 11th place, Nathan Ellis-Ward in 12th. So that's your leading group of riders as they make their way to the line. The last few riders taking the restart now will join their place on the grid. Looking at the number there, I think that's Philip Suriak was in 15th place. Ozzy Thomas in there as well, number 10. You can see closest to your shot as well on one of the mini GP machines. Last few riders taking their place on the grid. Here we see on the inside the 151 of Peter Willis and 57 Daniel Goodman. Side by side, these two riders very, very close indeed at the start of the race. And now let's see what they can do with just a few laps remaining. The start here with just a short time remaining is going to be very important indeed. I think riders are ready, in place, and the starter making his way out onto the line. We're just going to make sure riders are ready, and we'll be back underway with the restart of the Junior Supermoto 140 Mini GP. Dash to the flag here. Start is going to be important. Oh, there's one or two riders creeping there, but the green flag drops. Well, I think, yeah, it's been called as a start, so there were one or two riders creeping there, but everyone seems to get away okay. And the front, well, it looked like Peter Willis getting away at the jump of the field. Goodman second, Bray third, and Warwick Brady getting a good jump as well in 4th place. There's the 151 of Peter Willis. Suriak going around there as well, a bit further down the field. 1:11, Lewis Mullen getting away well. In fact, none on the move here. Philip Suriak, there's some trouble on the start there. One or two riders seem to be almost didn't quite jump, but the race is still going ahead, of course, so it does seem to be a good start. One or two riders almost caught out by the flag there. We had a bit of a shuffle here in the pack. The man on the move at the moment is the 75 of Philip Suriak, moved all the way up to 7th place. Trouble here, Nathan Ellis-Ward dropped a couple of places, Ozzy and Thomas as well, but the 151, Peter Willis getting away well once again. Goodman, here's the 97 and 2, oh, Lathrope down the inside, trouble 2, Harvey Lathrope down the inside of Ty Butler. Peter Willis showing at the moment in 15th position, but out on the track at the front. And it's still very close actually, Ruben Bray and the 99 of Warwick Brady, who really trying to take advantage of this restart. There's the battle between Lathrope and Butler, and the man on the move there, Suriak, the 75, really got away well. Just ahead of Nathan Ellis-Ward and Mason Greasley, Matthew Wood, Ozzy and Thomas rounding out the top 10. Mostica a bit further behind. So Harvey Lathrope treble 2, just ahead of Ty Butler. There's Philip Suriak on that electric blue machine, 75. Ward just behind, and Mason Greasley in there as well. So Suriak got a great start there, jumping all the way through to the top 10. 7th place at the moment, but he's got some pressure now from Nathan Ellis-Ward, Mason Greasley and Matthew Wood a bit further behind with 1 lap to go. Ruben Bray, incidentally, fastest lap of the race with 1 lap to go, 43.556, as we concentrate on this battle with Philip Suriak on the 75. Here's the battle for the lead though, 151, still your race leader, Peter Willis from Daniel Goodman and Ruben Bray. Just a few more corners to go, and it looks like Peter Willis has done enough at the moment as they make their way down towards the final corner. He's got that all-important gap at the front. Round the last corner they come now. That marker in front, but shouldn't cause any trouble. 151, Peter Willis crossing the line. Daniel Goodman, Ruben Bray and Warwick Brady just a bit further behind. Very close battle there with Harvey Lathrope and Ty Butler. And on the final lap, 28 there. The machine of Mason Greasley gets up past Nathan Ellis-Ward, and the unfortunate Philip Suriak, after that great start, just dropping a couple of places at the end there, and he will finish, I believe, in 10th place. So I think you can effectively put Peter Willis, the 151, showing us 13th on the timing charts here, but that'll be picked up manually, I'm sure, and he'll be put as number 1 after that great restart. Just a few laps after that red flag, the start very important. It was a bit of a higgledy-piggledy start, you might say. 1 or 2 riders getting caught out by the flag there, so certainly was some late drama in that one. So from youth to experience now, because the vets are currently in the waiting zone, and they'll be underway in just a few moments. So they've had quite a wait here, of course, but the pit bike vets are in the waiting zone, and they'll be out on track in just a few moments. Let's have a look at how they qualified this morning. James Mostica was on pole with 43.965, almost a second ahead of Julian Gromit in second place. Dervin Allain qualifying third from Sean Betton, 5th for Gav Tapperton, 6th for Robin Kyle. 7th place was Ben Douglas from Stu Bateson, Mark Jarrett 9th, Tony Reveley rounding out the top 10, and the next row made up of Ross McCartney and Mark Hedling in 12th. 13th for William Horner from Stan Gill, Mick Price, Al Morris, Richard Rice and Andy Williams. Those 3 riders not setting a time, so they will line up at the back of the field. Pit bike bets, of course, always a competitive race class. A lot of riders coming to this veterans class from the world of road racing or supermoto as well, and really do enjoy it. Usually gets some pretty good entries in here as well, and this is for riders aged 40 and above. It's pretty much more of an age class rather than a spec class, really. It's any standard supermoto or mini GP style pit bike. For the purposes of mini bikes, that's a seat height of 84 centimeters, and as we said earlier, a lot of this is very close regulations as to what can or can't be done with the engine and modifying the bikes, with an aim, of course, to make the class as competitive as possible. If you want to find out more about British Mini Bikes, pop to the Rich Energy British Mini Bike page on Facebook, or the website is britishminibikes.com. Quite easy to get involved in this series as well. We hope, of course, later in the year, depends, of course, on how regulations go with the pandemic. Hopefully we'll be allowed to have spectators in person here at the track at the series, but we'll have to keep an eye on the news with that one, really, with the British Mini Bikes as to when spectators will be allowed to come back. Thanks, of course, to anybody who would normally have come along to this event for heeding the advice and staying at home to watch the live stream. Thank you for your cooperation. It certainly helps to get this event underway. Bets are on the line. I think we're ready to go. There's one rider, hand goes up there at the back of the field, just lost the engine on the start line here, so there will be a short delay before this race gets underway. And of course it is so hot down there. Well, most of these bikes are 4-strokes, and they can sometimes be difficult to start when they get hot. Want to get that almost like top dead center, really, you might say, to get the engine back underway. It is hot down there on the track. The track temperature is very high, so as we say, sometimes when you lose the engine, it can be difficult to get it underway. I think that rider has got the bike started. Not what we want on the line there, really, because it's about to get underway. The green flag drops, and away we go. Good clean start again into the first corner, and it's the 27 of James Mostica that leads them through. Another good start. It's quite an open chicane here, so although I'm going to jump into the first corner, touch wood, of course, you'd never like to curse anything, but there have been some good starts so far today. Into the top corner they go. It is quite a sweeping start to this race as well, so the riders get back into their positions. So it's Gav Tapperton up to second place. Dervin Allain and Julian Gromit battling away there. 837 Sean Betton in there as well. Ben Douglas, Robin Carl and Stu Bateson as the leaders make their way down towards the final corner. It is James Mostica that leads the way. Great first lap for him, and already starting to pull away from the rest of the field. It's Gav Tapperton up to second place. Gromit third, Allain fourth. Ben Douglas in fifth place. Sean Betton, Robin Kyle, Stu Bateson, Mark Jarrett and Mark Hedling rounding out the top 10. Further back, Horner 11th place, William Horner on the 68. Tony Reveley, Ross McCartney, Mick Price and Stan Gill rounding out the field. Good pace at the front as Tappenden round the outside of Julian Gromit there, retakes that second position. Those two battling for position here now, and immediately Julian Gromit on the 75 trying to fight back. There's James Mostiger down the road into the final corner. He's pulling away all the time, but behind him it's very close between second and about 10th place. They cross the line. James Mostiger, another fastest lap of the race. All the action over second place. There's the 13 of Gav Tappenden. About, looking at the timing charts here, about 3 seconds covering second down to 10th place. All very close indeed. All the action really for second place, though, as Julian Gromit tries again to go down the inside of Tappenden. Down the back straight they go. Oh, and down the inside goes Julian Gromit. Great little move there into second place. Now, it'll be interesting to see now if Julian Gromit was being held up there, because already he's pulled away in that second place. James Mostiger, the race leader, clearing away at first. Down the road he goes, and Tappenden. Well, let's see what Julian Gromit can do now. He's got a clear run as James Mostiger sets the fastest lap of the race. Oh, trouble here for 1:27. That's Stan Gill at the back of the field, though, so doesn't lose any places because he was at the back anyway. But Stan Gill cut adrift somewhat now and already been closed on by the leaders. Very fast-paced race so far. James Mostiger fastest lap with a 44.898 last time round. And here we see the 75 of Julian Gromit pulling away slightly from Gav Tappenden. Dervin Lane in there is 4th place. Ben Douglas, Sean Betton in 6th. And it's still Robin Kyle, Mark Jarrett, Stu Bateson and Mark Hedling rounding out the top 10. There we see the number 77. A little bit further down. We'll try and pick that rider up on the timing charts here, because it's certainly not the registered number. Might possibly be 71, actually, beg your pardon. That is Ben Douglas. Running well so far in 5th place, into the top corner. Just behind at the moment is Sean Betton, we've seen shot there, and Robin Kyle. This is the battle for 5th place. It's starting to settle down a bit now. We had a very fast, frantic first couple of laps there. We see 189 Dervin Lane just in shot, being closed on now by Ben Douglas. And at the moment, the 71 though of Douglas looking strong. You can see the front runners in front. There's Dervin Lane with the black and fluorescent yellow overalls there. Lane currently 4th, Tappenden 3rd, Julian Gromit in 2nd. And actually Julian Gromit is starting to close up on the race leader as Dervin Lane goes through, still in 4th place, trying to close up on Gav Tappenden into the slower hairpins on the track. And this first part of the lap is quite slow and technical compared to the rest of the lap, as we see 27 Mostiger now starting to sweep through those long S's style left and right. Down the back straight he goes into the final hairpin, which is quite a sweeper actually, down into the start-finish straight. Julian Gromit is closing up though. 7 laps to go, 6 laps to go of course, as Mostiger crosses the line. It was 3.9 seconds. Although actually Mostiger has pulled away slightly. There we see the machine of Stan Gill, who had hit trouble at the start of the race. Lapped now by Gav Tappenden and Dervin Lane as they battle of a third, and Elaine, just a bit further behind, is looking threatening as they go in towards that hairpin, now towards the top of the track. And the 189 of Dervin Lane trying to get through past the 13 of Gav Tappenden. Elaine gets a good drive out to the back straight, but Tappenden has got the line. Heading through the S's section now, back towards the finish line. And 13, Gav Tappenden has lost now. Julian Gromit has gone down the road, really pulling away now as they battle with the race leader. Mostiger setting the fastest lap of the race, 44.720. The gap goes up to 5.6 seconds. And all the action now with Gav Tappenden, Dervin Lane, and a little bit further behind ish, Ben Douglas, the rider we were looking at earlier, battling with Sean Betton, number 837. 199 Robin Kyle setting his fastest lap of the race with a 46.734. Mark Jarrett, Stu Bateson and Tony Reveley rounding up the top 10. As Dervin Lane has a look again down the inside of Tappenden, who guards that inside line into the S's section here. He goes right, left, right. real sweeping section of corners here. And if you get the exit right, it may be possible to get a drive into this final hairpin, but Tappenden doing well here with 3 laps to go. Well, 4 laps to go at the moment, 3 next time round. Still Douglas and Betten just a bit further behind. Actually, Ben Douglas on the 71 is starting to close up on Dervan Lane, the rider in shot at the moment, and the lane trying to get past Gav Tappenden, but can't find an opening at the moment. James Mostica leads the way by 6.8 seconds now. He's got to work well, and any kind of threat from Julian Gromit in second place has come to nothing at the moment. There's 71, Sean Betten just behind him. Ben Douglas of the 71 looking good in 5th place. And Douglas trying to close up on the lane at the moment. 3 laps to go. Douglas has a glance over the shoulder, can see Sean Betten there. There's the 199 of Robin Kyle, who's putting a good pace in towards the end of the race. As again, Dervan Lane trying to find a way through here past Gav Tappenden, who has responded to the pressure actually. 46.378 last time round for Tappenden. That's his best lap of the race. So he certainly knows that Dervan Lane is there, and he's going to have to put some work in here as he goes towards the top of the circuit now. Now, this part of the track is where Elaine looks quick. He really does get a good drive out of that top corner, but it always comes to nothing here because Tappenden covers that line into the S's section, this sweeping section of corners. Elaine can't find a way through at the moment, but he is maintaining the gap from Ben Douglas and Sean Betten, the riders in 5th and 6th place. 2 laps to go. James Mostica still leads the way on the 27 by 6.8 seconds. From Julian Gromit, who's pulled away from this battle of a third, which we're concentrating on at the moment. Dervan Lane, Gav Tappenden battling for 3rd place a bit further down. We see Mark Jarrett and Sean Bateson there, but here we go again. And this is the part of the track we said last time round. This is where Dervan Lane appears to be a bit quicker. Gets a good drive out of the corner. There's Tappenden glancing this way and that over the shoulder, but guards the inside line through those sweeping corners there, and he looks faster there than Dervan Lane, but he can't find a way through. Tappenden riding very well there, riding defensively, making that number 13 machine as wide as possible. James Mostica, meanwhile, has crossed the line onto the last lap. Julian Gromit still in second. The battle of a third pulling away a bit now. Gav Tappenden and Dervan Lane, and the pressure goes up now as Elaine really starts to put Gav Tappenden under some pressure. The more technical part of the track now as we look at Mostica through those sweeping corners for the final time. Julian Gromit all on his own in 2nd place. All the action still for 3rd place though, as Gav Tappenden holds that inside line, and again Elaine looks quick out of the corner, but is it going to be enough? No, because there we go, Tappenden again guarding that inside line. Elaine can't find a way through. James Mostica meanwhile crossing the line and takes the checkered flag. Oh, and here we go into the final corner. Gromit will come through in 2nd place. There we go, so Julian Gromit in 2nd. Oh, but it's tight into the final corner. Dervan Lane, what a move there. Down the inside. And Elaine taking 3rd place. He looks pleased with that one. And who can blame him, because Gav Tappenden, who unfortunately for him loses out in 4th, lost it on the final corner. That was a brave move there from Dervan Lane. Almost ran out of track, but holds on to that position. We've got Ben Douglas and Sean, oh, trouble here on the final lap. Somebody, now I don't know if this is a lap rider possibly, that's 68. Well, that's the machine of William Horner, who we think is still in the race. This is just, so these riders still get to complete the race. I think Horner collided with Stan Gill. So trouble at the finish line there, but both riders appear to be okay. So what a thrilling pit bike Beth's race we had there for race number 1. James Mostica taking the win, Julian Gromit 2nd, but all the action was that battle of a 3rd, and we look forward to seeing the vets again a little bit later on today. There we see Horner on the 68 and the 127 of Stan Gill. A bit of damage there. I think that's the front fender actually. Stan Gill's machine has taken the riveting incident there, but both riders appear okay, and we'll see the vets a bit later on. So from the experience of the vets, we get the relatively youth of the Ovali Cup and the Ovali GP machines. As they qualified this morning, Henry McCartney sitting on pole, 42.8. Harley McCabe in 2nd on a 43.01. Reuben Bray, Warwick Brady, Luca Hopkins and Zach Weston in 6th place. 7th position was George Bowes from Wilson Dilks in 8th. 9th, Laken Payne. 10th was Arnie Carr. Daniel Stevenson 11th and Monty Hillier in 12th position. Ralph Croft in 13th. Luca Wilkinson, Cameron Ancliffe and Izzy Carter in 16th position. Jack Newton 17th. Kobe Garrett in 18th place. Dan Deering in 19th position, and the number 2 of Josh Bannister, no time in qualifying, so will start at the back of the field. So this Ovali Cup, Italian-made machines. This is a very much a spec series H, very much a spec series, ages 8 to 12 years old. Brought to you in association with Ovali and OMG Racing. And these bikes, they're called sealed engines, basically. So. No real engine work permitted on these bikes. A lot of new riders in this one as well. And talking actually earlier on, Monty Hillier, who's down there, son of course of James Hillier. Really accomplished TT road racing rider as well in the Northwest 200, Ulster GP events like that, so very much following in his father's footsteps. And like many of these riders actually, a new rider. This is one of the first race meetings they've done pretty much. We're just waiting at the moment for the unfortunate Stan Gill on the 127 in that Betts race just to make his way off the track. He was collided with another rider on the final lap, so just making sure the track's clear. And these Ovali machines will be underway in just a few moments. Now this class, of course, backed and endorsed by Pete Hickman, who we spoke to at the first round of the championship. And Hickman, of course, he's not just a money man, he's also taken an active role behind this series as well. He was in attendance at the first round at Ella Park, supporting the riders in this class, and he also went out on the track on an Ovali machine himself. You can't really tell, you can't see on the pictures here, when you see these bikes close up in person, they're very attractive bikes to look at actually. They're very much like scaled down MotoGP or British Superbike style machines. They really do look the part actually, these bikes, and certainly for a young rider, you would say it's the sort of machine you would want to be racing on. There is one rider stuck in the waiting zone at the moment, but everything seems to be okay, and we'll get out onto the track. 2020 actually is the first season of Ovali youth racing in the UK. A lot of these riders as well, we've got some experienced mini bike and mini supermoto machines. There are a few rookies out here as well, but let me say, these bikes very much looking like scaled down MotoGP or British Superbike style machines. And for a young rider, it certainly look the part on them. I think as a young rider, you would want to be racing one of these because they certainly look every bit as good as the adult counterparts. So Ovali race number 1 is about to get underway. It really hit the ground running and was a big hit at Ella Park, and I'm sure today on this fast Lydd circuit we will go from strength to strength at round number 2. So riders on the line, riders on the track at the moment. Last 2 riders lining up on the grid, and we'll be underway for Ovali race number 1 in just a few moments time. Last few riders taking their place. We've got the trackside marshals, pickup marshals on the track now, just making sure the riders are okay. And the starter will ask these marshals to move into the infield now, clear the track, because we are about to get racing underway. Ovali race number 1 is about ready. The riders, there was a pause there. We were about to say riders ready, but I think there was a guy at the back just hitting a bit of trouble. They've lost the 179 there, losing the engine on the line, so just make sure that machine will start up. Just getting the bike into neutral. Sometimes bikes can be difficult to start in gear sometimes, so it might be helpful on the motor just to get it back into neutral. And I think we're okay. So everyone is now ready. Green flag goes up, and Ovali race number 1 is go. Everyone seems to get away well. 179, Harley McCabe had that drama at the start, but gets away just ahead of Henry McCartney, Warwick Brady, Reuben Bray and Luca Hopkins, all amongst the front. I think McCartney may have taken the lead actually, going towards the top of the track. We've lost The 46 of Izzy Carter in trouble at the line there, but gets away. So Izzy Carter with a bit of work to do at the back of the field. Meanwhile, the race goes on, and it looks to me like Henry McCartney may well have taken the lead. Reuben Brain there as well. Warwick Brady on the number 99 there. We see the 37 of Monty Hillier in there as well. Dan Deering running up the field on the number 80 as the leaders make their way down towards the first lap completion. And Henry McCartney leads from Harley McCabe, Reuben Bray, Warwick Brady, Luca Hopkins and George Bowes. Number 11 there of Daniel Stevenson battling with Laken Payne and Wilson Dilks. And this technical start of the lap just on the edge of the top 10, some close battles with the top 10. Dan Deering going through in 18th. There we see the number 46 of Izzy Carter, 19th place after losing the bike at the start. And Carter working hard to get back with 12 seconds to make up on the rest of the field as the leaders make their way round for lap number 2. And Henry McCartney, after that great start, fastest lap of the race, 43.12, trying to break away now from Harley McCabe and Reuben Bray. We've got the 99 Warwick Brady in there, Luca Hopkins, George Bowes, Zach Weston, Arnie Carr, Daniel Stevenson and Laken Payne running up the top 10. Wilson Dilks 11th, Monty Hillier in 12th from Luca Wilkinson, Ralph Croft, Cameron Ancliffe, Jack Newton in 16th place, Kobe Garrett and Dan Deering just crossing the line in 18th place. Izzy Carter still charging away at the back, closing up on some of the tail enders. There's the 67 of George Bowes down towards the final corner. Zach Weston in there as well, and the 83 of Arnie Carr just a little bit further behind as the leaders make their way through past the finish line to complete another lap. Very fast circuit here at Lydd, and it's some fast, furious racing. No room for error really, because they are running very close together. There's Stevenson on the 11.41 of Laken Payne and Wilson Dilks in there, but we concentrate at the moment on the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson. Oh, was down the inside having a look there, was Laken Payne. Brave move there, but did well to back out of that one because I didn't think it was going to come off. And there we see 41, Laken Payne having to try again with Daniel Stevenson and Wilson Dilks in there as well. The battle goes on. Just ahead of them now is the 83 of Arnie Carr. Still Henry McCartney that leads from Harley McCabe, and this three-way battle on the edge of the top 10. Daniel Stevenson, Wilson Dilks and Laken Payne. Just coming into shot there was Monty Hillier on the 37, just outside the top 10. Now, of course, Monty Hillier, this is his second ever race meeting, so relative novice, but he certainly has got plenty of experience behind him, and he's looking to learn the ropes here. He'll be trying to close up on Laken Payne and Wilson Dilks, battling on the edge of the top 10. There's the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson. Still see Wilkinson in 9th place, Dilks just behind from Laken Payne. Down the back straight they go, and there we see Monty Hillier in there as well, just in 12th place. Son, of course, of James Hillier, so famous father, and certainly doing well so far in the midfield. Ralph Croft is in 13th place at the moment, just a little bit further behind this battle. On the number 49, Luca Wilkinson, Cameron Ancliffe and Jack Newton. They just make their way through now. Still at the front of the field though, Henry McCartney is that leads the way. We look at the 67. Machine now of George Bowes, currently in 6th place. Bowes concentrating hard through the S's because he's got behind him the 35 of Zach Weston, having a look down the inside into the final corner, although I don't think he quite made it through. It's a very close battle there as they make their way through. Here we see towards the front though, it's still close with Henry McCartney leading the way. Harley McCabe, Reuben Bray and Warwick Brady in 4th place. 6 laps to go in this first Ovali GP race. George Bowes shuts the door on Zach Weston. I think they've just lapped Dan Deering, who drops down behind. There's 46, Izzy Carter, had that difficult start to the race, and Carter's certainly not giving up. Here's the 35. Machine of Zach Weston trying to close up on George Bowes as they make their way down towards the final hairpin. There's Izzy Carter. A bad start to the race, but already has passed the machine of Dan Deering, so Certainly not giving up. 1:35. That's Jack Newton, currently in 16th place, and Newton aware, of course, that the leaders are coming through, so just letting them through, giving the corner up for those slow riders. Now, is that Izzy Carter coming through? I think that's... Oh, that might be George Bowes, actually. My mistake, no, it's the 141 of Luke Hopkins in their 5th place. 99. Warwick Brady had a strong race in 4th so far. Luke Hopkins just a bit further behind in 5th place at the moment, though. It's all about Henry McCartney that leads, although Harley McCabe has set the fastest lap of the race and is starting to close up. Ruben Bray in the tow in 3rd place as well. So this, with 4 laps to go, this Ovali first race could really be closing up now. George Bowes and Zach Weston still battling away there. We see them going through now. Very, very close indeed. They make their way through some of the slower traffic. I think Kobe Garrett in there as well. Also having to allow the leaders through as best they can. At the moment, though, Henry McCartney on the number 31 is still leading the way as they make their way around the final few corners. This Ovali first race drawing to a close, but still very close between the top 3. So McCartney leads. McCabe in there as well. It's really getting close at the front. Ruben Bray in 3rd place. Let's have a look at this one here. There's McCabe, 2nd place, number 179. Had that trouble at the start when he lost the engine, but got things back underway. Looks like they've just encountered some slower traffic, though. So Henry McCartney has pulled away slightly there. We see just behind is the number 12 of Ruben Bray, as McCabe in 2nd place, number 179, battles hard and tries to close up on the race leader, number 31, Henry McCartney. 2 laps to go at the end of this one. There we see, just in shot there, is the 31 of McCartney going round the final corner. 2 laps to go in Ovali race 1, and Henry McCartney still leading. The gap goes up slightly to 1.5 seconds. There's the 49, currently in 13th place, Ralph Croft. I think Croft just saw the 2nd place man there coming through, so yeah, McCabe's got through. Ralph Croft, number 49, still in 13th position, just behind the battle between Monty Hillier, Lake and Payne, Wilson Dilks on the edge of the top 10. There's the 31 though, the race leader, Henry McCartney, looking strong as he makes his way through the field. And just ahead now, let's see, I think that may possibly be Dan Deering, currently in 19th place. Lapped by the leader as they head towards the final lap. At the moment, though, Henry McCartney looking strong into this final lap. Harley McCabe in 2nd, Ruben Bray very close for 3rd. There's Deering. As McCabe just nips down the inside going around the first chicane. There we see the race leader, though, number 31, Henry McCartney, into the top corner. Down the back straight, as a glance over the shoulder. Now I think he knows he's got the gap. He's got to keep his wits about him here because there is still half a lap to go. It's quite dry out there. It's a bit slippy in places because of the high track temperatures. So McCartney's got to keep a cool head here in towards the final hairpin. For the last time, Henry McCartney, number 31, Ovali race number 1, punches the air as he goes through, and a good ride there from Henry McCartney. It's close to the line for 2nd place. Harley McCabe in 2nd, Ruben Bray in 3rd. Dan Deering goes through in 19th, and Warwick Brady in 4th, Luke Hopkins in 5th. There goes George Bowes, who held off Zach Weston to the end. He takes 6th place. Arnie Carr should be coming through very shortly, a little bit further behind the number 83, but he looks happy, doesn't he? Henry McCartney, he seems very chuffed with that one, and who can blame him, because he ran very well for the entire race. Took the win by just a shade under 3 seconds. Very hard-fought race victory. A bit further back, Stevenson in 9th, Dilks 10th, and Lake and Payne 11th, Monty Hillier crossing the line in 12th. And last ride, I think it was Ralph Croft just going through. He takes 13th position. So Henry McCartney winning Ovali race number 1. Plenty of action in this, very much a spec series, some very close racing out there. So we look forward to race number 2 a little bit later on today. Super Minis are coming up in just a few moments. And now for one of the fastest race categories in British mini bikes, it's the Super Minis, these 150cc 4-stroke and 85cc two-stroke machines, derived of course from the world of motocross. They are very fast machines, and we do see some very competitive lap times. The riders are in the waiting zone at the moment. They'll be out on track very shortly. This race sponsored by BRAP, and we will guide you through the leading qualifiers in just a few moments' time as the riders line up. So let's have a look at Super Minis Race 1. How they line up was Dane Blackburn, the fastest qualifier, Joe Dickinson second, Richard Holmes-Williams in third, Lawrence Wardle qualifying in fourth place from Stephen Brooks and Tom Lewis. Seventh position was Dom Herbertson, Jordan Pritchard eighth, Luke Bithell in ninth, and rounding up the field was the 23 of Reece Stevenson. No time, so we'll start 10th and at the back of the grid. This race sponsored by Brat Bikes, and it's a little bit of a lower entry compared to Ellis Park, but certainly the riders battling it out today will certainly be providing us with plenty of action. This Super Minis class, as we say, sponsored by Brat Bikes, and it's a very fast category here. This race category, Super Mini, any sort of supermoto style mini bike, slightly bigger machines. These are about 88 centimeters seat height, and as we said before, these bikes derived from most of the bikes derived from youth motocross bikes. You've got the Honda CRF 150s out there, and mostly I would say 85cc two-strokes. There is a permitted cylinder allowance for the two-strokes up to 112cc, and these bikes, they are bonkers quick in terms of the powers to weight ratio. It's said in motocross that the 85cc bikes have the best power to weight ratio of any bike. They've almost got the full-size engine, you might say, running the 85s up to 112cc, but small frame, lighter bike. They are potent little bikes, and the CRF 150 certainly is a rapid machine in British mini bikes. The riders now lining up on the grid. The 48 just at the front there, Dane Blackburn 114 also in there as well. Looks like everyone's lined up. As you say, it's a smaller field than last time at Ellis Park, but some very competitive names as everyone just gets themselves sorted out. I think there is a bit of a glitch on the grid here. Super Minis then about to get underway. Just to recap the race program for the rest of the first block, we go back to the Mini GP machines are out next. Then we've got the Group B and Group A stock 140 pit bikes a little bit later on to round out the first block of races. Two blocks of races today, and for the first time this afternoon the Super Minis are about to get underway. And here we go. You see the blue smoke of the two-stroke premix in the air as number 48 Joe Dickinson leads them through. Oh, a little bit squirrely there for Jordan Pritchard. 151 stood the bike up on the first corner, but gets away okay. Everyone through safely. Joe Dickinson on the 85cc Husqvarna leading the way. There's the 114 in second of Dane Blackburn. Those two breaking away slightly. The first of the four strokes, Richard Holmes-Williams on the 126, currently in third place. Looks like Lawrence Wardle and Tom Lewis in there. Jordan Pritchard, Stephen Brooks, Dom Herbertson and Luke Bithell rounding up the field as they make their way in towards the final corner. Very close first lap, and Dickinson leads, Blackburn second, Holmes-Williams in third, Lawrence Wardle 414. There we see the number 30 of Tom Lewis just behind, with Stephen Brooks, Jordan Pritchard, Dom Herbertson and Luke Bithell running up the field, but Dickinson 48 up into the top corner. Down the back straight. So Dickinson leads, Blackburn just a little bit further behind. It was 0.3 of a second. Second place. Oh, trouble here though. That may well be the 126 of Richard Holmes-Williams. Saves the engine though and keeps the bike running, although of course he drops to the back of the field out of third place. So that means that the 414 of Lawrence Wardle now up into third. Just looking to see where Richard Holmes-Williams is. He's at the back of the field now, down in ninth place. Just having a look at that bike as he goes through. He's picked up no damage, so the race goes on for him, but he's got a bit of work to do. As we see the number 30 of Tom Lewis battling with Lawrence Wardle, and the 40 of Stephen Brooks just behind him. So KTM 85, the orange machine there, number 30. Looks like the Husqvarna, I think, of Stephen Brooks. Very similar bikes, I have to say here, the KTMs and the Husqvarnas. They both fall under the KTM group. very similar engine and chassis, not too much between them. And as you say, in the rulebook, anything up to 112cc 2-strokes allowed in this one, along with the 154 strokes. As the 48 of Joe Dickinson still leading the way. Here we see battle of the 4-strokes. Got one of the pit bikes in there as well. There's the 151 of Jordan Pritchard, Dom Herbertson, number 11, just behind in 7th place. Luke Bithell watching in 8th. You see the 117. And back to the number 30 of Tom Lewis, currently in 5th place, as the rest of the Super Mini field make their way through. Oh, great little move there down the inside from the number 11 of Dom Herbertson, getting past Jordan Pritchard. Nice move there on the final corner. Luke Bithell and Richard Holmes-Williams running up the field, and Holmes-Williams, after that spill early in the race, is starting to close up on these riders. Only 9 riders in this race, so a mistake is very costly indeed, but certainly Richard Holmes-Williams is starting to close up. There we see Bithell, number 117, and just seeing if Holmes-Williams comes into shot. There he is. We just saw him just creeping into the shot just behind Luke Bithell. So this battle at the back of the field, very close indeed. Still Joe Dickinson that leads the way from Dane Blackburn, Lawrence Wardle in 3rd. The top 3 pulling away now from the rest of the field, as the 40 of Stephen Brooks goes through from Tom Lewis, Dom Herbertson, and there's the 11, Herbertson in 6th place. Jordan Pritchard setting his fastest lap of the race, the 151 in 7th position. But here we see 114. Dane Blackburn currently in 2nd position, 2.1 seconds down on Joe Dickinson, the race leader, just going around the final corner. Dickinson goes through, 6 laps remaining. You can hear the 2-strokes screaming away in the background. The blue smoke of the premix fuel in the air as they go up towards the top corner. Dane Blackburn still in 2nd place, Lawrence Wardle in 3rd, Stephen Brooks still in 4th, Tom Lewis, Dom Herbertson and Jordan Pritchard in 7th. And Richard Holmes-Williams has moved up a position after that spill, gets up now to 8th position from Luke Bithell. Here's your race leader though, number 48, Joe Dickinson, down the back straight, maintaining that 2-second gap from Dane Blackburn in 2nd as they go round the final corner. Over the line, Dickinson leads through the chicane, Blackburn 2nd. You know, that 2-stroke screaming down in towards the next hairpin. As now, I think that may well be Richard Holmes-Williams. Yes, indeed it is, and I think he may well. We'll just check out the window. Yep, he's got past Pritchard. Yep, Jordan Pritchard drops to 8th, so Richard Holmes-Williams up to 7th now, dropping the bike early on. Looks like he's closing up actually on the number 11 of Dom Herbertson. Oh, yellow flags at the top of the field, top of the track here. Somebody went down. Still number 30 though, the machine of Tom Lewis just ahead of Dom Herbertson, so there's some trouble up at the top of the track. Doesn't seem to be anything serious at the moment though, as Dickinson still leads the way. Just looking at the lap charts here, Lawrence Wardle up to 2nd place. Now, Dane Blackburn's gone through in 3rd, so we saw the wave yellows there, just out of shot. I wonder if Dane Blackburn possibly made a mistake, lost a lot of time, and Lawrence Wardle now up to 2nd place. Meanwhile, oh, look at this from Richard Holmes-Williams down, trying to get down the inside of Herbertson. Yellow flags up here, so he'll have to hold position temporarily. And now the track's clear. Richard Holmes-Williams down the inside of Herbertson. He's got the number 30 of Tom Lewis just ahead, down towards the final corner. And Richard Holmes-Williams, after that mistake, really has recovered well. But Lewis shuts the door on him. So Lewis in 5th, Holmes-Williams in 6th, Herbertson 7th, Pritchard and Bithell running up the field still. Now there has been some drama further up the field though, because Lawrence Wardle showing as the race leader. We had those yellow flags up at the very top of the circuit, and I think something happened to the previous race leader, Joe Dickinson. There he is, Dickinson now back on track. Something happened out of camera shot there, because it's all changed at the front. Let's have a look as they come through. That looks like the machine of Lawrence Wardle that leads. 2 laps to go. Lawrence Wardle leads by 1.7 seconds from Joe Dickinson. Dane Blackburn in third, 2.1 seconds down. And with 2 laps to go, this race is wide open. Lawrence Wardle leads the way, but now Dickinson and Blackburn charging away, trying to close up on the race leader. They go down the back straight. There is Wardle. Dickinson is closing up in second place. 1.5 laps to go in Super Minis, race number 1. And Joe Dickinson, the early leader, has a look over the shoulder. They are closing up on Lawrence Wardle. Catching up, though, is one thing. Getting past can be another. 1 lap to go. Any one of these 3 riders could win the race as Joe Dickinson tries down the inside. Oh, great move into the chicane there from Joe Dickinson and takes the lead. 1 lap to go, and your new race leader is Joe Dickinson. Lawrence Wardle drops to second place, and Dane Blackburn still there in third, but a great move there from Joe Dickinson into that really tight chicane. Difficult to pass there sometimes. Wardle is in a no-nonsense mood here, though, in second place, shuts the door on Dane Blackburn. Joe Dickinson, meanwhile, is away down the back straight for the final time, into the final corner. Wardle guards the inside line as the 48 of Joe Dickinson crosses the line with a wheelie. Oh, and it's a drag race to the finish there, but Lawrence Wardle, by just 0.06 of a second almost, I think, there, taking the second place. It's going to be Stephen Brooks in fourth. Richard Holmes-Williams recovers to fifth place. Dom Herbertson, Tom Lewis, Jordan Pritchard in eighth place, and Luke Bittle rounding up the field. Something happened at the top of the track here, though, and I think a mistake possibly from Joe Dickinson, but as you can see, he recovered and took the checkered flag. Next race up is the Mini GP 190/70 class. Riders in the waiting zone now, and let's have a look at the qualifying times. A bit of a depleted field, unfortunately, but it was Rhys Stevens who was the fastest qualifier, 41.41. Jordan Rushby, second position. Matthew Roysbrook in third, 43.55. Daniel Goodman and Luca Hopkins did not set a time, so they'll line up at the back of the field. This race sponsored by Race Fasteners ProLite. So Mini GP 190 and 70. This is for riders 12 to 15 years and the seniors 15 plus. Once again, of course, this is very much a, there is some limited modifications allowed to the bikes, but very much a stock-based class. The riders now making their way down onto the grid for the first of the Mini GP 190 and 70 on the formation lap now. Rhys Stevenson, 23, on the inside line there. So it looks like we're ready to go. Mini GP 190/70 race number 1 is about to get underway. Good getaway there from the Stevenson, but a good line around the outside there. Jordan Rushby gets away also. They charge into the top corner for the first time. And up towards that top corner, of course, the pit bike stock class coming up next after this one, but good getaway there from the number 23 down in towards the S's for the first time. Rhys Stevenson looking good at the front. We've got Jordan Rushby, Matthew Roysbrook in there as well. Daniel Goodman on the number 1, just a little bit further behind as the leaders make their way in towards the final corner for the first time. And charging through at the end of the first lap. Matthew Ruysbrook on the 35, just ahead of Daniel Goodman. Rhys Stevenson in there as well on the 23. So Jordan Rushby all over the back here of Matthew Ruysbrook. Very, very close indeed between these riders. Into the top corner. And now towards the back straight. And the 37, just 67, so just a little bit further behind. 35. Oh, trouble here though. Front wheel washing out. Now I think that may have been, was that Jordan Rushby? I'm not sure. It's one of the adult riders went down on one of the Ovali bikes. The front wheel washing out on a very fast crash. The rider sitting up. Stevenson with the fastest lap of the race, 42.97. But the red flag is out because of that fall. The front wheel washing out, and the red flag has been displayed at the top of the track. Rider is still on the racing line, and this race has been brought, as you can see, there's the result of the fall. It was quite a high-speed tumble. Now, I think the rider's okay, but we'll have a look at this again, and we'll see what happened. The race has been stopped. And here we go through the S's, and oh, it's out of nowhere really. Front wheel just seemed to tuck away on the exit of that corner. I don't think it's anything serious. Quite a high-speed crash, but don't think it's anything serious. The medics are on their way now just to check to make sure that's no injuries, but hopefully nothing too serious. But just goes to show how slippery this track can be with the high track temperatures. The grip just went out of nowhere. I think that was possibly the number 57 that went down. Rider is sat up on the safety barrier on the outside of the corner. You can see in your shot there, just talking to the medics. Everyone else is just stopping just to wait their turn, and we'll be back underway in just a few moments' time for this Mini GP 190/70. Race number 1 has been halted because of that spill, but hopefully we'll get things back underway in just a few moments. So in one of the smallest race classes of the day, it's been reduced by 1 as they make their way back towards the start line. Restart will be in just a few moments. And there we see the damage from that fall earlier on. Just making sure, well, they did damage any of the radiators possibly, fluids possibly on the track, just making sure that bike's safely taken away. Now, of course, everyone else left in this race, led by Rhys Stevenson, they are going to get on the podium, of course. Just got to make sure they get round. So a 3-rider shootout we've got here in the Mini GP 190/70. Riders on the line now. And got the medical car just leaving the track now, although the rider is walking back, the 52 that was, that went down. And actually just out of shot, there's the medical car, but just out of shot, we're just seeing the injured rider walking back, animating almost how he went down. It wasn't anything, it was quite a high-speed tumble, so not surprising it took a moment to recover from that one, but fortunately nothing serious. And then there were 3. There we go. Walking back to the pits with one of the medical crews just explaining what went wrong. Fortunately, it was nothing serious, and in the meantime, we are about to get things back underway. Rhys Stevenson, Matthew Ruysbrook, and Daniel Goodman. Oh, and look at that. Great little move there on the inside. So we see Matthew Ruysbrook and Dan Goodman in there as well. 12 laps to go. Rhys Stevenson leading the way into the top corner. Down the back straight they go. So he was pulling away a few moments ago before that red flag came out. We've got 12 laps to go, so plenty of time to dispute who's going to take the top step on the podium here. Down the back straight in towards the final corner they go. Bike stock 140 will be following after this as the leading three remaining riders charge through. Rhys Stevenson leads, Dan Goodman in second place, Matthew Ruysbrook in third. Nothing much though between these three riders. Less than 1 second when they went through, so the three riders all very close. We have only got three riders remaining in this race. Certainly is a race of attrition, but it's still a race to be won here. And the 23 of Rhys Stevenson trying to stamp his authority on this one. Very close between these three riders, nothing at all really. There's the 57, Dan Goodman. Second place, Matthew Ruysbrook just a little bit further behind in third. There we see the three riders and Stevenson pulling away as they go down into the chicane for another lap. 8 laps to go. Goodman second, Ruysbrook in third. But Stevenson looking smooth through the chicane up towards the top of the track now. This is the furthest point away from the start-finish line. Has a quick glance over the shoulder to see where his two rivals are. It was a 2.3 second gap last time round, but it looks like Rhys Stevenson is getting to work here and putting in a very fast lap. He's visibly pulling away. There he is, 23 Stevenson. He's pulling away from Dan Goodman and Matthew Ruysbrook, the other two riders going through there. Down towards the final corner, it was 2.3 seconds, and Rhys Stevenson, 3 laps completed, 42.09. Very fast lap there from Stevenson. The gap goes up to 2.2 seconds. Ruysbrook still there in third, but Stevenson with a very fast lap. Daniel Goodman second, Matthew Ruysbrook in third. And it's still closely fought between those two riders. So Goodman nice and smoothly through the S's, losing ground though on Rhys Goodman. Matthew Ruysbrook in third though on the number 35, going down towards the final hairpin. Rhys Stevenson charging through and goes quicker again, 41.95, fastest lap of the race. Goodman second, Ruysbrook third. Although in all fairness, all three of these riders lapping very quickly at the moment. The fastest lap, as we said a few moments ago, Rhys Stevenson with that 41.95, but the other two riders, Goodman and Ruysbrook, both lapping in the 43s here. But Rhys Stevenson really is starting to fly now with 6 laps to go. There we see the 35 of Matthew Ruysbrook. At the moment in third place, this is the second place rider, the 57 of Dan Goodman, as Rhys Stevenson goes round the final corner. Daniel Goodman still there in second. Let's have a look at the lap charts when they go through, all lapping still in the 42s and the 43s. So a good pace at the front in this Mini GP 190/70 class. A mixture of bikes out here. And this, as we see, Matthew Ruysbrook going through perhaps the slowest part of the track, that little hairpin halfway down the main straightaway. Now winding their way back towards the finish line through this SS style section, left, right, and left again. Very fast part of the track into that right-hander. As we've seen before, it's a bit slippy out there with the high track temperatures, but some good tyre choices, and most riders coping well with the conditions. Most certainly Rhys Stevenson, the race leader, again lapping in the 42s, maintaining a very good race pace out there. His fastest lap of the race was 41.95. Here he is now, Stevenson round the top corner. 41.95, his best lap of the race, and last time round he lapped in a 42.04. So Stevenson, the Moto machine, really getting to grips well and putting down some consistent fast laps, and that's what it's all about, of course, the consistency as well, maintaining that good race pace. There he goes, Rhys Stevenson, your race leader again, 42.1 last time round. So very consistent pace, pulling away from Daniel Goodman by 1 second with 3 laps to go, although Daniel Goodman has still got Matthew Ruysbrook just behind him in third place. Rhys Stevenson, meanwhile, 23, here he is, your race leader, around the top corner and looking strong at the front of the field. Stevenson through the S's, down the back straight. 3 laps to go. This race, Mini GP 190/70, brought to you by Race Fasteners ProLite. And leading the way is Rhys Stevenson round the final corner and over the line to complete the lap. 2 laps to go. Stevenson looking very strong again, lapping in the low 42s, maintaining a good pace out there, pulling away all the time from Daniel Goodman and Matthew Ruysbrook, who seem to have dropped off the lead pace at the moment. As you can see on the lap charts, the gap 7.7 seconds between first and second place. Ruysbrook very close behind though in third on the number 35. But Rhys Stevenson, 23, your race leader through that S's section, long sweeping corners, down towards the final hairpin where he will take the 1 lap board. And he knows he's got this race all to himself at the moment, just got to keep it nice and smooth on the final lap. So 1 lap to go. Here we see the battle of a second. Dan Goodman and Matthew Ruysbrook, and Rhys Stevenson incidentally with 1 lap to go. The man in shot now has set the fastest lapper of the race, 41.80. So although of course we've only got 3 riders left in this race, it's to take nothing away from how well Rhys Stevenson is riding here. He's setting a good consistent pace, and incidentally second and third have also picked up the pace here. Daniel Goodman and Matthew Ruysbrook as they battle for second and third place. But Rhys Stevenson on the 23 down towards the final corner. Great ride for him, just got to get round this final corner cleanly, and the race victory will go to the number 23. Rhys Stevenson is your race winner, setting the fastest lap of the race with 2 laps to go there, and again lapping in the 41. Second place is Daniel Goodman with pressure from Matthew Ruysbrook all the way through the race. So although that race low on numbers, certainly high on quality. And we've got our pit bike stock machines coming up in just a few moments. But congratulations to Rhys Stevenson. Sponsored by Parker Racing Pit Bike Specialists. We have the Pit Bike Stock 140 Group B coming up in just a moment. And this is how they qualified this morning. Sebastian Barron, the fastest qualifier, with a 47.037. Not too far behind though, Lewis Mackay, 47.171. Ben Riley in third, Dean Quincy fourth. Darren Coleman in fifth from Stephen Tempest. 7th place was Hugh Jones. Paul Coombs in 8th. Nathan Smith 9th. Simon James Dean running out the top 10 from Farhad Ladder in 11th. Neil Skinner in 12th position. William Horner 13th. Dean Rowland, Warren Greenland in 15th place. Peter Ricks in 16th position. Setting no time were Jordan Rushby and Pete Marsh, 17th and 18th position. Other riders with no times running out the rest of the field, and we'll start at the back of the grid. So Pit Bike 140s out on their formation lap, and this is the penultimate race of the first block. We will of course run through the full race groups again for our second and final blocks for this afternoon. Some of the big names of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes out next of course in Parker Racing Stock 140 Group A. And at the start of the broadcast of course we saw those riders out in their qualifying. We'll round up the action a bit later on this afternoon, but in the meantime the Group B riders out on the track for their formation lap. See some of the marbles on the outside just off the racing line here at this Lydd circuit. Very hot conditions on the track as the riders line up for this Group B race. Last few riders taking their place on the grid, and we should get the all clear very shortly, just making sure they're in the right positions. Thanks of course to Parker Racing for all of their support, and all the sponsors for helping to support the 2020 Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championships. Of course it's been a delayed start this year for obvious reasons. Second round, of course, well into August, well into the second round of the championship, but certainly making up for lost time as the green flag goes down for Pit Bike Stock 140 Group B into the chicane for the first time. Oh, it's very close indeed, but it looks like Sebastian Barron getting a good jump on the field. And into the hairpin for the first time they go. Very close start there, but they all seem to have got through those first few corners okay. Sebastian Barron getting a good start from Lewis Mackay in there as well. There's the 169 of Ben Riley. Dean Quincy, number 287, is also well placed as they make their way towards this really quick part of the track through those sweeping SS-style corners and down the back straight into the hairpin for the first time. There's the number 461 of Dean Rowland in there as the leaders make their way round the hairpin. And leading the pack through for the first time is the number 89 of Sebastian Barron. Ben Riley second, Dean Quincy third, Mackay fourth, Coombs in fifth, Tempest sixth, Dean seventh, 55 of Nathan Smith in 8th place, Neil Skinner, and Hugh Jones had a bad start, the number 4. He drops down to 10th position on the first lap, but Sebastian Barron, number 89, leads by 1 second. But look at this battle at the top corner. 287, Dean Quincy is looking threatening and putting the pressure now on the 169 of Ben Riley. Coombs in on the 34 as well. So was certainly one of the smaller bikes in this race. Ben Riley fending off everyone else in second place as the rest of the top 10 go charging down the back straight. Sebastian Barron, meanwhile, just pulling a small gap at the front, but all the action for second place. Dean Quincy putting all the pressure on Ben Riley here for second place, but Lewis Mackay, Paul Coombs, Stephen Tempest and Simon James Dean all in there in this very close second place battle. Nothing at all between these leading group of riders. Quincy still there in third. Okay, still fourth as Quincy tries round the outside in the top hairpin. Now, can he make that move stick? No, he can't. Riley shuts the door as Mackay has a look down the inside of Quincy as well in that fourth position. Paul Coombs and Stephen Tempest in there, 5th and 6th as they go down the back straight, all very close into the hairpin. It's still Barron that leads, and he's got that small cushion at the front. 47.2, fastest lap of the race for Sebastian Barron, leads by 1.5 seconds. All the action though is for second place. 9 laps to go, still a long way in this one as the 735 of Lewis Mackay has a look down the inside of Dean Quincy. Quincy holds on to the position, and still the red machine, number 169, Ben Riley, second place down the back straight, making that little bike as wide as possible as Quincy again having a look, trying to find a way through. Down the back straight they go. Ben Riley pulls away slightly into the hairpin. Quincy and Mackay very close. Paul Coombs in there. Oh, trouble there. Now I think that may have been Lewis Mackay into the gravel, under braking on that final corner. Yes, it was. So Lewis Mackay dropping down the field. I think he's okay. He's trying to get the bike restarted. I shouldn't think it will halt the race, but Lewis Mackay on the final corner gets back underway but drops way down the field, so it was getting close in that battle for second place, and the unfortunate Lewis Mackay loses out, but still the race goes on. And again Dean Quincy tries to go down the inside of Ben Riley. Sebastian Barron, while having the race all to himself. All the action is for second place at the moment. Paul Coombs and Stephen Tempest starting to battle as well for that fourth position. There goes Sebastian Barron. Fastest lap of the race that time, 46.725. All the action behind him though with Ben Riley, Dean Quincy, Paul Coombs, Stephen Tempest. Lewis Mackay, who we lost in that fall last time around, has got back underway and is down in 15th place. Back onto the track though, the race goes on. Out of the way and clear before the leaders came through once again, so still with 7 laps to go, and Ben Riley doing ever so well here to hold off Dean Quincy, who's been putting under a lot of pressure for pretty much the entire race. There we see Sebastian Barron just in front going in towards the final hairpin, and Barron having quite a steady race at the front now. 6 laps completed and drops a little bit of pace but not too much, 46.8, so still a competitive race pace at the front, but Ben Riley really having to work hard here. Dean Quincy can't find a way through in third on the number 287. Just trying to find an opening, and here we go into the top corner. Riley guarding the inside line. Quincy not quite able to go for the outside sweep. He's going to try again though, down the inside, down the back straight. Riley's got the line though, 34. Paul Coombs just ahead of Stephen Tempest. Simon James Dean goes through as, it looks like Mike Smallbones on the 617, nips down the inside of Nathan Smith, who tries to fight back. Hugh Jones in there as well. There we see the battle of second, still Dean Quincy trying to find a way through. Paul Coombs and Stephen Tempest almost side by side through the first chicane. And the man on the move here is the 617 of Mike Smallbones. 46.553, there he is, fastest lap of the race so far for Mike Smallbones. He's got past Simon James Dean quite easily. And now closing up on the leading group of riders, 5 laps to go. And I would say that Simon James Dean could still have a part in this race. He's left Dean behind. Look out for the number 617 as he starts to close up on Paul Coombs and Stephen Tempest having their own battle. There's the treble 6, Simon James Dean, Nathan Smith and Hugh Jones a bit further behind. In towards the final hairpin they go. Sebastian Barron, incidentally, fastest lap of the race, 46.508. And it's getting very close for second place here. Ben Riley's been second for pretty much the entire race. Dean Quincy all over the back. He looks quicker in third, but he can't find a way through at the moment. Still Paul Coombs, Stephen Tempest there. Mike Smallbones closing up. We just saw him in shot there briefly. And you can see he is starting to close up on that leading group. Quincy trying down the inside of Riley. Oh, it's close into the hairpin. A great move there from Dean Quincy. Steals the apex from Ben Riley. And now Dean Quincy up to second place. Riley still in third. Coombs and Tempest close behind. Mike Smallbones, though, closing up all the time. Sebastian Barron, 3 laps to go. Maintaining that leading pace. Dean Quincy finally, after all that pressure, up to second place. There's 34, Paul Coombs, closely followed by Stephen Tempest, Mike Smallbones. With the exception of the race leader, Smallbones, fastest rider on the track at the moment, and closing up on that leading group. There he is on the blue machine, just a bit further behind. And you can see how much Riley was impeding Dean Quincy, because now he's in second place. Dean Quincy on the 287 really has pulled away, and the battle now starts for third place, because we've got Ben Riley now in second. There's 34, Paul Coombs trying to find a way through. Stephen Tempest and Mike Smallbones now on the trail of this little group here at the front. 2 laps to go. 89, Sebastian Barron still leads. Here we see Ben Riley and Mike Smallbones, fastest lap of the race again. Smallbones at the back of this group of riders in 6th place. Less than 2 laps to go for him now. I'm sure he'll be looking to try and find his way through and move up the field a bit here. Barron leads, Quincy second, Riley third. Tempest there as well, but let's have a look at 617. Mike Smallbones trying to find a way down the inside, but the 0-2 of Stephen Tempest shuts the door on him. Smallbones, fastest rider on the track at the moment, in 6th place. Down towards the hairpin, there we see Tempest glancing over the shoulder. Sebastian Barron, meanwhile, has crossed the line to take the final lap. Still Dean Quincy alone in 2nd place. Second through to 6th, very close indeed. It's still Ben Riley in 3rd, 34, Paul Coombs, Smallbones, Tempest, Simon James Dean, Nathan Smith, and Hugh Jones a bit further behind, with William Horner rounding out the top 10. There's the 23. 89 on the charts there, of course. Sebastian Barron, there's Dean Quincy. May possibly Peter Ricks further down the field. There's the 169 of Ben Riley. And looks like Mike Smallbones has gone past Stephen Tempest on the line last time round, but Sebastian Barron making his way down towards the line. He will take the checkered flag. And there he goes, Sebastian Barron, a good steady race for him. Wins the first moto. Who's he going to be in second? Quincy in 2nd place. And a great ride there from Ben Riley in 3rd. After all that pressure, Ben Riley holds on to 3rd place. Coombs in 4th, Smallbones 5th. Sebastian Tempest going through in 6th position, Dean in 7th, Nathan Smith in 8th position, Hugh Jones 9th, and William Horner will round out the top 10. There he goes. So that concludes the Pit Bike Stock 140. All the big names are in the waiting zone. Group A coming up in just a few moments. Our final race of the first block, and it's one of the big ones. Pit Bike Stock 140, some of the biggest names in British mini bikes, headed by Ben Lord with the 42.4, Ryan Tyres in second, Jim Lovell third, Dominic Herbertson qualifying fourth from Mick Lord and Ben Klukas. Seventh place was Dan Merrin, eighth for Ryan Clark, ninth Ed Peed, 10th was Kai Jones from Shane Hopkins and Chris Heimers, 13th for Matt Lockyer, Tom Stanford in 14th, Ben Ray, 15th position from Reese Peacock, Adam Jamieson and Greg Stretch in 18th position. Chris Edwards, Darren Hall, 20th, Simon Patterson, Nathan Gardner, Jake Marsh and Sean Betton in 24th position. And that is the Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A lineup. Some of the most established names in British mini bikes lining up now. This is the final race of the first block. We go through it all again, of course, to round out the afternoon. So still plenty of action here on Alpha Live at round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Lydd in Kent. On this wonderful sunny afternoon, there's been some great racing all through the first block, and we hope you enjoy the second block, which will be coming up very shortly indeed, of course. And if you're joining us from the morning coverage of the British 24-hour karting race at Teesside, hope you're enjoying your afternoon coverage here from Alpha Live. Just one rider in a bit of trouble on the formation lap there. There's one or two late starters, so the grid has been held up slightly here, so we're just waiting for these last two riders to make their way onto the line, and I think we're about ready to go. Just checking with the grid marshal. Riders ready, and Group A is about to get underway. Flag will drop, and away they go. Lord on the inside from Ryan Tyres. Ben Lord gets through. There's Tyres in second. Lovell third. Herbertson through, and look how close they are at the back. Some very experienced, aggressive riders there, and they're all fighting for position, but they all seem to get through the first chicane okay. Ben Lord leads them up towards the top corner. And there you see why a good start important. Those riders towards the back, training paint, banging handlebars, but the leaders clearing away at the front now. It's Ben Lord, Ryan Tyres and Jim Lovell breaking away at the front. A three-way tussle for the lead. Trying to stay with them though is Dominic Herbertson and Mick Lord as they go charging through. There we go, 11 laps to go. Ben Lord leads, Ryan Tyres, Jim Lovell, Dom Herbertson, Mick Lord, Ben Klukas in 6th position. Ben Lord with a 44.698 through on that first lap. Good clean first lap of the race though. Ben Lord leads the way just by a touch under half a second. There we see the late, just a bit further behind, Dan Merrin, currently in 8th place. Ryan Clark, Kai Jones and Ed Peed rounding up the top 10. But the top 3 now, Ben Lord, Ryan Tyres and Jim Lovell, starting to break away. There's Lord leading, Tyres in second, and Ben Lord proudly displaying, of course, the number 1. Ryan Tyres all over the back wheel though as they head towards the next chicane. This tight hairpin. Tyres trying to find a way through, but Ben Lord holds on to the lead in towards the top corner. Let's see what Lord can do here. Ben Lord, clear track in front of him. Ryan Tyres just sussing him out here, trying to find a way through. Oh, has a look down the inside, and Lord goes down. The top 2 riders colliding. Racing incident there is straight back onto the bikes. Oh, but I think, it looks like Ben Lord's throttle is stuck or something. The rear wheel still spinning away. Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres appear to be out of the race, but no hard feelings between. It was a racing incident, I would say. Maybe we'll get the chance to look at that again. But the 2 race leaders out of the race. Jim Lovell now takes the lead. Herbertson second, Mick Lord in third, Lucas fourth, Dan Merrin in 5th place. Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres out, and let's see what happens here. Just trying to find a way down the inside, but both going for the same bit of track. And I think realistically that was a racing incident. No rider particularly at fault. Number 6 in trouble here as well. That is the machine of Tom Stanford, I believe. And that, the bar's twisted. I think he may also have been down as well. So it's all change here. never any shortage of action in the 140 Group A class, the top riders. And it's all changed, of course, now. So Jim Lovell is your new race leader. Dominic Herbertson, Mick Lord up to third. Ben Clucas, Dan Merrin and Ryan Clark in sixth. All very close at the front. Although Jim Lovell has a 1.5 second gap. There is a red flag. The race has been stopped. Now, I don't know what that is for. All the riders seem okay, and there may be possibly some oil on the track. Everyone seems okay. There we see, just walking away, the number 55 of Ryan Tyers and number 1 of Ben Lord. Both those riders okay despite that high-speed tumble. Just trying to establish what the red flag's for. We also saw the number 6 in trouble. I'm wondering if they were, during that collision, whether any oil was dropped on the track maybe. It's a very fast part of the track. We're just looking down, certainly no medics on the circuit, so I'm wondering if it may be a case, perhaps some oil on the circuit. Meanwhile, the two riders that collided earlier on, Lord and Tyers going back into the towards the pits. So that race has been stopped. I believe it's due to possibly some fluids on the track. So just making sure the track's clear, and there are some safety barriers dislodged as well. So track crews out of the back of the circuit, just making sure that everything is all clear and safe to race. Tyler Bowers back into the pits as well. He went down. Rider okay, but the bike handlebars certainly look a bit twisted, so it doesn't look like he'll be able to continue in the restart. So red flag is that everyone is okay. No injuries, but just making sure the track is safe and ready to go. So pit bike stock 140 Group A is about to get back underway. I think we've got the all clear from the marshal. The track is safe and ready to go again. I think part of the problem was there was some safety barriers that were dislodged in the accident there. So in the interest of safety, just a case of making sure that's all in position. I don't think there was any fluids on the track, but it looks like the riders will be sent out on a reconnaissance lap, I should say. So we are still under red flag conditions. The riders are making their way out for a look at the track. I think everything is okay, no injuries, and the race will restart in a few moments' time with the 69 of Mick Lord was the leader. Dominic Herbertson, Ben Clucas, all very close indeed. But there was drama at the front there, though, where we saw Ben Lord go down with Ryan Tyers, but both riders okay. Out of the race, but back in the pits, they'll be okay, and we should see them a bit later on this afternoon. Round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship, and the pit bike stock 140 Group A riders, sponsored by Parker Racing Pit Bike Specialist, are making their way down towards the start line for the restart. We have, I believe, 8 laps to go. A couple of crashes out on the track, but red flag out just to make sure the track is safe. There was some damage to the safety barriers, but marshals getting that sorted out quite quickly. Track is safe and ready to go once again. As the riders line up, we're just going to keep an eye on the starter at the back there. Riders, I believe, are ready to go. Here we go then. So restart of pit bike stock 140 Group A. 8 laps to the finish. Good start is essential. The reset button has been pressed here, and away we go into the chicane for the first time. And oh, there's some real bar banging in that first corner. Will they get through safely? Yes, they do, just about. Oh, and you see a good start, very important indeed. Everyone jostling for position. Jim Lovell getting a good getaway, and I think is still leading. Dominic Herbertson and Mick Lord are well placed as well. Up to the top corner they go. So the 97 of Lovell leads. Looks like Herbertson second, Lord in third, Ben Clucas in there as well. The 108 of Kai Jones is also well placed, but there's the 97 of Jim Lovell down towards the hairpin for the first time. Dominic Herbertson is right on his tail in second place. Round the final corner they go. Lovell leads. Nothing at all between them though. It's Herbertson second, Lord in third, Ryan Clark with a good start. He moves on to fourth place. Ben Lucas, Dan Merrin, Kai Jones in there, Reece Peacock, Ed Peed and Chris Heimers. I got a shout out from Ian Baldy earlier on YouTube for Kai Jones. Let's go on Kai Jones, and he's doing well actually. He's had a good start in this restarted Group A race, and Kai Jones up to 7th place on the number 108. Jim Lovell down the back straight, through the hairpin, and Dominic Herbertson though all over the rear wheel of Lovell here. Can't find a way through, cuts in tightly on the exit of the hairpin to try and get some drive down the straight, but not quite long enough, and Lovell holds on. The start of the lap here a bit more technical. Through the hairpin they go. Lovell leads, Herbertson second, Lord still watching in 3rd place up towards the top corner. Furthest point away from the start. Now they wind their way back down the back straight, and this really fast series of corners, this SS style here, they go right, left, right again. Lucas there, Merrin, there's Kai Jones at 108 just behind. Trevor Later, Dan Merrin, Ed Peed, Reece Peacock and Chris Heimers in there as well. Chris Edwards, Matt Lockyer, Ben Ray, Reece Stevenson and Shane Hopkins. Also well placed, 8 laps to go, and this Group A race is very close indeed as Jim Lovell still leads the way. Herbertson second, and at the moment Dominic Herbertson looks a bit quicker at the start of the lap. 1,000th of a second separating Jim Lovell and Dominic Herbertson last time round. Lovell with the fastest lap of the race, 43.461. Pretty much identical pace though with the 2nd place rider. Dominic Herbertson, the top 2 now pulling away from Mick Lord, 1.2 seconds down in 3rd. Herbertson trying to get down the inside into the hairpin, but not quite enough room to go for the pass. Lovell carries the speed around that final corner, and again they're almost identical lap times there. 6,000th of a second between 1st and 2nd place. Very tense battle here at the front. Lovell leading, Herbertson 2nd. Herbertson trying to find an opening into the top corner, has a look down the inside, but oh, he got high-sided slightly there, loses a little bit of ground. And again with these smaller bikes, you just lose the power sometimes, lose the momentum, and you can see just how much Jim Lovell has pulled away. Mick Lord still there in 3rd. Ryan Clark, Ben Lucas, Dan Merrin, Kai Jones make their way through. Ed Peed in there as well. The 1, 2, 3, Reece Stevenson goes through. Reece Peacock, Chris Heimers, Matt Lockyer, Ben Ray, Chris Edwards all a bit further down the field now. Shane Hopkins and Adam Jamieson in there as well from Simon Patterson. 5 laps to go in the restarted 140 Group A. And of course, Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers dropping out of contention early in this race in a spectacular crash. Racing into them, both riders okay. But this throws it wide open really. Jim Lovell leads the way, and Dominic Herbertson with that small mistake going for the lead, just dropping a little bit of time. The action just on the edge of the top 10, very close there. We see, I think that was Chris Edwards in there, Adam Jamieson. All battling for position here. Ben Ray in there as well, Shane Hopkins and Greg Stretch on the number 19, just a bit further behind. Currently in 17th place, Simon Patterson. Still as you were at the front though. Jim Lovell leads from Dominic Herbertson, Mick Lord in 3rd, Ryan Clark, Ben Lucas, and here's the battle on the edge of the top 10, making their way through. Matt Lockyer, Ben Ray, Hopkins, Jamieson, Stretch and Chris Edwards, all very close indeed with 4 laps to go. Up through the hairpin they go, and it's Lockyer, Ray, Hopkins, very close indeed. Battles throughout the field in this Group A race, some of the most experienced riders in this British Minibike Series. There's the 29 of Reece Peacock with Chris Heimers and Matt Lockyer in there as well. Oh, rider down, and the S's. I'll pick up the number, I think. Well, pick it up on the lap chart. It may possibly have been no, it's not Reece Peacock. He's just gone through. I think that's Shane Hopkins that went down on that S's section. The rider okay, and the track is clear. Leaders go charging through that part of the track now. So Shane Hopkins dropping out of contention. 2 laps to go. And still very close at the front between Jim Lovell and Dominic Herbertson, who are just going past the finish line now. This midfield battle Still very close indeed with 2 laps to go. There is the fourth place rider, Ryan Clark, just behind Mick Lord, who's just gone through in 3rd. There's the battle of 4th. Ryan Clark and Ben Klukas, very close indeed. There's the 84 of Klukas, Rhys Stevenson, Dan Merrin, Ed Peed and Kai Jones just a bit further behind. And here we see the leaders, 1.5 laps to go, and Jim Lovell has led pretty much the entire race. Dominic Herbertson we saw get very close a few laps ago, but couldn't quite pull the move off. Now he's back with Lovell with just over 1 lap to go. Here they come round the final corner. Last lap board goes out for our 2 leaders. Jim Lovell leads the way. Herbertson with the fastest lap of the race, 43.279. He's having one last go to snatch the victory. Let's see what he can do. They go through the chicane and the tight hairpin up towards the top corner. Herbertson. Now this is where he tried and it didn't come off last time, but just staying on the back wheel of Lovell. Down the back straight they go. Through the S's corners here now. Let's see if Herbertson can find a gap as they can make their way down towards the final few corners. Herbertson's got to get his penultimate corner correct to try and get a drive down the inside. Here they come into the hairpin for the final time. Herbertson having a look, but Lovell has got the line, and taking the checkered flag is the 97 of Jim Lovell in that very close race. Dominic Herbertson comes through in 2nd position, and in the battle of the 3rd it looks like it's going to be Mick Lord. Good sportsmanship between the 2 riders there, Jim Lovell and Dominic Herbertson. Here they come, the rest of the top 10. Dan Merry and Ed Peed go through. Kai Jones cruising through just a bit further behind in 9th place. Reese Peacock and Chris Hymers go through. So plenty of drama in pit bike stock 140 Group A. That concludes the first block of racing, but stay with us of course, because we go right through to our 2nd group of races, starting with the Mini GP riders and Junior Supermoto in just a few moments time. Here we go then for race number 2 for the Junior Supermoto 90 and Mini GP. Daniel Stevenson was the fastest qualifier with 48.39 from Luca Wilkinson, Jack Newton, Hudson Cooper, 5th for Brook champion Billy Carter rounding out the top 6. Arnie Carr in 7th from Finley Handler, Owen Tempest, Charlie Ward and Callum Maxwell in 11th position. Thanks for joining us on Alpha Live for round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Lydd in Kent on this beautiful sunny afternoon. And certainly potentially tough conditions for the riders, with the track being quite greasy in places. We've seen a few riders taking spills this afternoon, and no surprise with it being so warm, but certainly everyone enjoying the race action. And these Junior Supermoto 90 machines and Mini GPs lining up on the grid for their 2nd race of the afternoon. Each race class has 2 races in the championship rounds. It's my youngest riders aged 7 to 9 in the Supermoto Mini GP 90 machines. And again, the recurring theme really is that the bikes, there is some limited modifications allowed, but very much it's especially with the machines in the Junior Supermoto 90, it's a stock engine series. very specific and tight regulations as to what modifications can be done to the bike, and limited, if any, depending on the race categories, engine modifications allowed. The bikes are very evenly matched, so it's all down to the riders as the flag drops. Oh, but trouble there on the start line for Daniel Stevenson. A very poor getaway. Now in third place, which means that Luca Wilkinson's got to jump on the field. Arnie Carr, I think, was in there as well. We'll confirm that in a moment. Hudson Cooper on the 217 gets away well. Brook Champion and Billy Carter also in there as well. Now I think that may be Arnie Carr at the front, 83. So 83-year race leader on the Ovali machine. Then we've got the 76 of Luca Wilkinson, and recovering from his mistake is Daniel Stevenson in third. Hudson Cooper, Brook Champion, Billy Carter in there as well. The 63 of Owen Tempest is also well placed as the leaders make their way around the final corner for the first time. And it's the number 83 of Arnie Carr that leads the way. Stevenson up to second place, gets down the inside of Luca Wilkinson. Hudson Cooper and Jack Newton make their way through. Got the 85 of Billy Carter, Brook Champion Owen Tempest, Charlie Ward in 9th, and the newcomer Callum Maxwell running at the field in 10th position. But much like the first race here, Arnie Carr has got a good getaway. Let's see what Daniel Stevenson can do. 50.91 last time round, so despite the mistake, trouble here, one rider goes off the track. I think that might be Finley Hanna, number 13. So Finley Hanna back underway, nothing serious, and rejoins the action. Arnie Carr, let's have a look at the gap here, 48.07 as Carr crosses the line. Daniel Stevenson about half a second slower in second place. Luca Wilkinson third, as Jack Newton on the 135 moves into fourth position. Hudson Cooper, Brook Champion, Billy Carter in 7th, Owen Tempest going through, and Charlie Ward on the 127 just making their way through. Callum Maxwell, Finley Hanna running at the field. Let's have a look now at the 217 of Hudson Cooper, starting to look now at Jack Newton. Newton guarding the inside, going through the S's section here, the right, left, right. And, well, I think Newton has got some good lines going on through there, because pulls away slightly from Cooper. Brook Champion has got past Billy Carter, as there's Finley Hanna, back of the field, trying to catch up with the rest of the field. And here's this battle now between Jack Newton and Hudson Cooper. Newton riding well and got some good lines going on now, because pulling away slightly from Hudson Cooper. As we see just a bit further ahead is Luca Wilkinson, and let's see what Jack Newton can do. There we see those two very close indeed. Hudson Cooper and Jack Newton battling away still for that fourth position. Brook Champion just a bit further behind, and this part of the track it seems that Hudson Cooper is a bit quicker. Jack Newton's got the certainly the first third of the lap. I would say that it looks like Jack Newton's a bit faster, but certainly Hudson Cooper very quick in the middle part of the lap. Still Arnie Carr that leads the way and pulls the gap up to 3.5 seconds from Daniel Stevenson. Luca Wilkinson is in third position. Still the battle goes on for fourth. Jack Newton, Hudson Cooper. And again, it just seems ever so fine margins here, but it looks like Jack Newton pulls away slightly from Hudson Cooper. Now through the slow technical part of the track up towards the top corner. And now it looks like Cooper will put the pace back on again. Newton trying to guard that inside line again, but Hudson Cooper's got the drive round the outside and tries to get through, but no, Jack Newton had the apex there and pushes him wide. So it looks like Hudson Cooper will have to try and fight again. 7 laps to go. It's still Arnie Carr that leads the way by 4 seconds from second place Daniel Stevenson, Luca Wilkinson in third. Hudson Cooper, Brook Champion, Billy Carter still making out the rest of the top 10. Owen Tempest, Charlie Ward in 9th, Callum Maxwell 10th, and Finley Hanna still trying to make up for lost ground in 11th position. As again we look at this battle of fourth place with Hudson Cooper and Jack Newton battling away. And again Jack Newton having to fend off Hudson Cooper around the top corner. There we see the 111 of Callum Maxwell and Finley Hanna. I think that's Finley Hanna there, number 13, trying to make out the number, but I believe that's Hanna. Started to close up on Maxwell now, so good recovery from Finley Hanna. Callum Maxwell round the final corner. And Hanna down the inside, past the line. So one of the relative rookies here, Callum Maxwell, 10th place. And that's what it's all about, really. It's just a case of getting to grips with the bike, learning the racecraft, and Callum Maxwell towards the back of the field, but doing very well as Finley Hanna tries to sweep around the outside, but no, Maxwell, I think, has got the line. They are being closed on now by the leading group of riders. Finley Hanna tries again. There we see the 135, who we were looking at a few moments ago, of Jack Newton. Finley Hanna makes the pass, and there is the 111 of Callum Maxwell. Now being closed by the battle between Jack Newton and Hudson Cooper, still scrapping away as round the outside goes Jack Newton, dueling into the hairpin. Hudson Cooper's finally got through now. Can he hold on to the position though? Well, Finley Hanna in front, about to be lapped. It's still Arnie Carr leading from Daniel Stevenson, Luca Wilkinson. All the battle is for 4th place though. Oh, and looks like Hudson Cooper bulked slightly there. I believe that's Finley Hanna. We'll pick that up on the lap charts in a moment, but oh, this is bad news though for Hudson Cooper, losing valuable time. This is where the racecraft comes into play, trying to get past the slow riders as quickly as possible. No blue flags in British mini bikes. It's a case of the, of course, the faster riders. It's the case of finding their way through under their own merits, really. And I think, in a way, it's not really necessary for the blue flags. These riders at the back of the field, their race is just as important as the ones at the front, and nobody really intentionally gets in the way. So this is, of course, a good way of learning the racecraft for the race leaders, getting past that slower traffic. And at the moment, Jack Newton has used that to his advantage. There he is, the 135, pulling away slightly from Hudson Cooper, who's trying to regain that ground with 4 laps remaining. Arnie Carr on the number 83 is still leading the way by 5.2 seconds from Daniel Stevenson. Luca Wilkinson 3rd. And Jack Newton doing well in that 4th place, pulling away finally from Hudson Cooper after all that pressure. 3 laps to go. Here is the race leader. Riding the Ovali machine is the 83 of Arnie Carr. Up to the back straight now. Gets past Maxwell on the 111, and Arnie Carr looking very neat indeed at the front of the field. Now down towards the back straight, there is a slow rider in front, but shouldn't cause any issues. He's got the gap at front. Arnie Carr into the top corner, and not rushing to get past the slow rider. He doesn't need to. There's 2 laps to go. Just taking his time. You see good racecraft there as he gets past the 46. Maybe Brook Champion, I think he's just lapped. And here we see riders learning the racecraft here. Carr leading the way. He knows he's got a decent gap at the front. And Brook Champion coming up ahead slower. Arnie Carr just taking his time just to nip his way through. Has a quick glance over the shoulder. Managing this race very well at the moment with 1.5 laps to go. It's still Daniel Stevenson a bit further behind in 2nd place, Luca Wilkinson 3rd. And again, Arnie Carr just encountering slower traffic here, but actually just sitting behind the slow rider on the S's section and getting through on the straight rather than taking any risks of squeezing through on the corner. 1 lap to go this time round for the race leader, Arnie Carr. Last lap flag is now out. Really has been a great afternoon's work so far for Arnie Carr. Daniel Stevenson recovering from that bad start, but not really able to do anything. 9 seconds down in 2nd place. Luca Wilkinson still in 3rd. And at the moment, it looks like Jack Newton has pulled away from Hudson Cooper. Owen Tempest getting past Billy Carter on the approach to the final lap. But Arnie Carr, number 83, the rider in shot now, has led pretty much, well, has led the entire race. Taking it nice and easy, got a clear track in front of him as he makes his way down towards the final hairpin. And 83, Arnie Carr, great ride for him, great afternoon's work, comes round the final corner. Junior Supermoto 90 goes to the number 83. Arnie Carr is your race winner. looks like it's going to be Daniel Stevenson in second place. So Stevenson, there goes Finley Hanna, Brook Champion a lap down in sixth place. Daniel Stevenson crossing the line in second place. And still that battle going on just ahead. Last two riders on the lead lap actually are Newton and Cooper. Arnie Carr, the race victory. It's going to be third place for Wilkinson. And Jack Newton, there they are, just ahead of the race winner. Last two riders on the lead lap. Jack Newton and Hudson Cooper battling for the entire race. Here they go. Oh, it's close to the line, but Jack Newton holding off Hudson Cooper in that battle for fourth position. Very good. Here we go then, so looks like we're going on to the last lap, very close indeed. Now of course the race leader is closing up on this battle, nips round the outside of Hudson Cooper into the top corner, and Arnie Carr, so it looks like we are going for an extra lap in this race. Carr down the back straight, battling, the two riders battling for fourth place, gets past them quite easily, and Arnie Carr through the S's for what will be the final time down the straight towards the hairpin. It looks like the fourth place rider 135 Jack Newton is going to hold on to that fourth place, but round the final hairpin goes the number 83 of Arnie Carr, punches the air as the checkered flag goes out, and your race winner 83 Arnie Carr, and that great battle for fourth place, the 135 of Jack Newton, fastest lap of the race for him at least on the final lap. Daniel Stevenson recovers to that second place after that trouble at the start, 12.2 seconds down on the winner, and only three riders remaining on the lead lap. The 46 of Brook Champion goes through in sixth position. Finley Hanna crosses the line, actually didn't get past Callum Maxwell, who gets into the top 10, but congratulations to Arnie Carr, number 83, your double moto winner in the Junior Supermoto 90. Great riding from him, and we'll be back underway in just a few moments' time. Brought to you in association with Pit Bike Spares is the Pit Bike Stock 160, who are taking their way out onto the track now, leaving the waiting zone. Looking at some of the morning qualifiers, of course some of these riders in group, the fastest going to Group A, Ryan Tyers from Jim Lovell. There's James Mostiker in third, Dominic Herbertson, Ben Klukas and Jamie Callan in sixth. Earlier on, Jake Whittaker, Ed Peed, Phil Dickens, Ryan Clark all in Group A, Ben Ray and Kai Jones in the morning qualifying for the stock 160s. Chris Edwards, Mike Smallbones, Chris Heimers, Matt Lockyer 16th, Adam Jamieson and Dervin Elaine, of course, who ran so well in the first race, lead them through in this Group B race. Dean Quincy, one to look out for in Group B from Gav Tappenden, Nathan Smith, Reese Peacock, Simon James Dean, Sebastian Barron qualifying in 24th this morning, also lining up in Group B. Taylor Garner-Cook, Fahad Ladder in 26th. Dean Willowson was 27th from Dean Rowland, Tommy Champion and Kira Williamson in 30th. So 30 riders out in the 160 qualifying this morning, and riders split into Group B and Group A. Looks like, I can't see Dervin Elaine on there, so it looks like the 287 of Dean Quincy will head the riders. So whether Elaine's been promoted into the Group A, I don't know, by virtue of his first race win. So these are some of the slower qualifiers in the morning. So yeah, pole position is vacant, so one can only guess. For whatever reason, Dervin Elaine is not taking to the grid. Perhaps he'll be out next in the Group A race, possibly. Oh, I think he's coming in to commentate as well at some point. So we'll keep an eye out for him. He did very well in race number 1, so it is wide open for race number 2. Green flag goes up. And away they go. Quincy with a good start. Oh, one ride again, a bit squirrely in 3rd position. Everyone gets away well through the chicane for the first time. And Gav Tappenden, good start. Oh, trouble there for Taylor Garner-Cook. Got a bit into trouble through the chicane for the first time. And here we go. Towards the top of the track now. Now I think Gav Tappenden with a good start there. Into the top corner. Let's see if Dean Quincy can fight back down the back straight. And actually these two riders have had some good battles throughout the afternoon. Reece Peacock there in 3rd. Sebastian Barron and Taylor Garner-Cook losing some positions after that wobble on the chicane for the first time. But Dean Quincy leads them through. Gav Tappenden back into the lead again though. Very close to the hairpin, and it looks like Reece Peacock has nipped through, so a mistake there from Dean Quincy. Just drops a few places. Gav Tappenden retains the lead of the race. Reece Peacock in 2nd, Barron 3rd, Quincy 4th, Simon James Dean in 5th position from Ben Johnson and Dean Widowson. So this Group B race still finely poised. Gav Tappenden leading the way on the number 13 on the bike, 43 on the timing charts. Reece Peacock and Sebastian Barron now 2nd and 3rd. Dean Quincy, a small mistake in the hairpin means he drops down to 4th place, but still very much could be in this race. Number 287, all very close indeed. So Gav Tappenden leads the way, but Reece Peacock 29 in 2nd place looks threatening as they go through the chicane. Rest of the top 10 make their way through. Simon James Dean, Ben Johnson, Dean Widowson, Taylor Garner-Cook, Kira Williamson and Farhad Ladder rounding out the top 10. A bit further down is Hugh Jones, Dean Rowland and Tommy Champion, 13th place, rounding out this pit bike Group B field at the moment. But the battle for the lead sees the 29 of Reece Peacock having a look down the inside of Gav Tappenden, 13, the race leader. 43 on the timing charts, 13 on the bike though. That's the one to look out for. He's glancing over the shoulder, knows somebody's behind him, as again Reece Peacock has a look down the inside going into the hairpin, but no real gap to get through at the moment. And still Tappenden holds on to the lead. 3rd and 4th though, Sebastian Barron and Dean Quincy, very close indeed. Simon James Dean in 5th place, Ben Johnson, Dean Widowson, Taylor Garner-Cook in 8th, Kira Williamson and Hugh Jones running out the top 10. 9 laps to go and the leaders make their way to the furthest part of the track. Now winding their way back as Peacock has a look down the inside, but again Tappenden's got the line into the corner. Some very good line choice to here. Guard that apex and try and stop the 2nd place person from getting a nip down the inside, which Peacock has another look again into the hairpin. Let's check the lap times as they go through, because it's all finely poised at the front here. And the fastest lap of the race goes to the 4th place rider, 2:87, Dean Quincy. 1.1 seconds covering the top 4. Simon James Dean dropping back quite a bit now. The gap's 7 seconds between the 5th place rider, Simon James Dean, and the leader. But 1 second covering the top 4. And you can see for yourself here just how close it is. I think any one of these 4 riders could win the race. 8 laps to go. And Dean Quincy dropped a bit of pace at the start after that mistake in the hairpin, but he's starting to look threatening again. Dean Quincy, 2:87, the 4th place rider at the back of this field here. Let's have a look out for him because he is starting to close up. And the more this battle goes on, the more Dean Quincy will be looking to get involved here. Gav Tappenden riding smart at the front though, guarding those lines. Just blocking the apex. Peacock still in 2nd. Reece Peacock looks quick, but he can't find a way through at the moment. And as we've seen several times today, catching up can be one thing, getting past can be another. Oh, it's close there. The Sebastian Barron in 3rd position. And actually Barron losing a little bit of ground on the leading 2 riders. So it was a 4-way scrap. It does seem to be splitting up slightly. Still nothing much in it though as they make their way around the final hairpin down towards the finish line once again. 6 laps to go. Tappenden, Peacock, Barron and Quincy all very close on pace here. Actually, still only 1 second covering the top 4, as Peacock has a look down the inside in towards the first of the hairpins, but Gav Tappenden, the race leader, number 13, holds on to that lead. Into the top corner they go. And again, you see Tappenden moving towards the centre of the track, making that bike wide and guarding that apex. Looks like the other 3 seem a bit quicker through the corners there, just closing up on Tappenden in that middle part of the track. Now it's close into the hairpin. 5 laps to go next time round. But Tappenden holds on to the lead. 5 laps to go, any one of these 4 could win. It's very close indeed. Dean Quincy again with the fastest lap of the race, 45.8. Sebastian Barron tries to look down the inside of Reece Peacock into the hairpin. Can't find a way through though. Tappenden holds on to the lead. Peacock second, Barron third, Quincy fourth. Into that top corner, and there we see Peacock drifting wide, cutting out onto the inside, just trying to find a way through there. So Peacock drifting wide again. He's going to try and square that turn slightly, get a better drive out of the corner. Just trying to find a boost to get through, but he's got to be careful there not to leave that apex open, because Sebastian Barron could nip down the inside. Look at the gap here though, as the top 4 go through. 7/10 of a second covering the top 4 as Dean Quincy tries to go down the inside of Sebastian Barron. Tappenden still leads, Peacock in second. And they are starting to close up on some slower riders here, so I think within the next lap or so they will have slower traffic to encounter. Well, Tommy Champion and Dean Rowland ahead of this lead group. And again, Peacock has a look down the inside. Sebastian Barron, though, third place, looking threatening. 23 on the bike, 189 on the timing charts, is the third place rider. Dean Quincy still very much involved in this one as well. Quincy with the fastest lap of the race, but still in fourth. 3 laps to go, and again, Reece Peacock trying the outside line into the chicane. Barron and Quincy just behind, 3 laps to go. Slower traffic is ahead, though. Tappenden doing a great job here of holding on to the lead. He's making that bike as wide as possible, defending that apex on the inside. Now let's see if Peacock drifts out wide again. Cuts to the inside on the exit. Yes, he tries it again now. Can he get the drive down the back straight? Tries the inside, but no. Tappenden has got the inside line into the corner. Still a 4-way fight for the lead here. 2.5 laps to go. Down the back straight they go. And he could almost throw a blanket over the top 4. They are that close. Less than a second covering the top 4. There's the slower traffic. 2 laps to go, and of course no blue flags. It's all down to the leading group to get through safely. Not lose position. Now the second through to 4th place will see this slower traffic ahead and be relishing the chance to try and nip through. Half a second covering the top 4. 2.5 laps to go. The back markers not really causing any trouble there. They know that this faster rider's coming through. That was Dean Rowland just moving to one side, letting this lead group go through. 1.5 laps to go. The pressure is really on Gav Tappenden here. Now, I think it may be Tommy Champion in front, and hopefully for Tappenden he'll be looking to try and get a front wheel in. Oh, this is going to be close now. 1 lap to go, and they're heading towards the chicane. Round the outside goes Dean Quincy. And he's going to stick that bike down the inside, but doesn't quite. He had to pull out of that move there and not collide with Barron. So again, Quincy remains in 4th place as, down the inside goes Reece Peacock, and trouble as Sebastian Barron goes down. They all piled up behind the slower rider. Barron's okay and gets back on the bike. Let's have a look at that again. So they were piling up behind the slower rider, and the unfortunate Sebastian Barron, with nowhere to go, toppled off the bike, but not a serious incident. And he is back on the bike, but drops, I believe, to 4th place, because Simon James Dean a long way down. But here we go, round towards the final corner, and it looks like Gav Tappenden is going to win. Great ride for him. Tappenden, your race winner. Reece Peacock in 2nd place, Dean Quincy in 3rd, and the unfortunate Sebastian Barron will bring it home in 4th place, just ahead of Simon James Dean in 5th, Ben Johnson and Taylor Garner-Cook. So fantastic Group B race, Group A coming up in just a few moments. So after that close action of Group B, we get the Group A riders for the Pit Bike Stock 160, headed by Ryan Tyers from Jim Lovell, James Mostiker, Dominic Herbertson in 4th, Ben Klukas and Jamie Callan. 7th was Jake Whittaker, 8th Ed Peed, Phil Dickens 9th, Ryan Clark in 10th, Ben Ray and Kai Jones in 12th position. Chris Edwards, Mike Smallbones, Chris Hymers, Matt Lockyer in 16th, and Adam Jamieson over in the lane, I believe, should be in this race or might be up here with the co-commentating soon as well. Keep an eye out for him. So this is the Group A. These, of course, are the fastest riders from the Pit Bike Stock 160 qualifying this morning. So Pit Bike Stock 160, riders 14 years and upwards. This is bikes pretty much up to 160, usually 140 to 160 cc. And once again, you can't be polishing and porting the engines, any sort of engine modifications. There are tight regulations with the engine and the exhausts as well. Thumb brakes, of course, permissible, so you'll see those in very useful on a track like this as well. And here we go then for Group A, about to get underway. Flag will drop and away we go for Pit Bike 160 Group A. Ryan Tyers with a good getaway as they pile into that chicane, but it looks like Ryan Tyers has held on to the lead. Jim Lovell and James Mostiker in there as well, Dominic Herbertson, as they go through the next hairpin. And this Pit Bike Stock 160 race gets underway. Lydd circuit, very fast indeed. The riders carry a lot of speed. It's a, in terms of an average speed, I would say it's got to be the fastest track. There's no real tight parts of the track really. This final hairpin's fairly slow in comparison, but they don't really drop much speed. This Lydd circuit, as we said, billed as the fastest in the UK, and you can see why. It's very fast, very flowing, and Ryan Tyers gets away well, just under 0.2 of a second ahead of Jim Lovell. Dominic Herbertson in 3rd place, James Mostiker 4th, Ben Klukas, Jake Whittaker, Jamie Callan in 7th from Ed Peed, Rhys Stevenson and Ryan Clark rounding out the top 10. Very fast-paced start to the race though. And Ryan Tyers trying to break away. There we see Jim Lovell battling with Dominic Herbertson. And now in 4th, James Mostiker starting to get involved in this one as well. Jake Whittaker, Rhys Stevenson. In 7th place, Jamie Callan, Ed Peed and Kai Jones rounding up the top 10. Off to the top corner they go. And Jim Lovell, fastest lap of the race, 43.675. But being closed on now by Ryan Tyers, as round the outside of Herbertson goes Mostiker, but doesn't make the move stick. Herbertson's got the race in line, so holds on to that 3rd place Incidentally, 5th through to 7th place, Lucas, Whittaker and Stevenson are closing on this top 4 battle. It's fairly close at the front. There you see the 5th through to 7th place. 9 laps to go. Anything could happen really in these hot conditions as well. So easy to make a mistake, but it's close at the front here as Lovell and tyres side by side into the top corner. And let's have a look at the 55. Ryan Tyres still there, trying any way to get through past Lovell. Holds on to that apex now. Jim Lovell's got the advantage through the corner there. He's got the race in line. And now Ryan Tyres tries the inside, going up towards the final corner. But Jim Lovell holds on to the lead. Tyres still second. Through the chicane they go. Third is Herbertson. Mostica fourth. Jake Whittaker and Reece Stevenson going through. Reece Stevenson on the 23 in 7th place, incidentally. Fastest lap of the race, 43.332, but it's a very fast pace throughout the top 7, not much between them. And it's still the 97 of Jim Lovell that holds on to the lead, but Ryan Tyres trying to, he cut in the outside line there, just trying to switch through to the inside on the S's, I believe, but didn't quite make the move stick. Now he's got a good exit though into the final corner. And down the inside goes Ryan Tyres. Now he's got to not outbrake himself there. And a nice move there from Ryan Tyres to go through into the lead. Now I think he had that pass worked out about 4 corners in advance. He was just taking different lines through that S's section. Got a good getaway into the final hairpin and stuck that bike down the inside. So nice bit of riding there from Ryan Tyres to take the lead. And pulls 0.2 of a second on Jim Lovell. So this next lap I think will be very important. And now we look at the 84 of Ben Lucas and the 121 of Jake Whittaker. 7th and 8th position. Reece Stevenson's on the chart. He's left these 2 riders behind at the moment, but they're having a good battle here. Whittaker trying the inside. Lucas keeping that bike nice and tight around the final corner. 6 laps to go. There's the 84. Lucas from Whittaker. A bit further behind, Ed Peed, Jamie Callan and Kai Jones making their way through. And back up the front. Reece Stevenson on the move. There's the 27 of James Mostica. Dominic Herbertson just behind. And there, just out of shot momentarily, was the 23 of Reece Stevenson. Stevenson maintaining a good pace out there. Fastest lap of the race now is Ryan Tyres with a 42.972 last time round. Lovell second, Mostica third, Herbertson fourth. And through on his best lap of the race is Reece Stevenson. Closing up on Dominic Herbertson. 5 laps to go. And Ryan Tyres pulls a 1.3 second gap on Lovell in second place. Into the top corner they go, the 27 of James Mostica in third. Herbertson glancing over the shoulder. You can see Reece Stevenson just behind him. Jim Lovell, despite losing the lead, still looking strong in that second place. 4 laps to go, and James Mostica, number 27, is trying to put a bit of pressure on here. The leader pulling away now, Ryan Tyres. There he goes, just out of shot. Second place is Jim Lovell. There he goes. And Mostica just trying to get a way through in third on the number 27. Herbertson and Stevenson just a bit further behind. Ben Lucas and Jake Whittaker in there as well. Into the top corner they go. So Jim Lovell was the leader of the race, and now coming under pressure for that second place with Mostica on the 27, putting a last bit of pressure on. Ryan Tyres running his own race, trying to pull away. Mostica has a look down the inside of Lovell. Can't find a way through. Jim Lovell with 3 laps to go, second place. Dominic Herbertson and Reece Stevenson not too far behind, and again Reece Stevenson with the fastest lap of the race. He's the man on the move. But can he make his way onto the podium, onto the final lap? The rest of the top 10 make their way through. Ed Peed, Kai Jones, Jamie Callan, Ben Ray, Chris Heimers in 12th place. Jake Whittaker on the 1-2-1 leads that little group in 7th place. Adam Jamieson, Chris Edwards and Mike Smallbones make their way through a bit further behind with Ryan Clark. At the moment, looks like Ryan Clark is out of the race, only completing 3 laps. The 1:47 though of Ed Peed with Kai Jones right behind him, and Jamie Callan in 10th position. 1.5 laps to go at the front of the field. This battle on the edge of the top 10 though, very close indeed. As Peed number 147 holds onto the inside line. Kai Jones trying to find a way through. 1.5 laps to go. We join the battle at the front though. Ryan Tyers away at the front in this battle for second place. James Mostiker has got past Jim Lovell, but it looks like Lovell has fought back into second place. And here we go towards the final lap, and the flying Rhys Stevenson up to 4th place now, trying to get through to second. Ryan Tyers clear away at the front. Second, third and fourth, very close. It's Lovell second, Mostiker third, Stevenson fourth. Any one of these riders could finish in second place. Stevenson has a look down the inside of Mostiker, but can't find the way through. Has to pull out of that move. Dominic Herbertson just a bit further behind in 5th place. Down the back straight they go for the final time. Ryan Tyers is all on his own. There's the 97 of Jim Lovell. Mostiker still second, and Stevenson fourth. Stevenson can have one last look down the back straight. Lovell guarding the inside, but out of nowhere goes Rhys Stevenson. Doesn't get the second place, but he gets past Mostiker. Ryan Tyers wins. It's going to be second place for Jim Lovell, Rhys Stevenson third, James Mostiker on the 27 in 4th, and the 110 of Dominic Herbertson rounding out the top 5 on what was a very close final lap. So pit bike stock 160, some great action there. So from some of our more senior riders, we move to the juniors very shortly. It's the Ugly & Co sponsored Mini GP, Supermoto 140s and 50s. They'll be coming up in just a few moments. So here we are, sponsored by Ugly & Co, Junior Supermoto 140 and Mini GPs. This is how they lined up this morning. In the qualifying, Ruben Bray was the fastest qualifier. Very, very close indeed though, 43.733 from Peter Willis. Daniel Goodman third. Warwick Brady in 4th. Zach Weston and Lewis Mullen taking us down to 6th position. 7th was Ty Butler. Harvey Lathrope was 8th. Mason Greasley, Tayo Collymore 10th. Luke Hutchinson and James Cleary in 12th place. Nathan Ellis Ward, Matthew Wood, Philip Suriak in 15th. Bobby King, Ozian Thomas and Joe Mosey Mostiker in 18th place. Jack Knights, Kelsey Carter and Brooke Champion 21st. Josh Bannister and George Bartle, no time for them. They will start at the back of the grid. Round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes here at Lydd in Kent on this wonderful afternoon for racing, and we are about to get things underway with the Junior Supermoto 140 Mini GP, second race of the day for this class. Making their way around on their formation lap up to the grid. Still a very hazy, warm afternoon here at Lydd. Technically it's in a desert, this track. It's a big sand expanse just to the you would say just behind that final corner. You'll see the power lines and the long shot on that last corner, and that's pretty much a whole expanse of desert basically. It's very close to the coast here as well, Lydd on Sea, not too far away. Plenty of people enjoying the sunny weather after what's been a tough year as well in all aspects of society, you would say, and certainly the local campsites and caravan sites look busy, of course, with people taking the necessary precautions and enjoying the warm summer's weather. No time to relax though on the grid here as the Junior SM140 and Mini GP machines. Final preparations on the line. We're just making sure that I think there's a rider in trouble at the back of the grid. may have just lost the engine, and just a case of, I think, the recovery marshal just making sure that bike is started. Some of these youth classes, they will have what's known as recovery marshals, and usually these are parents or guardians, some of the riders just helping out to make sure the riders can get the machine started. But away we go, and oh, great start there from Peter Willis, round the outside into the chicane. Really anticipated that start well. Daniel Goodman second, Lewis Mullen, Warwick Brady and Harvey Lathrope. Everyone through the first chicane safely, but what a start there from the 151, Peter Willis. Leads them into the top corner. So Willis leads. Daniel Goodman losing out, but still there in second place. Third is Lewis Mullen, Warwick Brady and Harvey Lathrope rounding up the top 5. At the 111 of Lewis Mullen with a good start there, battling with Warwick Brady and Harvey Lathrope. But Peter Willis on the 151 leads them round the final corner. Daniel Goodman still there in third, but Ruben Gray, the man on the charge, up to second place now on the number 12. Daniel Goodman, Warwick Brady also in there as well, Harvey Lathrope rounding out the top 5. All very close at the front. Peter Willis on the 151. Had that great start, jumped past Ruben Bray, but Bray is trying to fight back. Down the back straight they go. Willis can't find a way, or shuts the door, I should say, on Ruben Bray. Lewis Mullen in third, Daniel Goodman, Warwick Brady still running up the top 5, very close indeed, because Harvey Lathrope's in there as well. There you see Lathrope with the fluorescent yellow helmet, blue riding gear. Top 2 very close, third through to 6th place with 7th and 8th all pretty close on this first lap. Ruben Bray, fastest lap of the race. Here's the battle for 3rd place. Lewis Mullen, Daniel Goodman, Warwick Brady and Harvey Lathrope. 10 laps to go, still a long way then, as the leading group make their way down the back straight. Willis still leads from Bray, as Goodman has a look down the inside of Mullen, but the 111 of Lewis Mullen holds on to that 3rd place. Warwick Brady and Harvey Lathrope still battling away. There's the 2 leaders. Peter Willis with that great start, holds on. Ruben Bray trying to find a way through. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, all very close indeed. Lewis Mullen 3rd, Daniel Goodman, Warwick Brady, Harvey Lathrope and the 97 of Ty Butler now started to get involved in this battle for 3rd, headed by the 111 of Lewis Mullen. Up towards the top corner they go. Mullen's got the line into the corner. 57 Goodman trying to find a way through, gets a good exit down the straight, tries to look down the inside, but Mullen shuts the door. Brady still there on the number 99. It's as you were at the front. Peter Willis and Ruben Bray battling hard for the lead. Ty Butler and Mason Greasy closing up 7th and 8th. There's the 2 leaders just going through past the line. Here comes the battle for 3rd. Goodman tries to go down the inside on the exit at the final corner, but doesn't make the move stick. He's got to be careful there not to let Warwick Brady through either on the number 99. Treble 2, Harvey Lathrope setting his best lap of the race. 45.292, 8 laps to go in this one. And as they make their way through towards the S's, sweeps right, left, then right again, down the back straight they go. And it's still Mullen holding on to that 3rd place from Goodman, Brady 5th, Lathrope and still the 97 of Ty Butler trying to get involved in this battle for 3rd. You see Butler just on the edge of this little battle. Mason Greasy a bit further behind as well. Then it's a bit of a gap then between them and Nathan Ellis-Ward and James Cleary, Matthew Wood and Philip Suriak a bit further behind, Ozzy Thomas. George Bartle starting from the back of the grid up to 14th place. Then past Joe Mosey, Mostica, Bobby King, Jack Knights, Kelsey Carter and Brooke Champion on the 464, rounding up the field at the moment, but Lewis Mullen 7 seconds down on the leader, still in that 3rd place. Peter Willis and Ruben Bray still battling it out for the lead at the front, but here comes the battle for 3rd place. Lewis Mullen still 3rd, Goodman, Brady, Lathrope, Butler and Harvey Lathrope has moved into 5th place there on the treble 2. trying to get by Daniel Goodman. But Brady has a look down the inside into the hairpin, holds on to the 5th place though, Lathrope. Brady tries again into the top corner, but Harvey Lathrope shuts the door. Oh, we got a little bit of a kicker there coming out of the top corner, but it doesn't affect him too much. There's the 100 of Kelsey Carter, currently 18th place. And they all get bulked slightly behind. I think that's Jack Knight's just in front there. Through the S is a bit of a bad place to encounter a slow rider, and these slow riders doing the right thing there, just holding their line, letting the faster riders find a way through. Certainly not obliged to jump out the way, but it's another thing for the faster riders to contend with here, just trying to make sure they deal with the slower traffic effectively. Peter Willis still leads 1 second between first and second. Ruben Bray on the number 12 with the fastest lap of the race. And still this battle going on here. Lewis Mullen and Daniel Goodman have pulled away now slightly. Harvey Lathrope still in 5th. But Lathrope not really closing up now. His attentions are with Warwick Brady just behind in 6th place. Lathrope doing all he can to try and get involved in this 3rd place battle. Ruben Bray, incidentally, fastest lap of the race on the number 12. There we see Lewis Mullen. I think we're just going past the 21 of George Bartle, currently in 14th place. Ocean Thomas just ahead as well. So contending well with the midfield traffic as they are on 4 laps to go. And Peter Willis, after that great start, leads the way. Ruben Bray trying to get through in 2nd place. And still Harvey Lathrope battling away with Brady, who's going to try round the outside, get back onto the inside for the next corner. But Lathrope holds on to that line, keeps the position. 2.5 laps to go. Very soon indeed. And these riders getting the 3-lap board just a bit further behind. Mullen still 3rd, Goodman, Lathrope, Brady, Butler, 28 of Mason Greasley in 8th. Nathan Ellis-Ward, James Cleary in 10th place. Pit bike bets coming up in a few moments, of course, but we've still got this action out on the track with Peter Willis leading the way from Ruben Bray. Here we see the 111 still in 3rd of Lewis Mullen, as Goodman tries to get through. Daniel Goodman on the 57. No way through at the moment, as Peter Willis and Ruben Bray just crossing the line. They filter their way through some of the slower traffic. They're having a really good battle at the front, trading for position, but still very close for this battle of a 3rd. The lead is up at the top corner now, heading towards the first of the back straights. But here we see the 111. Here we go, looking at the leaders actually. Oh, but trouble here. 2 riders going down. Now this, I believe, is on the first of the S's corner. Trying to pick out who those riders are. It's, I think it was just ahead of the lead group. The 2 leaders have gone through okay. Peter Willis and Ruben Bray. Quite a fast tumble on the first of the S's. Red flag is up. The race has been stopped. And I think that was 2 of the midfield riders battling for position going into the first of those S's corners in the middle of the lap, and down they go, but the red flag is out. Quite a high-speed area to have a tumble off the bike, so I think they may well be just getting some medical attention. The race has been stopped. Peter Willis and Ruben Bray battling it out for the lead with 2 laps remaining. Ruben Bray, fastest lap of the race, matching that pace as he puts Willis under pressure. We're going to find out what's going on. 2 laps to go. The medics are on their way to the incident. I think there is still a rider down in the tyre barriers. We'll cut to a break, I believe, because there will be a short delay whilst this red flag is dealt with, and we'll join you back very shortly.
B&B 2020. Are you ready?
Welcome back to Lydd and round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Series. You join us at the moment under a red flag situation with the Junior Supermoto 140 and Mini GP class, having a thrilling battle actually with Peter Willis and Ruben Bray for first and second place. Lewis Mullen, Daniel Goodman, Warwick Brady and Harvey Lathrop all battling at the front of the field, but the red flag coming out because of a fairly high-speed tumble in the middle of the lap. There's, towards the second half of the lap, there's a really fast switchback section, an SS style section where the riders go into a fast right, left, right combination, and the first of those right-handers, 2 riders going for the same bit of track, coming together and going off at quite high speed into the safety barriers. Medics still dealing with the situation, and the race director has instructed the riders to make their way back to the waiting zone. This race was stopped with only 2 laps remaining, so I'm not too sure, I haven't been told yet as what will happen with this race, whether it will be abandoned with 2 laps to go, or if we will see a dash to the line. The final 2 laps, we'll just get confirmation just as soon as possible. Shame that one drew to a close actually, because it was quite a good race out there. In fact, well, looking at the lap scoring charts here, I believe that the race has been declared a result. The checkered flag showing up on the lap charts. It's just to recap the race order. There we see the incident, the medics dealing with the injured rider, and looking at the lap charts here, I believe that the race has been declared as a result. So it was Peter Willis, the race winner from Ruben Bray, Goodman in third in what was a very close race. So that race drawing to a close. In just a few moments, of course, we'll have the second race of the day for the SI Moto, the Vets race, be coming up in just a few moments. So our Junior Supermoto riders making their way back to the pits. Vets will be underway in just a few moments' time. There will be a brief pause in proceedings before the vets get underway. The medics still dealing with the injured rider. One of the injured riders walking away back to the paddock, so I think just walking wounded. There is another rider still receiving some medical treatment, but Pit Bike Vets brought to you in association with Moto's race number 2, and this is how they line up. James Mostica first on the grid with 43.965. Julian Gromit was in second position in qualifying. Dervin Lane qualifying third from Sean Betton. Fifth for Gab Tappenden and sixth for Robin Kyle. In seventh place, Ben Douglas. Eighth was Stu Bateson. Ninth, Mark Jarrett. Tony Rivoli in 10th. Ross McCartney 11th. Mark Hedling in 12th position. 13th was William Horner from Stan Gill. Mick Price 15th position, and the rest of the field made up of Al Morris, Richard Rice and Andy Williams, with no time in qualifying. Likewise for Adam Redding and Paul Histon, those 5 riders having to start at the back of the field. The vets are still in the waiting zone. As we say, we did have a red flag in that previous Junior Supermoto race, coming together on the very fast Esses section of the track. 2 of the riders involved. 1 rider has walked away from the incident and going back to the paddock. There is still medical treatment taking place out on the circuit, so we're not safe to go racing at the moment. Just in the meantime, in the downtime, thanks of course to Rich Energy for their support in 2020 and to Motos for their support of the vets class. I have been informed that the injured rider is sitting up at the moment, so hopefully, and might just be a case of being badly winded. Of course, it is quite a high-speed part of the track where that rider came off, so hitting the ground at speed, sometimes it can be just a case of being badly winded. Let's hope that that's the case. The injured rider is sitting up and responding well to the medics though, so let's hope that it's nothing serious and they'll be able to get back to the paddocks shortly. Just to recap then with the British Mini Bikes for 2020, this is the second round of the championship. We started a few weeks ago at Ella Park in Suffolk, down here in Kent for round number 2 at this fantastic looking Lydd circuit. And there you see the clubhouse and all the facilities behind the scenes here at Lydd. It's been under the current ownership for around 10 years, and a lot of work has been put in behind the scenes to bring it up to scratch. The track has been improved, all the facilities on site. You can see this very modern clubhouse setting behind us as well. All the facilities for both 2 wheels, mostly of course like with most of the tracks on the BMB calendar, most of these tracks used to be usually seen in the karting world and lend themselves very well to mini bike competition. This, the second round of 6 in the championship. Round number 3 will go to Wilton Mill in Northamptonshire on the 30th of August. We move to September and another very high-speed track, Three Sisters on the outskirts of Wigan in Lancashire. 20th of September at Three Sisters. Back to Wilton Mill for the 18th of October. And the finale at one of the, if not the longest track in the UK, the Teesside track, well known in the world of endurance karting, and a great way to end out the 2020 season. 1st of November 2020, the series finale for British Mini Bikes up in the northeast at Teesside. Long way from here, of course, at Lydd, where, as you can see in the background, there is a bit of a, I think it would be fair to say, a sea breeze. It is close enough to the sea. Starting to pick up. It's very warm out there, but the breezes have picked up throughout the afternoon, and I've seen 1 or 2 people actually in the paddock just packing the trackside gazebos away, just as a precaution, I think. You might see down there, I think hopefully they're well weighted down. Those gazebos, very sturdy things, but they do tend to act like a kite when it gets too windy. So I think 1 or 2 people are just packing them away at the moment, because it is starting to get a bit breezy. It's the track temperature is dropping a bit now actually, and it has cooled down compared to earlier. As I'm sure you can see in the background though, it is starting to get a bit more breezy than it was earlier. And I think just being outside the commentary box a few moments ago, it does seem to be trackside a little bit cooler than it was before. It'll be interesting to see from the rider's perspective if it's changing things out on the track at all. That'll be one perhaps to discuss with the riders maybe. And just as we say, we are waiting for the vets race to get underway for their second race of the day. There was an incident in the Junior Supermotos. Medics are still on the track, and I have been advised that they are helping the injured rider up to their feet. So hopefully we will see nothing too serious. Rider is on their feet, being helped by the medics at the moment. And medical car still on the track. Of course, rider safety is always the important aspect here. So this sort of thing will take as long as it takes. There is still an injured rider out on the track, so certainly no racing taking place at the moment. As you can see, most of the riders still sheltering under the dummy grid area just below the clubhouse. It is still pretty warm out there. Not as warm as it was earlier on, of course, but nonetheless still a pleasant warm afternoon. I think track temperatures have dropped slightly, not by very much. It is still a very warm day, but let's hope that we can get racing back underway very soon and that rider is not too badly hurt. I think they're getting back into the medical car now as I speak. They'll hopefully be able to get the track clear very shortly. This incident in the Junior Supermoto class occurring on the very fast second part of the track. There is a very fast right-hander winding their way back towards the finish line. One of the fastest parts of the track where that incident occurred. Two riders coming together, racing incident. We've seen a couple of riders getting together on that series of corners, and unfortunately this one requires the red flag. The race, Junior Supermoto, has been called with 2 laps remaining and will be going through to the vets in just a few moments' time. Just to recap, of course, with the vets, this is a class for riders aged 40 and over. Like pretty much all of the classes in British mini bikes, it is a very much emphasis on stock participation, not very limited, you might say, amount of work available to be done on the bikes, and a lot of cylinder porting and incidents like that where it can affect the performance of the engine. A lot of that is banned. So it's very much based on a stock formula. There is some limited modifications, but a lot of this is the idea being, of course, to get involved in the series and get a competitive race bike at a modest cost, and the talent of the riders coming to the fore, you would say. If you are interested in mini bike racing, check out the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Facebook page and also the website britishminibikes.com. All of the information on the championship. There's also an endurance league usually takes place. Of course, more details about that will follow, and too early to say at the moment, of course, but there's usually a winter series for the mini bikes as well. All the details of how to get involved, the details for the rest of the championship. We move, of course, to Wilton Mill at the end of the month. Medical car is on the move, so hopefully we'll be able to get racing back underway very soon. If you are interested in mini bike racing, sadly at the moment not able to come and watch the meetings, which is always a good way of getting involved, but feel free to visit the website at britishminibikes.com. All of the information about the various race categories are available there. Now usually there is the chance to do arrive and ride, you might say. Of course, have arrive and drive in karting, but arrive and ride racing with the mini bikes as well. So it is possible to rent a bike. Clothing and kit can be provided if you need to, and you can take part in either a practice session or, for a bit more money, do a full race weekend with the support of a garage crew as well. So check out British Mini Bikes for more information on that and how to contact the organisers, so maybe you yourself can get onto the track towards the end of the season. So if you're just joining us for the slightly delayed start of the pit bike bets, let's have a look at the grid again as the riders fire up the engines and begin to make their way down to the waiting zone. This is from the morning qualifying session. James Mostico was the fastest qualifier on the number 27 with a 43.965, almost 1 second ahead of Julian Gromit. Dervin Allain qualified third from Sean Benton. Gav Tappenden robbing Kyle in 6th position. 7th for Ben Douglas from Stu Bateson, Mark Jarrett and Tony Reveley. 10th position Ross McCartney and Mark Hedling in 12th. 13th position for William Horner from Stan Gill, Mick Price, the last rider to post a time with a 49.515. Further down the grid, Al Morris, Richard Rice, Andy Williams in 18th position, Adam Redding 19th and Paul Histon. None of those riders posting a time. They will start at the back of the grid. So after that delay, the second race for the vets, sponsored by SY Motos, making their way round on the formation lap down to the grid. The Ovali machines coming up next for the youth riders. They'll be underway in a few minutes' time. But first, of course, we've got this vets class lining up on the grid. So track temps have gone down slightly. Whether that will make any difference out on the track to the riders, we shall wait and see. It's been a fantastic afternoon. Lovely weather here at Lydd for round number 2 of the championship. And this very well turned out Lydd circuit. Very fast venue as well, and certainly fast flowing. Overtaking is possible. We've seen quite a few well executed passes throughout the afternoon. We're on a fast flowing track like this. It's something you really do have to think about and maybe plan in advance, 3 or 4 corners in advance. I think the riders have pretty much lined up. We are ready to go. Green flag goes up and Betts race number 2 gets underway. Good start from James Mostica down the inside and holds on to the lead. They pile through the first chicane, everyone through safely up to the first of the tight hairpins, and still Mostica leading. The rest of the pack pile through. They all seem to get through safely, and James Mostica, 27, leads them round the top corner. The speeds pick up now through the sweeping corners. There's the number 13. Gav Tapperton's run so well this afternoon. They pile their way through. There's the 22. I think that's actually Stan Gill at the back of the field on a borrowed machine. But the leaders charging through. James Mostica leads. Julian Gromit was in second, but Gav Tapperton, a great first lap for him. He gets through to second place. There's the 75 of Julian Gromit. Dervin Lane drops to 4th. Ben Douglas and Sean Betton in there. Mark Jarrett also well placed. There is Dervin Lane with the black and fluorescent yellow riding gear. And the red machine of Ben Douglas, red and grey colours on the outside, trying to get past Lane, who guards the inside line. Douglas tries to break through on the exit, but Dervin Lane guards that inside line and holds on to the 4th position. Mostica pulling away at the front. Oh, Lane got a little bit squirrely through that left-hander. Oh, and down goes the 71 of Ben Douglas. A big wipeout there. I think he went down there. Oh, no, it wasn't him actually. Somebody else did go down there earlier on this afternoon. Nasty tumble there for Douglas, but it looks like he's okay. Waved yellows on that part of the track. The race goes on, but Ben Douglas battling with Dervin Lane for 4th place, dropping all the way down the field. You just saw him out of shot there, picking the bike up. He is okay. Douglas is okay, but the bike looks like, I think he is at the race. The waved yellows, which we'll see in a moment. Here we see number 75, Julian Gromit, with Gavin Tapperton just behind. They go past the waved yellow flags and the stricken Ben Douglas, but the rider is okay and left the bike on the outside of the track. Appears to be walking away. The rest of the race goes on. 9 laps to go, with James Mostica still leading the race. Fastest lap with a 45.446. Just before that crash, incidentally. So Mostica leads the race by 3.9 seconds. Gromit in 2nd place, Tapperton 3rd, Dervin Lane 4th. And moving up to 5th place now is Sean Betton from Robin Kyle, Mark Jarrett. Stu Bateson in 8th place, 9th for Tony Reveley, and 10th now is the 68 of William Horner. Gav Tapperton trying to get through past Julian Gromit. And there is a stationary yellow just through here because Ben Douglas, the bike is still on the outside of the track. He seems okay. Mostica still leads. Julian Gromit in 2nd place, Gav Tapperton in 3rd. And there we see the battle of 4th place. Dervin Lane in 4th, Sean Betton and Robin Kyle in 6th. There we go, the 189 of Dervin Lane leading that little group through. Robin Kyle 6, Mark Jarrett, Stu Bateson, Tony Reveley and William Horner rounding up the top 10. Mick Price 11th position, Stan Gill in 12th, Ben Douglas, as you saw earlier, out of the race. It's quite a heavy tumble, but he has walked away. But let's see what Dervin Lane can do now. He's holding on to that 4th position. Sean Benton and Robin Kyle battling away just a bit further behind. There we see the 837 of Sean Benton down the back straight in towards the final corner. Trying to get past Sean Benton, Dervin Lane to really get away through at the moment. James Mostiger still your leader, and there is Ben Douglas. Rider okay, but cutting a frustrated figure as a spectator at the moment. Here's the race leader, 27, James Mostiger. Got a good jump on the field at the start and has pulled away as the race goes on. Stationary yellow flag there. The riders just cautioning, of course, as they go past the stricken bike of Ben Douglas. Still, this battle goes on with Gav Tappert and Dervin Lane and Sean Benton. Benton trying to get through. And the 199 of Robin Kyle in there as well. Mark Jarrett and Stu Bates a bit further behind. 6 laps to go in this one. James Mostiger still leads the way. Here is the machine of Mark Jarrett. Stu Bates at 5:01 just behind. Mark Jarrett with those Pepsi Cola type decals. I think that's a hint towards Kevin Schwantz back in the 80s there. He was sponsored in his early career at least by Pepsi when he came over to do the old 500 Grand Prix, and he's been inspiration on that bike at least anyway. And he holds off the 5:01 of Stu Bateson through the Essex corners. 27 Mark Jarrett, 2:71 on the transponder screens. Still James Mostiger that leads from Julian Gromit, Gav Tappert in 3rd. The battle's still on for 4th with Dervin Lane, Sean Benton and Robin Kyle all very close. 5 laps to go as they make their way through the first of the chicanes, around the back of the circuit towards the second chicane. Still 189, Dervin Lane in 4th place, Sean Benton and Robin Kyle all very close. Gav Tappert has pulled away and is on his own in 3rd place. This is the battle of a 3rd, 4th I should say. 199 of Robin Kyle still in 6th place. There's Dervin Lane, 189 in 4th, sandwiched by Sean Benton. Moving towards the final corner now. There's Elaine. Just saw Gav Tappert riding out of shot on his own in 3rd place. Kyle having a look down the inside of Sean Benton, but can't find a way through. 4 laps to go. James Mostiger has led the entire race, pulled away at the front very early on in this one. As again, Kyle having a look down the inside of Benton. This is allowing Elaine to pull away slightly, only by a few tenths, however. Up to the top corner they go, the 189. Dervin Lane still in 4th place. 837 Sean Benton trying to look down the inside, as does Kyle, but they hold their positions in 4th, 5th and 6th place. Picked like Bet's race number 2. James Mostiger still leading the way. The gap is now 6.3 seconds as Julian Gromit goes through in 2nd place on the 75. Now, I've just been told, try and pick this up, that Dervin Lane's gone into the pits. Well, he's not sure. You can see him dropping down the lap charts there. He's down to 8th place now, so just been told that Dervin Lane has pulled into the pits. So, yeah, I've just seen him myself actually riding slowly back towards the paddock. No, a bit of drama there. He was running well in that race, so I don't know if he's had some sort of mechanical issue maybe, but as you can see for yourself, Dervin Lane has dropped down to 10th place. That means that the rider in shot now, the number 837 of Sean Benton, is in 4th place. Robin Kyle in 5th. None of this, of course, bothering the leaders. Mostiger lead. Oh, as Kyle has a look around the outside of Sean Benton. So yes, indeed, Dervin Lane dropping out of contention in these closing stages. The battle now on for 4th between the 837 of Sean Benton and Robin Kyle on the 199. James Mostiger still leads the way. Julian Gromit 2nd and Gav Tappert in 3rd. Those 3 all on their own. And the battle now still very much on for fourth as Robin Kyle has a look down the inside. Oh, nice little move there. Robin Kyle moves into fourth place, gets past Sean Benton. Really had to be committed down the inside to make that pass stick. 1 lap to go as James Mostiker on the number 27 really in control of this race. I mean, 1 or 2 problems further down the field, but he's led pretty much from the drop of the flag and just looking to try and bring it home. There he is, number 27. 8 seconds the gap last time round, and he's got this race firmly under control at the moment. Down the back straight he goes for the final time. Just a case of staying out of trouble around the final hairpin. Takes a nice sweeping line, and it's been a fantastic race for him. 27, James Mostiker will take the checkered flag. In the end, a relatively straightforward victory for it, but he had to work hard for that one. It's going to be Julian Gromit, the 75, in second place. There goes Gav Tappenden in third place. Number 7 of Mick Price running up the top 10. There's a lap down, there's Tappenden third, and Robin Kyle holds on to that fourth place from Sean Benton in that thrilling battle for fourth place. Very, very closely fought indeed. So pit bike bets drawing to a close. Congratulations to James Mostiker. There he is, number 27. Fantastic race, led the race, you would say, from start to finish, and very well deserved indeed. Here we go then with the second race of the day for the Ovali GP machines, and let's recap the morning qualifying. Henry McCartney was the fastest qualifier with a 42.8 from Harley McCabe in second, Ruben Bray in third, Warwick Brady fourth, Luca Hopkins in fifth, Zach Weston qualified in sixth position. Seventh was George Bose and Wilson Dilks, Laken Payne in ninth, Arnie Carr in 10th, Daniel Stevenson 11th, and Monty Hillier in 12th. Ralph Croft 13th from Luca Wilkinson, Cameron Ancliffe, Izzy Carter, Jack Newton, Kobe Garrett in 18th place. Dan Deering qualified in 19th, and Josh Bannister, no time in qualifying, starts at the back. So Ovali, this, as we say, debut class for 2020. Ellis Park saw the debut of the Ovali machines in the UK. Italian-made bikes. As we said earlier on in the programme, to look at them close up in the paddock, they really do resemble scaled down either mini MotoGP or British Superbike type machines. And they really are great for these young riders to race on. This series brought to the UK with the assistance of the TT legend Peter Hickman, who we spoke to at Ellis Park a few weeks ago, and he really has taken an active interest in this series. He's helped to bring the bikes to the UK, and as well as, of course, as well as it being a business opportunity, it's very much a chance for him to help give something back to the sport, you would say, help develop young riders coming through. And he was, on a personal level, he was very taken by these bikes. He felt they were good for the young riders. And the issue is, of course, with the Ovali machines, they are stock-based as well. There's sealed engines, there are no real modifications allowed, and they have to be sealed for competition, which means that it is straightforward to get into this class and get racing as well. So a good way to get the young riders into the sport and really learn their racecraft as well. It was an exciting first round at Ellis Park, and quite a lot of young riders in this one new to the sport as well, just learning their racecraft as well, getting used to being out on the track in race competition. And I'm sure as the year goes on, these riders will get more and more experienced, more accomplished out on the track. But at the front there is some very good racecraft on offer from these riders as well. I'm sure there'll be a few names to look out for in the future, of course. Pete Hickman, of course, who we mentioned earlier on in the show. He, of course, we spoke to him at the first round, fastest man on the Isle of Man TT. Speaking of the Isle of Man, James Hillier, trackside at the moment, looking after his son, who's out in this race as well. Monti qualifying just outside of the top 10 in one of his first ever race meetings, and he'll be looking, I'm sure, to follow in his father's footsteps. The green flag goes up, and Ovali race 2 is underway. Oh, great run on the outside from Harley McCabe. Trouble on the start. One rider goes down. Harley McCabe with a good getaway. They ran the outside. We're just trying to identify who that rider was that went down. It appears they're okay. No, I think that was Arnie on the number 83. He's had such a good afternoon so far, but drops the bike on the start line. At the front, though, good jump on the outside from Harley McCabe from the 31 of Henry McCartney, who tries to look down the inside. Ruben Bray watching in third. And looks like Arnie Carr gets away at the back of the field, the rider who dropped the bike on the start line, the 83. Winner earlier on, of course, of the first race of the block. We had the Junior Supermoto 90. That was won by Arnie Carr, but now Carr is in last place and cut adrift from the rest of the pack, so he's got some work to do with 11 laps to go. McCartney leads, getting past McCabe on that first lap. It's Ruben Bray in third, Zach Weston fourth, Warwick Brady in fifth, Hopkins Bowes, and the 85 of Wilson Dilks in eighth place, ninth for Lake and Payne, Daniel Stevenson 10th, Cameron Ancliffe in 11th place from Ralph Croft, and Monty Hillier in 13th, Luca Wilkinson, Jack Newton a bit further behind. But we look at the race leader, Henry McCartney, on the number 31. Not really shaking off Harley McCabe at the moment. At the final corner they go, and McCabe, good drive out to that final corner. The 179 of Harley McCabe is really starting to put Henry McCartney under some pressure here as they go up towards the chicane. This tight hairpin left-hand corner now, about the slowest part of the track. And then it all gets quicker. Oh, as McCabe has a look down the inside of McCartney, but doesn't quite pull the move off. McCartney glancing over the shoulder. And they say sometimes you've got to be careful doing that, really. Just keep looking down the road, not worrying about the rider behind you so much. But McCartney knows that McCabe's there. And Harley McCabe trying to apply the pressure as they go into the hairpin. Henry McCartney, nice line though, guards that inside line. And Harley McCabe, oh, red flag. We had a red flag. There's an incident, I think, at the top of the track. Oh, that's a shame. That was developing into a nice race now. Just trying to see who that right. Might have been George Bowes, 67, looking at the number on there that went off. But as you can see for yourself, the rider appears to be okay, and gets a bit of just a bit of comfort there, but looks a bit perplexed there. I don't know if he got caught out by the bike or something, just seemed to get away from him. That's a very fast part of the track, actually, where that incident occurred. And the unfortunate George Bowes, red flag is out, and the medics making their way out onto the course. Now, I don't think any other riders were involved in that one. Fairly sure that was George Bowes that went off. We're just looking down the track as the rest of the Ovali riders make their way back to the waiting zone. Medical car going to the top of the circuit to have a look at that incident. I think it was George Bowes that went down. As you saw for yourself, the rider was back on his feet, so hopefully it's nothing serious, and they're just going to check him over. In the meantime, the rest of the Ovali machines making their way back to the grid. There are a few riders, I think, in the waiting zone at the moment. And there we see the medics on site just to check the rider's okay. There is a marshal on hand as well. Hopefully nothing serious, although I think the medic's just checking him out because that is quite a high-speed part of the track where he came off the machine. Riders going back to the waiting zone now, and I believe there's still 10 laps to go in this race, so it looks like they're going to pause this race and get back underway. And there's George Bowes. The medic's just checking he's okay. I don't know if he'll be taking the restart or not, but seems okay, if not a bit dejected. But for the rest of the riders, it's his time, a chance to take on some fluids, take on some water, get themselves ready for the restart. But they are still being held in the waiting zone as the parents and the mechanics getting the chance just to check the riders are okay down in the waiting zone and get themselves ready for the restart. There we see that's George Bowes. He was running in 6th place actually when he went down, so pushing the bike away. And hard to tell from the footage there, but the bike doesn't appear to be damaged at all. The levers are still on there, and don't think there's any severe damage to that bike, but whether he'll take the restart, I don't know yet, so we'll wait and see. Medical car making its way back to its position, and we should be safe to go racing very shortly. The rider that went down, causing the red flag, George Bowes, crashing out of that 6th place on that top hairpin, very fast part of the track, so it would have been a nasty tumble. I didn't see what happened there, but that is quite a fast part of the track, so good to see that he's okay. There he is. Gloves are off. He seems okay in himself, doesn't he? He just looks a little bit dejected, as he would be, because he was running well in that one. Don't know if he's taking the restart. The bike's being pushed rather hurriedly back towards the waiting zone. Now, I don't know if this is with a view for him taking the restart. The bike's going quicker than the rider at the moment, as George has a gentle stroll back towards the pits. And you can see just to the left of the shot there, that's the machine of George Bowes back in the paddock. Now, I don't know what's going to happen here. The rest of the bike's just firing up. Watching what's going on down here, there does seem to be some sort of discussion going on with the race director down here, just to get things ready for the restart. Bike's being warmed up. The riders have taken advantage of this red flag situation just to take on some water. It is still very hot out there. It has freshened up since the lunchtime, but still always important to keep hydrated, of course. Don't forget, of course, the riders having to wear protective equipment, the helmets and the leathers. It will get hot as the day goes on. Now, of course, it's all modern riding gear. It is designed to be breathable, but nonetheless, body temperature will be quite high, and it's important for the riders to try and keep on top of the hydration, keep the concentration levels up. You'll probably see, actually, walking into the pits is George Bowes, the rider who went down. So the track, I think, is now clear. The rider's off the track. The bike is as well. One or two of the medics and marshals returning to their points. Bowes, I don't think, is getting back on the bike. I think he's just discussing with another rider what went wrong. As the Ovali machines go back out for a sighting lap, they'll return back to the grid, and this race will be restarted for its 10-lap conclusion. Riders will rejoin the race back to on the positions where they started when the red flag came out. Minus, it appears, the unfortunate George Bowes, who's just behind that van there, actually. We just saw in the shot. He's just talking things over. He seems okay. And there are one or two riders who finished their racing for the day, making in most cases, the long journey back up north. It's quite a trek for a lot of these riders, but certainly well worth the journey, especially on a day like today. So Ovali machines now making their way back towards the start line for the restart of this race. Still 10 laps to go when the red flag came out. And we saw quite a good battle between Henry McCartney and Harley McKay when that red flag came out. Not much between those two riders, so let's have a look and see what happens when the race restarts in just a few moments. Last few riders coming in then from the sighting lap, and I think that's Izzy Carter, possibly just lost the engine, and Izzy had some trouble in the first race when the bike, I think, it stalled on the line, and a bit of work to do. But Izzy Carter back with the rest of the field now. I think that's Monty Hillier there, number 37. The famous son, of course, and it looks like this is only his, I was told earlier, only his second competitive race meeting, but he's got the bike fired up. The 37 just on the edge of the top 10 as the flag drops, and away they go. Oh, but this time Henry McCartney made that start a bit better than he did the first time and made that corner his. Harley McCabe in second, Ruben Bray in third. So here we go again. Still a long way to go in this race, and it's still as you were at the front, and already Henry McCartney and Harley McCabe starting to pull away. There's the 31, Henry McCartney, the race leader. Ruben Bray in third, Warwick Brady and Luca Hopkins. McCartney leads them down towards the final corner. Let's have a look at the 179 there of Harley McCabe. Seemed to get a better drive out of the final corner. Not able to find a way through at the moment. Ruben Bray still in third. It's Warwick Brady fourth, Luca Hopkins fifth. Weston in sixth, Dilk seventh, Payne in eighth, Stevenson ninth, and Wilkinson, Luca Wilkinson rounding out the top 10. A bit further back, Ralph Croft, Arnie Carr, Cameron Ancliffe, Monty Hillier, Izzy Carter, and Jack Newton, Kobe Garrison, Dan Deering, 18th place rounding out the field on that first lap. But all of the action is at the front between the 31 of Henry McCartney and 179 Harley McCabe, having a look down the inside. But McCartney shuts the door. They cross the line, nothing at all between those riders. Oh, that is incredibly close on the lap times. 43.01 for Henry McCartney, 43.03 for McCabe. Barely anything in it, and just goes to show this sort of stock-based racing, the bikes, sealed engines, nothing at all between the bikes, really does produce some close racing at the front with these machines. And let's see what McCabe can do here. 179 in second place. Henry McCartney 31, the race leader, looks very smooth, very quick as well. So let's see what McCabe can do here. What he'll want to do now is try and stick on the back wheel of Henry McCartney. Just look at his lines, and he's still got 9 laps to go, so he's got a bit of time here just to try and suss out the race leader. Henry McCartney, the race leader, has got to try and break away, but McCabe, you would say, would be a case of just studying the machine in front, just seeing what lines he's using. Because there will surely be places where McCabe is quicker and maybe perhaps might be able to steal an advantage possibly. We concentrate now on the battle of the third place, number 12 of Ruben Bray and Warwick Brady, third and fourth, very close indeed, much like the two leaders. So first and second battling, third and fourth very close as well. Luca Hopkins further behind with the machine of Zach Weston. Ruben Bray, number 12, Warwick Brady right on his tail. This is pretty much a copy of the battle for the lead. Those two leaders just going out of shot, McCartney and McCabe. The two leaders still lapping in the 42 second region at the moment, and third and fourth in the 43, so the pace hasn't really dropped off in this Ovali class. They are lapping still at a very quick pace. They go down the inside of the number 80 of Dan Deering, currently in 18th place, as McCabe has a look down the inside. Drifts a bit wide on the apex of the hairpin, then gets a good exit down the finish line straight, but not close enough to go for a pass here. McCabe, second place, 179. There's your leader, number 31, Henry McCartney. And McCabe trying to find a way through. These riders again pretty much identical on lap times, identical on pace here. And this, with 5 laps to go, looks like it could be quite a close battle to the finish here. Nothing at all between these two riders, and they certainly won't want to be banging bars here, because just a little bit further behind, Ruben Bray and Warwick Brady, you might just see them in shot. There they are. So not too much between the top 4. So McCabe trying to get past. And we'll have a look at the lap times here. They are pulling away slightly from Ruben Bray and Warwick Brady, but not by very much. You can pretty see on the lap charts here. Let's have a look at the times on the left of the screen. 2.6 seconds between first and this rider here, number 12, Ruben Bray. still, with Warwick Brady just behind in 4th place. Now the 2 leaders are starting to close up on the back markers. There's Bray, and yeah, they are filtering their way through here. That's Henry McCartney doing a good job here of filtering his way through some of the midfield riders. Where is McCabe? Let's have a look. Oh, he's still there. He's lost a little bit of time, but not very much, as they go through to the top corner. Back towards us, and oh, McCartney having a glance over the shoulder there just to see if he's managed to shake off McCabe. But the answer to that one is not quite. He has pulled away slightly, 3 laps to go. There is Ruben Bray. Now let's have a look. That's the 135 of Jack Newton, currently in 15th place, about to be lapped by the leading group. Cameron Ancliffe on the number 7 has gone through in 14th place. Currently the last rider on the lead lap, although just being passed by the leaders at the top of the circuit. McCabe second, Ruben Bray, Warwick Brady, Luke Hopkins, Zach Weston, Wilson Dilks on the 85. There's the number 7. That very Barry Sheen-esque Continental 7 on the front there. You'll recognise that sort of number plate. That's Cameron Ancliffe, who is currently in 14th place. 31 though, Henry McCartney down the back straight, pulling away slightly from McCabe, who goes down the inside. I believe that is Ancliffe there in 14th. The pace picking up as we go into the last lap, just outside of the top 10. The number 11 of Daniel Stevens in 10th place, and Monty Hillier currently in 11th. His fastest lap of the race, Hillier setting a 45.64, just ahead of Luca Wilkinson and Ralph Croft on the 49. 1 lap to go though, and Henry McCartney, again just checking his progress. He's really pulling away now from Harley McCabe. McCabe not dealing with the midfield traffic quite as well as McCartney. That's the 49 of Ralph Croft, Luca Wilkinson in there as well, 76. And McCartney now coming around the final corner. Monty Hillier will be the last rider on the lead lap, as I think we are going through for another lap actually. I think there's been a glitch. Of course the race was stopped before. It does seem to be still going on. Yeah, we are still under race conditions by the looks of things. So McCartney nipping down the inside of the 37, Monty Hillier. Glancing over the shoulder again to check. So Monty Hillier, of course, son of James Hillier. Very established TT and Northwest rider, and running well in one of his first ever race meetings. But Henry McCartney looks like he's going to win this race. He had to fight so hard to hold on to the lead at the first part of the race, but he's taken the checkered flag, I believe. Well, still racing, I think. So our timing chart showing us showing the race is completed, but when you look at them going around, I think they are still at race pace. Whether this has been a full restart, possibly, we'll just wait and see. But certainly there's Henry McCartney, number 31. Now, we were told on the timing systems this would be the last lap, but certainly McCartney, well, I don't think he's slowing down. He's not going back to the pits just yet. He's still under race pace. And there's Harley McCabe in second, so looks like they're still going round. Here we go then, Henry McCartney crossing the line from Harley McCabe. So I think this, presumably this must be a full restart then, because the race is still going on. Ruben Bray, number 12, still in third from Warwick Brady. And Luca Hopkins goes through, just in the number 49 of Ralph Croft, battling with Luke Wilkes. I believe this is the last lap of the race. Just put the board out now, so 1 lap to go for the 31 of Henry McCartney, who's done so well in this race. Quite a long time out on track for these riders after that restart. And Henry McCartney now round the final corner. There we go. This is the last lap now, so Henry McCartney still on the 42s. He's lapping, running very well indeed. There looks like the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson in the top 10. Henry McCartney with 1 lap to go in this race. He's run so well. wants to be careful because he doesn't want to trip over Daniel Stevenson. He was just checking his progress, but approaching fast on Stevenson, who himself is running well. So that means that the top 9 are still on the lead lap as he nips past Stevenson round the final corner. And a great ride for the number 31. Henry McCartney takes the checkered flag. It will be 179 Harley McCabe in second after that early pressure. Third position for the number 12 Reuben Bray. Warwick Brady in fourth, and Luca Hopkins rounding out the top 5. So that's the Ovali GP race drawing to a close. And a great ride there for Henry McCartney. Of course, it was red flagged after that incident earlier on, but everyone seems okay. And joining us up in the commentary box, enjoying some of the air-conditioned luxury, you might say, is Dervin Elaine, who ran very well earlier on. So how did you find things today, Dervin?
Yeah, it's been a good day for me today. To win a race, come third. Yeah, good satisfying day, especially in this heat. It's murderous out there. It's awful.
Oh, certainly. We were speculating on the microphone earlier that it's nice conditions to be sitting in and watching the racing, but I think being out there on the track will be a different story.
Yeah, it's hard going. You get zapped really fast, especially on, because it's quite lots of turns, lots of corners, and you're under pressure all the time. By the second race, yeah, I was blowing.
So we'll look forward to Dervin's insight in the next race. The Super Minis are in the waiting zone. They'll be underway in just a few moments' time. Second race of the day for the Super Minis. Spectacular, fast racing class with the 150 4-strokes and the 85 2-strokes. Just a reminder of how things turned out this morning. Dane Blackburn, the fastest qualifier from Joe Dickinson. Richard Holmes-Williams in third. Lawrence Wardle fourth. Stephen Brooks and Tom Lewis in sixth place. Seventh was Dom Herbertson. Jordan Pritchard eighth. Luke Bithell in ninth. Rhys Stevenson starts at the back with no time in qualifying. I'm Chris Czora for the second race of the day for the Ovali machines. There we see the power plant in the background here at Lydd. This, I was told by the Alpha Live team, the only desert officially in the UK, and that's off in that general direction towards the power plant. It's a very exposed, open kind of venue here, very flat, and you can see when you drive up to the track, it's very sandy. It's almost like going to the seaside, really, and it is very close to the coast, actually. Joining me on the mic for the Super Minis race is Dervin Elaine, and we were just saying before how tough things were out on the track. It does seem a very fast circuit. There's no real out-and-out slow parts on the track.
No, the only time you'll probably get a breather is the down the big straight just before the last corner, but you're on and off throttle and throwing it around corners constantly. So yeah, it's a very, very aggressive track. Really good though.
And it is worth saying, of course, it's such a nothing really. There's no real breather time, is there? So that's going to get physically demanding as the race goes on, because you can't really concentrate. Here we go, the Super Mini is underway, and looks like Joe Dickinson gets away at the head of the field from Dane Blackburn. Richard Holmes-Williams into the top corner, and Dickinson still leads. So what I will ask here, Dervin, is so with the tyre choices, how have you found things today in terms of, it looks quite greasy out there, so I suppose you've got to get the right tyres on it.
It's actually really grippy. It's surprisingly grippy for a track. Most of the fast guys will probably run an S compound PMT, which is a quite hard tyre, and the variance is an SS, which is slightly softer, a bit more grippier. But in this heat, most of the bigger rides will probably run an S compound, harder.
And has that been with the? It does seem very hot on the track today, but you're saying it is grippier than it looks.
Yeah, it is really grippy. You as long as you're committed to the corners, there's plenty of grip out there. That's why these guys here, they're going twice the pace I was going around this track at, and you can see that they're not having moments. They're very controlled. They're in control of their bikes, and the tyres are sticking.
Does seem very quick out there as Joe Dickinson and Dane Blackburn, the two Husqvarnas, leading the way, very, very close indeed. As the scream of the two strokes into this part where Durban was saying, this is about the only rest part on the track, this relatively long straight. The rest of the track is very tight, well not tight, but very twisty. And there's Richard Holmes-Williams, the first of the Honda 4-strokes in third place. And Holmes-Williams, if you remember earlier on today, took a tumble in this race and had to fight his way through. So he's had a good ride today, and again, just trying to get involved in this battle. And this, I would say, Devon, this is the part, these two trying to battle up a position. So Holmes-Williams, he wanted to try and get involved in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the two at the front, Data Dane, as we call him in the paddock, and Joe Dickinson, they're really are a class of their own. And I know that Data Dane trying his best to keep on his back wheel and try and keep him in. It's quite hard to pass on this track. You have to maybe line it up a couple of corners before, get a good run on someone, and be really brave into one of the big braking areas in the big hairpins.
We've noticed that earlier on today. I think you're quite right there, Devon, is when there's a passing move taking place, it's almost something you've got to plan almost like laps in advance and kind of see where the faster rider might be a bit slower somewhere on the track.
Yeah, especially at the front with these guys, they're so evenly matched. He'll be on his back wheel now, looking for where he can basically make that move. But as you can see, they're always turning, they're always on and off power, and as you can see, Dickinson's pulled away a bit now. So yeah, Dane's gonna have to try and rein back in. That's the hard part, trying to keep on the back of someone through the tight stuff.
Joe Dickinson trying to break away at the front. There's the lap times, 40.454, half a second quicker than Dane Blackburn. Richard Holmes-Williams still there in third. Lawrence Wardle just going through in fourth place. Stephen Brooks moves past Tom Lewis, Dom Herbertson and Jordan Pritchard rounding up the field. Real mixture of the 85 up to 112cc permitted on the 2-strokes. Oh, it's a bit tight in that top corner.
I saw out the window that Dane's had a huge moment coming out of the bottom hairpin. Nearly threw him off his bike, so he's lost a lot of time now. So Richard Holmes-Williams will be right on his back wheel, I thought. Yes,
he is. We're just looking up towards as we look momentarily at the 30 of Tom Lewis. And Dervin's quite right there. Dane Blackburn losing a lot of time. Holmes-Williams is right on him now. We may well pick it up in a few moments. Through the first chicane they go as this battle towards the back of the field here. Number 30, Tom Lewis, Dom Herbertson. There's Jordan Pritchard just a bit further behind. But Richard Holmes-Williams on the 126 really closing up after that mistake from Dane Blackburn. Again, we just look at Tom Lewis trying to get past Stephen Brooks. Still number 48, Joe Dickinson pulling away, and here we are. So, Holmes-Williams has a look down the inside of Blackburn. Had one or two people, Dane, just poking a wheel in there on those little S's corners, and it's difficult to make it stick.
Some people are naturally fast through corners, and some people can pull away from you down the straight. So those that are carrying corner speed are running up under somebody, and it's causing quite a few near misses at the moment. I must admit, I caused a crash in my last race because my throttle got stuck on round that exact corner, and somebody had to run off and he hit the tyre wall, unfortunately. So if someone isn't carrying corner speed, it is very, very quickly a problem.
And possibly, of course, the CRF 150 that Holmes-Williams is riding there, it'll track very well through the corners, that smooth 4-stroke power band.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed as well, Dane, is one or two of the corners here, these long hairpins, riders perhaps almost looks like they're understeering, drifting wide and just trying to square the turn off, it almost seems, to try and get the exit to the corner.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of different approaches here. Some will run it in deep and try and cut it back, and some will, like some in the 140 class, for example, will take it a lot tighter and be able to hold a more of a stable line. But that's what makes this racing great, because there's so many different styles. You can see, when you're chasing someone as well, you're trying to look to see where you can then drive past them or drive under them to really keep on their back wheel like you're seeing on the screen now.
Again, there we see Richard Holmes-Williams looks quick through that S's section there, the right, left, right into the hairpin, but Blackburn doing enough at the moment to hold on to that position. Holmes-Williams, that CRF 150 is tracking nicely out of the corners and really putting Blackburn under some pressure. Dane Blackburn was battling for the lead early in this race, but a mistake has let Joe Dickinson go. Blackburn now, all he can do is deal with Holmes-Williams in third. It's Wardle in fourth on the 414. Stephen Brooks from Dom Herbertson, who's gone past Tom Lewis. And Jordan Pritchard just going through, rounding up the field. As again, let's see what Holmes-Williams can do. Again, he looks quick through the corners.
Definitely quicker through there. Just try and get a nice run on down the straight. Seems just to lose it coming out, look, and Dane's pulled him down the straight.
And you'd almost wonder perhaps if it's better maybe to hang back into that and just get the power, just take it flat out and be quicker on the exit maybe.
Yeah, I think if you can try, I mean, I did a couple of passes coming out of that corner, and that's where a lot of the fast guys will line you up, and they will literally drive past you on the exit because you're full throttle on the way out on the right-hander.
Especially important, of course, on such a fast circuit. There's not much difference in speed here, because they all are very quick. It's even watching it looks fast. Here we go then. Let's see what Holmes Williams can do. This is the part where he does appear to be quicker, and he's a bit further behind this time. So this might work to his advantage. Let's have a look as he goes down the back straight. Oh, not quite close enough, but he did seem to close up again through those corners. Oh, as Blackburn ran wide there, did it appear, or was it just the line choice?
I think he takes that line. I think he takes a bit. I think he drives it in and then cuts it back. Whereas Holmes Williams just taking a more smoother line around there. It's quite an interesting one when they come around the back of the circuit. You go down that dip of the hill. Really strange. First time I've ridden here, it kind of unseats you a little bit, and then you're throwing it straight into a right-hander, which is where they're just coming now.
This is it here. It's interesting.
Down this little hill here.
That doesn't look too much on the cameras, but I bet on the bike that's quite an obstacle there.
It is, but the guys that are confident on there will then throw it into that right-hander really fast, whereas some people, it unsettles the bike as they go in.
Looking at the lap times here, these two really are pushing each other on at the moment. At the moment is 1 lap to go. I think Dickinson, barring disasters, got this one under control, but they are closing up slightly. A bit of a change of lines here with the 2-strokes and the 4-strokes, of course, with that peaky power band on the 85cc 2-stroke. You know, with the 2-strokes, like, just wrap the power on, it's in there, isn't it?
They do. They take a lot of control in those. I found out to my peril once, but yeah, these guys can really ride a bike. You know, they're doing 40-second laps at the minute, which is amazing.
Well, that's quick around here, and this 85cc, well, sold as an 85, they can run up to 115. Not too sure what that engine that one's running at the moment, but Joe Dickinson, whatever it is running it very well round the final corner. He's got this one under control, and 48 Joe Dickinson with a wheelie takes the checkered flag. Looks like it's going to be Dane Blackburn second, just from Richard Holmes. Oh, trouble here. That's Brooks, isn't it? Stephen Brooks has gone off.
Yeah, young lad, really good rider there. He looks like he's come off.
That's up at the top somewhere, by the looks of things, is it? Or must be at the top hairpin, I think. Actually, we can just see him out of the window, I think, at the very top. So hopefully he'll be all right.
Yeah, he's only young though. We met him with, doing some practice day at Wilton Mill. Really young lad when you see him, and he's riding super fast with some of the best riders that we've got, so he's definitely a talent for the future. Seems like he's okay, so that's always a good sign. He will finish last in this race, which is only thing damages his pride with the looks of things. That piece is just the side panel off. Those Husqvarnas have quite a big side panel on the bike, so that's nothing too, they'll get that reattached easy enough. It's nothing too serious, so bike and riders are okay. Let's see if Dane's a gentleman, lets him ride his bike back. There he is, so the Superman is drawing to a close. Exciting race action as the unfortunate Stephen Brooks, he's okay, but will get his way back to the pits. Nothing damaged, nothing injured, and he'll make his way a bit battered and bruised, but back for another go next time out at Wilton Mill. So we have the next of the juniors coming up in just a few moments. Back to some of our junior competitors with the Mini GP 119.70. Just to recap the grid on this one: Rhys Stevenson from Jordan Rushby and Matthew Roysbrook, Daniel Goodman and Luke Hopkins with no time. Now this one, Durban, we had, again, I think they're all guaranteed a podium here because it's a bit low on numbers, this one. Yeah, the 190 is a fairly new class, and you know, this is hopefully the progression route for some of these younger riders in the other Ovali class as well, to go through to the more powerful bikes. So the likes of Stevenson, young Stevenson, who's a phenomenal rider. You've seen him ride in many classes. Is the guy to catch on this. I mean, I've actually had to go on one of these bikes, and they are amazing. They're amazing. And these, of course, a new class, of course, with the Ovalis as well. You would say, I think Peter Hickman was here last round. He was saying how, as like a young rider, it's the sort of thing
want to ride it because it looks the part, doesn't it, if nothing else. When you see them in the paddock, you get an idea on the video footage here. When you stand next to these bikes in the paddock, they certainly look like the part, don't they?
They definitely look the part. And to be fair, the whole mini GP style bike is really like taking off at the moment, which is amazing. But if you stand at the side of the track as well and you actually watch these young riders coming around these corners with their elbows dragging on the ground, full throttle everywhere, it is amazing. It's amazing to watch. And you think, like, how far out of this paddock someone will go on, and hopefully we can watch their progression through.
I only think so as well, because it's similar to, well, I'm from the world of motocross, and it's
okay.
a bit of one of the oddities of the sport is it's a massive sport, but it's small at the same time, because not at the moment, of course, but you can go to Belgium and go and practice at Lommel, and you'll have like the world's top riders next to you. If you're a kid, you can just go and see them, and they'll be sitting in the back of the Sprinter van, that sort of thing.
And these kids aren't phased, right? So they're meeting the likes of Peter Hickman, and at the last round, the Richard Coopers of the world, and you know they'll take it to them. You know they're racing, and they're going for it, and they're trying to make their parents proud and people watching them at home proud. So it's just good to see, and I think through all the classes now, all the way from the 90s to the 190s, you know, there's a progression route with the academy that we've started that gives them something to aim for, which I think is brilliant.
Oh, now what's going on is we sending in the troops here or something? I think this is just on the access road to the track. I don't know where the cameras are picked up here.
Well, I hope they move it, because it's very tight road getting out at the end of the event.
Yeah, that's us knackered if that stays there. So that's sort of plenty going on down here. It is
it's a lovely area, isn't it?
It's a lovely part. It's warm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's a lovely part. It's warm. The beach is literally just down the road. So if you come into the next event here, it's definitely bring your sun cream. But it's quite a lot to do. Like lots of beaches around here and stuff. So it's quite cool.
Yeah, this is very much when you come down here. You come down the M20 and then turn past Ashford. Basically, it just go as far south as you can, really. And this is at the end of the lane, pretty much.
Stop when you hit the chat. I had an interesting story of someone who was listening to the radio and they saw the sign for pick your lane for the Channel Tunnel, and they realised they'd just gone a bit too far. So there was panic stations had hit in. So it really is right down south. It's far for everybody.
This is a long way, but certainly it seems worth the trip. Everyone seems happy with the track. Of course, these sort of tracks might not be to everyone's taste, possibly, fast circuit, but everyone seems to be enjoying their day, though.
It's a challenging circuit with the chicanes, the two chicanes, and they're slightly different. One's slightly tighter than the other one. So the first one isn't quite as tight, and you can run quite a lot of curb. It's quite grippy on the way out. The second one really tightens up on you, so you kind of really having to throw it on your knee and just power out. So there is opportunity for overtaking there, obviously, but the idea, I think, on this track is just to carry as much speed as possible, so not shut off, turn and go. Just keep as much speed up as you can.
And perhaps what do you say about this, Dervin, with the likes of here and Elf Park? They're not really staples on the calendar, but you go to Wilton Mill, which everyone goes to. It's central in the country and everyone's used to it. Is that going to play much of a difference, being familiar with the track, would you say? Or
yeah, so some guys come from Friday and they spend all weekend learning the track and they build up time straight away, but then some of the guys have, you know, they've been in this paddock for a long time, so for a lot of the youth now, they'll go to Wilton once a week on a Tuesday night and practice, so that event at Wilton's just going to be crazy and super competitive. But this track for a lot of people is new for a lot of people, so it makes it more challenging and more fun, I suppose.
Certainly does. As the riders line up now for Mini GP 190, Rhys Stevenson, who's been in good form today, lines up at the front of the field of three, but nonetheless they had some good racing in the first one. It's still pretty close, and any one of these three could realistically take the flag. Here we go. Everyone gets away safely into the first corner. Rhys Stevenson leads them. Daniel Goodman also in there as well. Matthew Ruysbrook also gets away well. But again, only three in this race, but nonetheless there's still pressure on. And all three of these riders, some are a bit quicker than others, you might say, but they're all fairly evenly matched as well. Yeah,
and they're also riding, you know, incredibly fast bikes. So Rhys Stevens riding the Bucci 190, I believe it is. It's a great machine. It's fast. He's riding it like if he's going to progress through to ride sports bikes in the future, then this is the perfect practice for someone like that. And you can see how fast and how comfortable he is on it. And the guys behind him might not quite carry the same speed. If you look at their approach, you look at how they're taking these corners, it's phenomenal at the ages that they are.
Of course, these riders, they are older kids or teenagers, basically. They're not very old, are they?
No, they're not. They're kids, and it's quite it's quite scary when you walk around the paddock as an old bloke like myself, and you see these young kids, and they're asking you what lap times you're doing, and they're already 4 seconds quicker than you after the first session. It can be disheartening at times, but great.
Oh,
overtake.
nice little move there, wasn't it? Down the inside. That took some bottle there, because that was the little mound you were talking to with that right-hander. It's quite a fast part of the track as well, and you've got to be committed there. It's a bit of cooperation between the riders as well, not to just stick it down the inside and cause a crash as well.
There's been a couple of incidents into that corner. It's because some people will roll off, and some people literally will carry the corner speed. So it's like a pinch point. So yeah, you have to. If you're going to send it down there, you've got to be committed that you're going to make it stick. So
a good move there from Daniel Goodman. Looks like he's moved up another position at the moment. Of course, we never like to say these things, commentators curse and all that, but Rhys Stevenson clearing away at the moment, lapping in the 41s, 41.93, fastest lap of the race. These two riders lapping around the 43-44 second region. So Rhys Stevenson got a little bit of an edge on Goodman, the rider in shot now, and Matthew Roysbrook as they go into the final corner. Stevenson looking very neat around that final corner again. Almost clipping the apex on the exit there, quicker on the outside than the entry.
He uses all the track. And he's running 41 second lap times, which isn't far off the fastest laps for the Super Mini race that it was on before. So it's really impressive.
Certainly with these smaller bikes as well, they are powerful machines, but it's a case of keeping it in that power range, because you don't want to be taking the wrong lines and losing the power really.
Yeah, on this track, one bad corner means you have 4 bad corners, or you've lost all your pace when you get to the end of the straight. So it really is a really flowy track. You've got to keep your speed up.
Really does seem to suit the smooth riders such as Rhys Stevenson coming in towards the final corner now. Still about 4 seconds. We'll check the gap as they go through. Stevenson still lapping in the 41s, fastest lap of the race with a 41.86. The gap goes up to 5.3 seconds from Daniel Goodman and Matthew Roysbrook in third, both lapping in the 43 second region. So all 3 riders circulating well in this event, sponsored by Race Fasteners ProLite, and we see Daniel Goodman, Matthew Roysbrook in third. It's unfair to say in last place, but
we'll say third, shall we?
Third sounds better, doesn't it? In all fairness, they're not just showing up, they are having to race here, because any one of these, we don't want to say nasty things, but Rhys Stevenson could make a mistake, and these two could well be in it still.
Yeah, it might be smaller numbers, but they are racing. The guy who's in third place, Rushbrook, is it?
Matthew Roysbrook in third, 7.6 seconds.
He's not giving up. He could be disheartened by being in third place, but he's still chasing. And sometimes this is a learning experience for them. They'll take this from this round, and next round there could be 5, there could be 6 people in this race. So it's the fact that he's sticking in there and he's still pushing on. It's a learning for them. It's early days in their career, isn't it?
And in all fairness, you would say to Roysbrook here in third, he's, like you say, he's still charging away. Sometimes I've been in these sort of races before where there's not many people in the race, but they're all fairly good. And you're towards the back, but it's almost a race in itself to keep pace. It's almost like a cycling race, almost, not to lose the pace.
Yeah, you don't want to be dropped, because as soon as they break that toe, then you just fall back and back and back. So the fact he's still sticking there, he's not actually that far behind. One mistake, one too quick into one corner, it'll close back up really quickly on this track.
So the gap, 8 seconds between first and second, 9.3, the gap between the whole pack here, so it's still finely poised. Rhys Stevenson again putting some nice laps in though here, 41.44 last time round, fastest lap of the race. Goodman on the 57 still, was dipping into the 42s now, just a bit quicker than Matthew Roysbrook in third. 6 laps to go, and this race still finely poised despite there being only the 3 runners left in this one. But Rhys Stevenson, again 41.6, another fast lap for him there. Daniel Goodman goes through in second. Matthew Roysbrook not too far behind though, still in third place. Just under 2 seconds between second and third place, and they're both very similar lap times as Daniel Goodman just dips into the 42s now, 42.54 last time round, 43.09 for Matthew Roysbrook, still finely poised, and Rhys Stevenson running nicely. They're consistent lap times here in the 41s as he pulls away from Goodman in second.
Yeah, and they're consistent as well. They're hitting the same lines lap after lap. They're not all over the place. Rhys is doing a consistent lap times, which means that he's definitely dialed in with that bike anyways, as you can see. But the fact that they're all so consistent is, again, it's what a great way to come here and put on your talent in front of everyone and be able to run at that pace, which is some of the quickest times of the weekend, consistently, lap after lap in this heat, it really is impressive.
Well, let's have a look at Stevenson making his way back towards the finish line, still lapping in the 41s, which is still good going. And as we say, more grip than it would anticipate, but still very warm, tough conditions. So let's have a look at Stevenson round the final corner. 3 laps to go next time round, nice and neatly, and still 41.5. There's tenths of a second. Every single lap has been tenths of a second between his lap time, so he really has got this bike dialed and this track sorted out by the looks of things.
Yeah, he is a naturally smooth rider there. You can see that. Everything he's jumped on, I think today he's gone pretty quick on. The good thing about him as well, he's not afraid to run curves and to bang bars with other riders. So he's definitely pushing on. He's one to watch for the future. Well, not even that much of the future. He's already making the older guys work really hard already. So,
well, certainly is a factor in this championship, as Rhys Stevenson still the gap 13 seconds. So you wouldn't say this race is over at the moment, but looking good with 2 laps to go. We're still second and third, Daniel Goodman and Matthew Roysbrook. Not much between second and third, and Roysbrook, the tail ender, still doing a great job of tagging on to the second place Daniel Goodman. Now, to me, 2 laps to go. It looks like Daniel Goodman is a bit quicker here. He is pulling away slowly from Roysbrook, but like you say, it would be easy for Roysbrook to lose that toe, but he's still hanging on in there and still within striking distance if Goodman makes a mistake.
Yeah, and with only 3 of them on there, then if anything happens, then he's there to capitalise. So he needs to keep chugging along, and he'll be learning as well, right? So he'll be getting better. All these laps he's doing, chasing, pushing himself. He'll be tired now because they've been racing all day. It's been hot all day, so still the lap times are consistent. So they've obviously got a lot of energy. I can see him trying to push the bike to go faster down the straight. But no, really consistent as he shakes his head coming across the line, I think.
Still not too much in it, but Rhys Stevenson still lapping in the 41s. It's a workman-like performance, you would say here. Every single lap has been consistent, and Rhys Stevenson through that S's style section of the final time, down the back straight, and Rhys Stevenson on the 23 has been in top form, and Mini GP 190 Moto number 2 will go to Rhys Stevenson. Over the line he goes, and it's been a top race for him. Daniel Goodman will be in second place, just waiting for him to come down the back straight now. There he goes, Daniel Goodman round the final corner nice and neatly. Goodman in second, and Roysbrook bringing up the field in third, but not too far behind. And considering the pace of that race, it was still fairly close at the end. Yeah,
I think that's a good result for Matthew. I think he's obviously going to be disheartened because he did fall back a little bit, but for the parents, for the children, it's about keeping them upbeat, keeping them pushing on, because it's so easy to be disheartened in motor racing with all the crashes or your bike falling to pieces or whatever. So these kids are, like you said, they're riding some of the best bikes in the paddock, as fast as you can get. You just need to take this, learn from it, and go to the next round.
Well, of course, that next round at the end of the month at Wilton Mill, and perhaps a little less driving for most people. A very different type of track, of course. We move back to the pit bikes in a few moments. Pit bike stock 140 underway in just a few moments. Thanks for joining us here at Alpha Live for round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Minibike Series, and here we are in very, very deep south of Kent here at Lydd. Fantastic course, not too far from the coast, and sponsored by Parker Racing is the Pit Bikes Stock 140 Group B riders making their way out onto the track. Some of the biggest names in British Minibikes will be out on track for Group A very soon to round out this afternoon's programme. But there we go, we're just going on to the formation of that now. What I have noticed, I'm Chris Czora, joined by one of our competitors, Dervin Aline, and Dervin's had an interesting day, a bit of a mixed fortune. He won the race earlier on and had a sticky throttle earlier on, so opted to, not a nice thing, is it, a sticky throttle, especially on a track like this. So did the wise thing there and parked the bike.
Park the bike, yeah, that's it.
One thing I have noticed actually is it's a fast course here, but there's not much of a run up into this first corner, so the good riders have got to jump on the start. That's very important here.
Yeah, I've been beaten off the line in both the races I've done today, by others. So yeah, it is short, and you know, when someone does shoot off the line at the speed of some of these guys do, you're straight into a corner. So it's very single file, very quick.
And watching this course as well, it seems to start off from the starting the grid here. It seems to be a slow start, just gradually gets quicker and quicker as the lap goes on. You've got Wilton, for example, where you'll start off fast and there's that really tight corner halfway around. It's nothing like that, is it?
No, this is straight up to pace.
So here
you see my slot 3 at number 1 there.
There we go. So left out of respect. Oh dear, and trouble there for second. Oh, and that's a good start there from Ben Riley.
And from Nathan Smith. Nathan Smith got up to 5th.
Oh, Nathan Smith as well. Yep, he's up to 5th on the number 55. Now, Ben Riley on that smaller machine there, he made that bike as wide as possible in the first race. So will we see a repeat of that in Moto number 2?
Yeah, these guys, they should be really evenly matched on the 140s. Especially now, at the end of the day when everyone's a bit tired, I think this group will go around, especially the first 3 will go around together all race.
So this could be a good one here. 12 laps to go. It's a long time for these riders after such a long weekend. And Ben Riley leads them down in towards the final hairpin. Looks like Stephen Tempest up to 2nd. Dean Quincy looks so strong in the first race. Sweeping around the outside into the chicane. Oh, is he going to make that one stick? Oh, look at that. 287 there. Great move from Dean Quincy round the outside into the first chicane. That is not easy.
Yeah, the lumberjack, as we call him, Steve Tempest, will not be happy with that, and he'll definitely be wanting to get him back as quickly as possible.
Oh, we had a peek down the inside, didn't he? So Ben Riley riding that machine very smart on the 169. Some good lines as Tempest has a look down the inside. Oh, doesn't quite get the line to pull that one off though. It's still Ben Riley that leads. Tempest 2nd, Quincy 3rd. Looks like Simon James Dean in 4th place. Paul Coombs, Nathan Smith in 6th. Lewis Mackay and Farhad Ladder in 8th. Warren Green, then Mike Smallbones running up the top 10. But Ben Riley guarding that inside line, and it looks like Quincy's going to try the same trick again here around the outside, but no, doesn't pull it off this time. Quincy looks threatening in that 2nd place.
Yeah, he definitely carries more corner speed. He's just losing a bit down the straight, but if you look at him through any of the tight or long flow stuff, he's carrying a lot more corner speed. So he's actually having to shut off throttle mid-corner, which is going to unstable his bike.
Tries the outside again. Here we see again just cutting to the inside on the exit, getting the better exit speed, but a little bit offline. But of course Quincy here can't afford to be too gung-ho in making the pass, because Stephen Tempest is there in 3rd and he still looks threatening.
He does, and as they go down the straight, the leader's just pulled a little bit on him again, but you watch him close up on under braking. Look, different line, much more corner speed.
Oh, that's a line on the
gone
outside.
round the outside. That'd be a great move.
I think he has pulled it off round the outside onto the finish line.
That's a great overtake.
That's a lovely, not many people, right round the outside, railings.
It's the first time I've seen that today. There's a bit of grass just on the left-hand side just before you tip in, so he managed to get the job done early enough, but you can see that he's pulling away now because he just carries that a little bit more corner speed than the 2nd place.
So a lovely move there. I'd say that's the overtake of the day from Dean Quincy. Rails the outside line and leads the way. Still Ben Riley in 2nd place, holding off a whole train of riders. Stephen Tempest, Simon James Dean. There's the rider treble 6. 34 is Paul Coombs, Lewis Mackay, Nathan Smith, Mike Smallbone, 617 in there as well in this big battle for 2nd place. So Dean Quincy trying to break away. There is Simon James Dean. The gap goes to just over 1 second as Ben Riley starts to come under some pressure for that 2nd place. And there's Riley. So there's Quincy just ahead now. So for Dean Quincy, this is an important part of the race now, trying to break away.
Yeah, so he's actually, I think he's actually broke away, to be fair. He's going through this infield section, and he's carrying a lot more speed. Stephen Tempest has just not been able to quite get onto the back, although he's carried a lot more corner speed onto the back straight, so you could see an overtake. I'm looking out the window. Could see a bit of a lunge into the...
Here we are. Oh, I think Ben Riley had that bike well positioned there, and Tempest had to give that one up. It's... Oh, trouble here. One of the front runners. Let's see. Staggers off to one side. Just trying to get the number on that one. Rider is okay. Signals very quickly to the marshals that he's all right. I think that's just one of those ones that judders you a bit, really.
Yeah, well, he went up and then he would look like he's going to go straight down, but he looks to be okay. The medics are, there's medics down there anyway, so they should move the bike fairly quickly because it's a tight corner, that one, so they want to get that one moved as quickly as possible.
Looking on the lap chart, you couldn't see the number. I think that was Lewis Mackay that went down.
I think, yeah.
But Ryder very quickly signalling to the officials he's okay.
Steve Tempest got a good run again here.
Here we go. So the track looks like it's clear. No wave yellow. I can't see any yellow flags down there. So it looks like they've cleared that fallen rider.
Yeah, they pulled the bike out of the way.
Oh, good. So we have got a clear track. Dean Quincy pulling away. I think, to me, looking at this final corner, Stephen Tempest is trying to maybe use that outside line. You have got to be committed to rail it on the outside, though, on that final corner.
That corner, you approach it full fourth gear on a 140, and you're knocking it down probably to third, and you're literally throwing it on your knee and hoping that it grips. So if you're gonna try and overtake someone in there, there's got to be a gap. I dive bombed someone a little bit earlier, but there's got to be a gap, or you've got to be really committed or really late on the brakes.
And one rider here who is slowly but surely picking his way through the field is the 617 of Mike Smallbones. Nips down the inside of Simon James Dean.
Great overtake.
And again, he just seems to be picking his way through the field as the race goes on, and all of a sudden Stephen Tempest and Ben Riley look vulnerable in second and third place.
Yeah, Mike Smallbones is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet in the paddock as well. Such a lovely guy, always wanted to help you. My prediction will be he will cut through these two.
He does seem to be starting towards the back today, and then as the race goes on, just seems to get quicker and quicker and getting into the... Oh, he's having a look down the inside. Oh, but Tempest has got the line. Mike Smallbones, incidentally, just talking about it now, fastest lap of the race last time round on a 45.839. Here he goes again down the inside of Tempest. Now, can he make that move? Oh, nice and easy under braking. So Smallbones looking good. He's still in third, but looking good for second place as things go at the moment.
I mean, if you can pass this guy, I think it'll be a bit too much to do, but I think if you can pass this guy as quickly as possible,
nice
you might
exit.
be able to rein him in.
Quicker on Ben Riley on the exit there, but Ben Riley's got the racing line up towards the top corner now, and Smallbones railing the outside, trying to cut through onto the back straight. Here they go, side by side into the top corner. I think Riley's got the line though, and Tempest starting to get involved back again with this little battle. Dean Quincy is still your race leader and pulling away, but Mike Smallbones, fastest rider on the track at the moment. He likes this braking zone into the final corner. And here he goes down the inside of Riley. Oh, he makes that stick. He is brave under braking there.
Yeah, he's lining them up now. He's got a system that's working, and he's going to keep using it. So if he can keep his momentum up now, he should start. He's not only 3 laps left there, but he could close the gap a bit.
Well, evenly matched there, Quincy and Smallbones on lap times last time round. Although bear in mind, of course, Smallbones effectively was being held up by the other riders. So clear track, 3 laps to go. And the gap 3.8 seconds. Now Dean Quincy is closing up on a slower ride. I think it may possibly be Dean Rowland possibly ahead of him. Shouldn't really affect things too much, but Smallbones breaking away now from this battle of what will be now battle of a third place with Ben Riley and Stephen Tempest. 2 laps to go.
And Ben Riley's doing a great job. You know, he's doing what he needs to do. He's keeping guys behind him. He's making himself as wide as he can be. Hence the train behind him, but he's doing a great job. If he can keep this and hold the position for third, it'd be a great ride.
Ben Riley doing very well in that third place. He rode very well earlier on today. Mike Smallbones now clear in second, and the gap just pulling under half a second, so he's going to potentially run out of time here. But what I would say here, Dervin, is sometimes when you're closing up on somebody, you can see yourself closing up, it just snowballs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because you get closer and closer to the psychological boost in your head.
It's amazing how much braver you are when you've got a target to aim at. We've already seen him go down to the big braking areas and be really aggressive. And he's definitely catching him. Like you said, he might just run out of laps, unfortunately.
We are on to the last lap now, as it looked like Chris Edwards nipping down the inside with Nathan Smith. Good battle there, and almost just under a second closer, so it looks like there is a slow rider just letting them through. That's the 461, Dean Rowland. Bit of bad luck here, of course. We've seen 1 or 2 of the races here where they get into the slower traffic on those chicanes. It's just bad luck, isn't it, really? Because the slower ones can't do anything on that chicane either, really,
You
can
can either use them to your advantage, or you get stitched up a little bit and you get caught the wrong side, and sometimes back markers look over their shoulder as well, and it can cause you huge problems.
Here we go then for Dean Quincy. He has done enough with 1 corner to go. Mike Smallbones still charging, but it's not going to be enough. Dean Quincy knows he's won this one and takes the checkered flag, but Mike Smallbones, fastest lap of the race on the final lap, goes down to 1.4 seconds. Ben Riley third, Stephen Tempest, Paul Coombs, Chris Edwards, Simon James Dean in seventh, Nathan Smith in eighth, and it was as close as that. So what we were talking about, the psychological thing there with Mike Smallbones, fastest lap of the race by quite some margin on the last lap. 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, when you're stuck behind someone on this track, it really is tough to get past them when someone's lost their catch tray coming over the line. So that's looks like it's snapped off. So they're gonna have to do a bit of repairs for the next round. But yeah, it's a hard track to pass on.
So we are, like we say, it is all about maintaining the pace. And a great ride there from Dean Quincy and Mike Smallbones second, Ben Riley third, Stephen Tempest and Paul Coombs. Final race coming up, and of course one of the ones with all the big names, Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A, underway in just a few moments. Thank you, of course, for joining us for round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes here at Lydd in Kent. And our final race with Ben Lord on pole position for the Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A from Ryan Tyres, Jim Lovell, Dom Herbertson in 4th, Mick Lord, Ben Clucas in 6th position. 7th was Dan Merrin, Ryan Clark, Ed Peed, Kai Jones in 10th, Shane Hopkins, Chris Heimers in 12th position. 13th was Matt Lockyer from Tom Stanford, Ben Ray, Reese Peacock in 16th, Adam Jamieson and Greg Stretch 18th position. Chris Edwards, Darren Hall, Simon Patterson, Nathan Gardner, Jake Marsh and Sean Betton in what was a very competitive qualifying session. My name's Chris Czora and joined for the final race by Dervin Elaine, who's been out competing on the track today. And as you say, it has been a very challenging track, but looks like good fun out there. Yeah,
brilliant track. First time I've actually been here to this track, but it's not disappointed. It's been really good racing, really competitive racing. And this race is going to be amazing.
This looks like a good one, I think. Also off the track as well, much like Ellis Park, it's these tracks, they're not just little go-kart tracks stuck out in the middle of nowhere. They're well turned out, proper little motorsport venues, aren't they?
Yeah, it's really tidy actually. It's a really tidy, really grippy track. So yeah, it's definitely really good. I'm really impressed with it.
Much like Ellis Park, I think you can certainly tell that the track owners take a lot of pride in their appearance. Now this race ended in a bit of, I'll say, controversy. They both, it was a racing incident, but trading paint in the first one. And let's see what happens in race number 2. Now, what's a bit of a delay on the grid here? They're just sorting out perhaps the positions by the looks of things.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a bit strange now, of course. Let's see what happens here. But just make sure everyone's in the right order, I think. Sort of coming together on that S's section in the first race. Just seemed to be 2 riders going for the same bit of track, really. And
yeah, again, I think someone misjudged the closing speed a little bit on the, as you go over the hump and tip into the right, and just before the left, I think it just, like I said, it creates a pinch point which someone's not quite carried this corner speed that they should have done. So yeah, it was unfortunate actually, because there were, Ben and Ryan are 2 of the top riders in this class, and we want to see them, wheel-to-wheel racing. That's what we want to see.
So say very close fought in that first race till they went down. So let's hope for some better luck this time round. Just a case of sorting out the starting grid here, I believe. So
yeah, that's Matt Lockyer. He's forgotten what number he's supposed to be, and he did say he was really tired before we started, though, so we will forgive him.
Now you know as well as I do, it's getting past 5 o'clock now. These guys have been racing all day and
3 days.
3 days, of course, including the warm-ups as well. Right. So when you're the last race of the day, it can sometimes, I say, feels like a drag, but it's the hottest day. The track's rough, and you've got to pull it out here. Here we go.
Pulled a wheelie.
So this looks like Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres. These 2 came together in the first race in that racing incident, but they've got away well, and we'll be hoping to get a clean race at the front.
Young Reece Stevenson's come from the back. I think he's at the back, and he's already taken quite a few positions already, as you can see him going around the outside of the on the back of the screen there.
So Reece Stevenson a bit further back, looking to make a name for himself. These 2 side by side here, Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres, and this is it went wrong in the first race, but very closely fought, and Jim Lovell getting involved in this one as well. They go down the back straight into the hairpin for the first time. Ben Lord trying to break away, but Ryan Tyres and Jim Lovell. Now these 3 just Got Dominic Herbertson, Mick Lord and Ben Clucas in there. Mick Lord in up to 4th place now. Herbertson, Clucas, Dan Merrin, Ed Peed, Ryan Clark in 9th, Kai Jones. Bad start for Chris Heimers on the 151, dropping down a few places, but Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers. Oh, he has a look down the inside their tyres. This looks set to be a thrilling conclusion to the day.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they've raced each other for a while now. They've got very different styles as well. You can see the different lines that they take and the corner speed differences, etc. So, you know, this will go down to the wire if they can keep it. Both can keep it on 2 wheels.
So very evenly matched riders here as Lord, just as best he can, tries to go a bit wider, get the exit speed on the hairpin. Right on his tail though, the 55 of Ryan Tyers, and Tyers again cut into the inside, into the hairpin.
Nope.
Oh, but Lord had the line there, and Tyers having to fight back. Now this could be a bit strategic here. It's just a case of trying to test it out maybe and just see where he could maybe get a wheel in there.
Yeah, I don't think he'll want to. He will definitely won't want to let Ben get away. So he's definitely going to be looking for an opportunity to push past him, especially through this right-hander coming onto the straight. This is where if Ryan can get a good run on him. No, just
right there.
But he holds that tighter line around the corner, and he's right back on his wheel, just looking for any opportunity to pick him up or show him a wheel up the inside.
Jim Lovell just watching in 3rd as Ryan Tyers squares the turn almost into the hairpin, and again tries that inside line, doesn't quite work. Lovell 3rd, Dominic Herbertson 4th, Ryan Tyers with the fastest lap of the race, running a 42.893. So even at this latest stage of the day, still some good lap times out there. Jim Lovell, the 97, just watching in 3rd place. Any kind of a mistake between the top 2 riders, and Jim Lovell will be right in there. Let's just run through the rest of the field. Dominic Herbertson, Mick Lord, Ben Clucas, Dan Merrin, Ed Peed, a bit further back, Ryan Clark and Kai Jones on the edge of the top 10. All of the action here, though, is with Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers. These two collided racing incident in the first race, but certainly making up for lost ground in race 2. Oh, Tyers looked a bit ragged there, but he's really pushing it through there. First hairpin to try and close up on Ben Lord. And this is almost the case of almost just trying to find an opening, really, and seeing where he can maybe make some ground.
I think that on that run to that chicane, it's going to be tough for him to get up the inside, because Ben will literally just chop the front of his bike off, because he's in the right position. So I think Ryan's going to have to try and line him up onto this back straight.
Let's see Ryan Tyers down the back straight. He goes into the hairpin. Lord has got the line into the corner as Tyers has a look down the inside. Jim Lovell still there in 3rd, but losing a bit of ground. There's the number 97. And again, Ryan Tyers a bit wider into the entry of the corner, just trying to get the exit speed almost.
And Reece Stevenson's up to 6th on the back.
Great ride from Reece Stevenson up to 6th place, but some trouble further down the field. 1 or 2 riders going down. I'll have a look on the lap charts. I think that maybe Dan Merrin, I think.
Yeah,
he's all right. So Dan Merrin hitting trouble on the final corner. He's okay, gets back on 2 wheels. Yeah, Reece Stevenson up to 6th place, and this is against some of the big names of BMB racing as well, experienced riders.
Yeah, he's doing really fast lap times. He's come from the back again. He flies on it. He's got a mini pit, so he's flying on that thing. Some other good shout outs for some other guys going really well. He's doing Jake Marsh, it's only his 2nd ever race. He's currently in 20th place, but he's sticking with guys with lots more experience. He's riding really, really well this weekend.
Rider further down the field, just dropping off the side of the track and hit some mechanical trouble, but not affecting the race as we see this battle for the lead. And Ryan Tyers looks quick into the entry of this corner. Now, I think here Ryan Tyers hit the back wheel of Ben Lord in the first race. He does seem to carry a lot of speed into that S's. It's very close to the field here, but Ryan Tyers does look quick as into that left, right, left S's.
He does carry a lot more corner speed through that section. And anywhere where he has to be on throttle early, you can see he's really aggressive on the back wheel of Ben. But I mean, Ben's holding it again. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's making himself as wide as possible, hitting all his points. And as long as he stays consistent.
Both riders, incidentally, picking up the pace, because we've got Ben Lord with his fastest lap of the race with the 42.4, and Ryan Tyers' fastest lap of the race 42.362. Both these riders really picking up the pace here. They're pushing each other on as, let's have a look again into the hairpin. Tyers having a look with 5 laps to go. Here we see the 1, 2, 3, a bit further down the field here. And that's Reece Stevenson, isn't it? 1, 2,
Yep.
3. Yeah,
He's coming. Oh, Ryan's got a good run on this one. It's not showing it on the screen, but he's got a good run into the chicane.
Let's have a look.
Ben's held it. He's held it still.
So Ryan Tyers still quick as we look at the 1, 2, 3 up 4th place, I believe now. He's got past Dominic Herbertson. So Reece Stevenson, one of the young stars of British minibike racing. He started at the back, didn't he?
On the screen now, he's up to 4th. I think somebody else may have come off at the bottom, but he's rejoined the track. I'm not sure who that is.
Is that 254, I think? That's Nathan Gardner hit some trouble, didn't he, before?
Ah, right, okay.
So Reece Stevenson charges on, still got this battle at the front between Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers. 3 laps to go as we look down the back straight. There's Reece Stevenson. The leaders heading towards the top of the circuit now, and they are starting to approach some slower traffic. Here they are. Still Ben Lord leading from Ryan Tyers. 3 laps to go as Tyers has a look down the inside. They are rapidly closing on, I want to say back marks as such, but these are very quick riders.
The mid-pack, it just shows how fast that they're going, and they've pulled the country mile from 3rd place. So, you know, this is where it's going to get interesting with 3 laps to go. They will catch them.
And this is tough here. No blue flags, and of course these guys, they're about to lap in the midfield. They're having their own race, so they're under no obligation to get out the way either.
They won't expect these two to be coming through like a freight train. I know that much. But they're on them so fast.
This is a very fast pace at the front. They are starting to approach and lap some very serious riders here. Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers, Jim Lovell a distant 3rd place now, closing on by Stevenson in 4th. So this is all about Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers. They picked their way towards the midfield battle. 1.5 laps to go. That's the 8.37 of Sean Benton, currently in 21st place, who's just been lapped. So the riders on the edge of the top 20 will fall a lap down, and they're having their own midfield battle here. 1.5 laps to go. Now this could be the stage where Ryan Tyers could make his way through. I'm sure that Ben Lord will have other ideas as we head towards the last lap, and they're now in the midfield. This is going to be tight. Oh, look at that, Ben Lord, even 2 wheels on the grass there to squeeze through. It's going to be hard here for Ben Lord because he's the race leader. As soon as they see Lord coming through, they recognise the rider. They'll know that faster riders are coming through.
And the other thing is they come through so fast, you don't even feel them come in. So before you know it, they're going past you, and it only takes you to see them coming and move. And Ryan could be going one way, and Ben could be going the other. So
Simon Patterson just saw them coming through there. He's 17th. He lets them go through. Last lap, last corner. Ben Lord still leads, but it's all going. Oh, it's going to be tight on this last corner. Slower rider in the middle there, but Ben Lord just about crosses. That was the number 6, Tom Stanford, still there in 16th place. Ryan Tyers 2nd. It's going to be Jim Lovell, I think, in 3rd. Almost certainly a little bit of time for Reece Stevenson, but running out of track. And Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers, that was exciting there because we've got the 17th place rider. We've got Tom Stanford on the track, entitled to the racing line because he's having his own race.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't even know that they were behind. And you know, the amazing, a strong wheelie game there from Ryan Tyers. Yeah, he'd be disappointed not to have won that, but you know, Ben rode a great race. You know, he led it and he kept Ryan behind. He's an aggressive, strong rider. So you know, it's good to see. And the good thing is they all give each other a thumbs up after and say well done, and there's a lot of respect between the two of them. So.
Well, Ryan Tyers in 2nd place there, but he still knows where the cameras are to do the posing, I think, there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm going to have to speak to him to teach me how to do one of those. It's pretty amazing.
Very stylish there. And that's the thing, it's great to see when you see them coming through because, oh, yeah, thumbs up, and that's the first, I mean, you see that racing accident in the first race, and it was, you know, it was...
And the first thing they did is give each other a hug before they picked their bikes up. It's
no needle or fighting or anything, was there? It was just, I think they both know it's one of these things, isn't it?
They're both really good, strong racers, and that's the great thing about this sport, the BMB. You know, they go at it hard all weekend, and they finish and they shake their hands.
Well, that's it, and that's after such a close race as well, and it's exciting when they come through some of the midfield runners. We just see a replay of earlier on. This is what happened. That was the first race, that crash.
Yeah, it's just the closing speed through the corner. And look, let's get a quick hug. I think his throttle broke or something. Cause you see the back wheels.
Oh, that's at the back end. Just stepped out. He's gone, wasn't he?
Yeah. And at that point, it was bad time. We need to take this bike back, get it sorted. But they got it sorted and he's come back out and won the next race. So, yeah, so what a fantastic result.
And it was, I mean, it was good for the chasing pack, of course, to take advantage of that crash. But it's nice to see those to have a good race in race number 2, because that's what we missed out on in the first one. It's just a racing accident, but it was a shame to miss out on that, and certainly made up for it in moto number 2.
Yeah, and those two will always race close. And yeah, Jim Lovell is another fast rider. He'll always be in there, and Dom Herbertson coming through. So that 140 A group will always be competitive.
And certainly living up to its billing as the closest action-packed race of British Mini Bikes motor number 2 for Pit Bike Stock 140. This has been round number 2 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes here at Lydd in Kent. I've been Chris Czora, joined by Dervin and Lydd for the last few races, and great to have you along again. And
Yeah,
your thoughts, you're welcome. Your thoughts of the weekend, because you had a bit of a mixed day, but seems to be going well out there.
You know what, it's just good to see now as we're looking out the window and you're seeing people in the paddock all talking about the fact they've had great races against each other, young lads and old guys, and they've been chasing each other around the track all day, and that's what it's about. It's just nice to see. You know, now we've all got 7-hour drive homes, but it's been a great event, and roll on the next one.
Well, definitely end of the month at Wilton Mill. Thanks a lot for coming along, Dervin. And of course, a track that's a bit more familiar to a lot of people, Wilton Mill, end of the month, August the 30th. A very different track, you might say, though, as well.
Yeah, so a lot of guys know that track like the back of the hand, so that's where I'll be slipping down the order a bit, I'm sure. But yeah, it's a fast, flowy track, a bit like Ella Park, actually, to be fair. But yeah, that's going to be a good race. Packed grids there as well.
Well, that's going to be good. It's one of the staples of British Mini Bikes, end of the month, August the 30th. It'll be on Alpha Live, round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes at Wilton Mill next time at end of the month. This has been round number 2, Lydd in Kent. Very fast circuit, very hot day, and some great racing. I've been Chris Czora, joined by Dervin and Lydd. Thanks a lot for joining us, and thanks for watching the racing. See you next time at Wilton Mill.